and I'll go for Dreech and the others. I won't leave them there. Not in the abyss of Cír Vaganoth. But before I could risk that dangerous journey, I had to take the other. First, to pass through the gateway into Cír Navarin and wrestle my demon, and then to face the prisoner of Tirad Nor and find out what, in the name of the gods, I had done. Chapter 26. We arrived at Tainye Kedar in early morning. Though Blaze had worked hard to take us the shortest possible route, our frequent stops for Lydia to rest prolonged our journey through the night. Blaze, his face lined with fatigue, was slumped in the saddle as we crested the last steep rise to the rim of the valley. 1,000 paces down that way, he said, nodding his head down the track and clearly reaching deep for the words. 2 boulders the size of a house. Off to the right is a small track that leads to a cedar grove. Stay there. I'll send someone with food. He waved off our concern at his condition. I'll be all right. I've got to get permission to take the lady where she needs to go. He didn't say from whom, but transformed and flew away. We dismounted in the cool privacy of the cedar grove, and Katrin rolled up her cloak to make a pillow for Lydia, who was so tired her tears flowed freely, despite her fiercest efforts to control them. With hard riding, concern for the princess, and fighting off sleep, Katrin and I had found no further time to talk. In truth, I had been locked in my own thoughts, trying to conjure Isan's face on the day of our wedding, or on the day we knew she was with child, or as we exulted in our first victory in demon combat. But all I could envision was her expression the last time I had seen her, the horror and revulsion when she recognized demon fire burning in my eyes. And so I had abandoned useless grieving and reviewed my actions of the past 4 years. Was I wrong to have brought the Rey Kera out of Cír Vaganoth? Had I put the pieces of Azarian history together in error? Had my ignorance and pride brought ruin to 3 worlds? And my naive confidence after the Sifaru, thinking that somehow I was wise enough or pure enough or strong enough to transform a monster when I had no idea of his power. What kind of fool was I? I came to no new conclusions, save that I had best stop thinking or I was going to paralyze myself with guilt. Whether I had to reverse what I had set in motion or merely travel the road until its end, the answers I sought were only to be found in Cír Navarin. The time had come. Half an hour after Blaze left us, young Matai came trudging up the hill to our resting spot, bringing a basket of fresh provender, a wineskin, and a stout, competent healing woman named Coria. Matai took our horses to feed and water them while I introduced Coria to the women. Coria wasted no time. She shoved some fruit and cheese into my hand and waved me away. "Off with you now, sir, while I see to this young woman. Though this is not the most comfortable of bedchambers, we need to make sure mother and child have weathered the journey well." "I am the daughter of a Durzi warrior," said Lydia, her dusty face streaked with the white tracks of her tears. "A night's journey on a horse cannot harm me or my child." She glared at me accusingly. "You'll not let the cursed prince see this damnable weeping? You'll say it's sand in my eyes or sun glare. Of course, there's no need for me to see him at all. A little rest and I can ride again. Your kind friend will take me to this other place, and I won't have to see him." "Gracious woman, if a little salt water is the only result of this adventure, then there's no man of any race can give you grief," said the healer, "even a poxy Durzi." "Ah, you don't know my poxy husband. He could give such grief to a glacier it would melt to defend itself. Why is there no Dursey woman god to repair this beastly condition? My husband is a priest of Athos, and he and his god are two of a kind, making all of us miserable who live unshielded. And Druya, a bull, what use is he?" Coria chuckled and stroked the princess's red hair with her strong hand. "In Thrid some worship a woman god who eats her men, but she's done nothing for us mothers either, as she lets the bastards get her planted before she kills them. You needn't fret, though. It's all over soon enough, and we who've done this before will always know how to care for you novices." Before one could blink, Coria spread out a clean blanket, allowed me to delay my departure long enough to help shift the princess onto it, then draped our cloaks from cedar branches to create a screen. "Mistress Catherine, is it? Perhaps, as the lady is comfortable with you, would you stay and keep her company?" I told the women that I would stay close in case they needed me. Then I strolled across the slope and climbed up to an outcropping rock, where I could sit and view the full expanse of the valley while munching on sour plums and goat cheese. The steeply angled light carved the rocks and trees into deep relief, transforming the grass into velvet and the pools and stream into burnished gold. Tiny figures of people and animals moved soundlessly through that remote landscape, their identities and emotions and imperfections masked by distance. A few hours of such isolation, I thought, away from the unceasing demands of pain and grief, love and desperation, and perhaps I could grasp some sort of clarity. But the settling peace was soon broken when a kite screamed, diving for its breakfast on the rocks just below me, and footsteps crunched on the graveled approach to my eyrie. Surprisingly, the one who spoke to my back was not Catherine, but Eleanor. "Blaise told me what's happened," she said. "The prince is with Gorid and Admet in the command tent, working on plans for the raid. If you wish to join him to give him the news, or stay with the princess until she can travel the rest of the way, my brother will take you and the prince to visit the lady this evening." "That may not be necessary," I said, glancing over my shoulder. "I don't understand." "I may not tell Alexander she's here. Or any of it. I haven't decided." "Decided? What right have you to decide such a matter?" "So much for our game of civility." Her nostrils flared and her voice broke with passion and indignation. "Even a Darcy deserves to know he has fathered a child before he faces death. Have you come to believe what everyone says of you? Only gods play so cruelly with people's hearts." Somehow the simple directness of her accusation forced my grief and foreboding into painful focus, causing them to erupt like the molten heart of a volcano that has found the point of weakness in the mountain's rocky cap. "I am not a god," I shouted, leaping to my feet. "I make no pretense of it. I am so far out of their favor I don't think I can ever find my way back again. Look at me!" I thrust my hand into her face. Blood was crusted in the cracks of my skin and under the nails. "There is so much blood on my soul that it leaks out of my very skin. I killed a man last night without thinking twice about it, because I suspected he was a threat, and I was afraid. I killed 17 Veshtar at Andassar, some of them long after they were any threat to their prisoners, because I hated them and what they do. I may be half mad with what I've done and what I've yet to undertake, but I do know the horror of it and feel it and fear it. I am human, Eleanor. So don't tell me what is cruel and what is not." She stood her ground, her lovely face tight and hard, affirming my self-judgment, though skeptical that I might give fair assessment of cruelty. Alexander is my friend. I've had to watch him yield everything of meaning to him, to see him learn hard and terrible lessons about the world, lessons that you knew by the time you were 10. Yes, he is a better man for the learning, but that makes it no easier to see someone you love in such pain. And now, if I tell him that this one thing, so precious, is not lost, then how will he face losing it all over again? I have faced that very truth. On the night I first saw my child in your arms, and your brother told me of the doom of madness that awaited him. Since that day I have done everything in my power to repair this broken world, but I'm afraid my deeds have destroyed me and everything I value. So don't tell me how cruel I am to consider sparing my friend one grief. I started down the hill, leaving her in possession of the rocks. But I was not yet halfway down when I reversed course and climbed up again, far enough that I could see her standing where I'd left her, the wind tugging at her shabby blue gown. Her eyes squeezed shut, her graceful, capable hand pressed tightly to her mouth. Now I had expended a bit of my rage, I had gained a small part of the clarity I sought. Of all things I should recognize fear. Perhaps saying the painful words aloud would ease this dread that was gnawing at her generous heart. "I will not take Ivan away from you, Eleanor," I called up to her. "Not ever. My son is the only scrap of innocence left in this world, and I would suffer anything to keep him safe and loved and ignorant of the terrors that I know. His mother is dead. He is yours. Now I've given you everything I can. Leave me be." In the end, I decided that I could not hide the truth from Alexander, no matter what the painful consequences. Eleanor was right. A man embarking on such a course had a right to know the stakes. But I was not going to tell him. He would fly into a rage and curse Lydia's stubbornness and contrive some way to avoid the temptation of seeing her. So late that afternoon, when the prince found me avoiding sleep in the cool dimness of our hut in the olive grove, and posed the expected question, I carefully sidestepped the answer. I told her everything, my lord, just as you said it. She didn't take it well. Damn her stubborn heart. What did she do? You needn't fear. Her decision is final enough. She's already let Edic know her position. I jumped to my feet and herded him up the path toward Blaze's tent. Now you and Farrell are done with your business. Blaze is waiting to take us somewhere. I'll explain everything after. Then my duty would be done, and I would take my leave of him. Our destination was the second of the two hidden valleys, Tainye Horet, Blaze called it. The light was failing as Blaze and Alexander and I paused high upon its southern wall and looked down on a broad expanse of grassy meadows centered by a small lake. Though rockier and less forested than Tainye Kedar, the valley was thickly settled. From the number of fires popping up in the dusk, it appeared that hundreds of people lived there. Large numbers of sheep and goats grazed the pastures, and we could see at least 3 distinct settlements. The largest lay at the western end of the valley. Spread across the rocky meadows were wooden outbuildings and animal pens, while the village itself was tucked into the shelter of 3 broad, shallow caves in the cliffs of the valley wall. The second settlement lay amid the stands of cedar and olive trees in the eastern valley. Smoke rose from a scattering of wooden houses with roofs of woven branches. An array of large tents pitched on the northern side of the valley, including one expansive tent at the center, composed the third settlement. From that central tent flew a banner wholly unknown to me, a dragon with a serpent in its mouth. Tainye Horet is the less hospitable of the two valleys, Blaze told us as we rode the steep, narrow trail, but also the more remote and difficult to find. I explored the region for 3 days before I flew high enough to discover it. They called this ridge the Shield Wall, and for good reason. You can stand anywhere in Tainye Kedar and swear that there could be nothing behind the cliffs. A slow grin bathed his tired face. It would have taken you considerably longer to get here if you weren't with me, even if you could have found the path yourselves. How long have you had people here? I said, amazed to see the numbers that made their homes in such a place. Well, you see, they are not my people. They settled here long before I came. Very long indeed. That's why I ask permission before I enter or bring guests. And that's why we must dismount and approach respectfully. Blaze swung his leg over his grey's back and dropped to the path. Except for you, Lord Alexander. They will expect to see a Dursey riding. Their customs are as long held as your own. Mystified, I dismounted and followed him down the steep trail. As we descended through a jumble of massive red boulders and stunted pines, Blaze and I in the lead, Alexander behind, we were confronted by 3 sentries. A brown-bearded Manganar bearing a spear, a Suzani who carried a curved sword and wore a yellow hafai, and a gangling Thrid youth who had his bow drawn, an arrow nocked and aimed at my heart. Greetings, Stereo, Vanaz, and— Is this you, Levan? I've not seen you in half a year, lad. I hope you've had good hunting. The sight of Blaze softened the fierce expressions on the 3, but their weapons stayed ready as they peered around the outlaw, trying to get a glimpse of who was behind him. You must have just come on watch. I was here earlier and told Masala I'd be back with 2 others. Blaze gestured at me. This is my good friend and teacher, an Azarian who holds his name private as is their custom. We've brought one for whom you have been waiting a very long time. This, my friends, is Lord Alexander Geniazar Ivaneshi Zadanishkar, firstborn of Azekstan. Blaze stepped aside and held his hand out toward Alexander. At their first glimpse of Alexander, the 3 wary sentries squared their shoulders, fixed their eyes straight ahead and raised their weapons, not in threat, but in salute. Alexander and I exchanged a quick glance of confusion. Avedi, said the Suzani, bowing his head as he spoke. We are honored beyond telling that this day has come as we stand watch. The old ones will rejoice at your coming. Old ones? Avedi, I whispered to Blaze, watching Alexander acknowledge the honor done him with a gracious nod and a gesture that clearly invited the sentries to resume their watch. You'll see, said Blaze, satisfaction at the exchange of our courtesies illuminating his face. I saw then that part of his tiredness had been apprehension at this encounter, whatever it was. He started down the path as before, leading his horse ahead of Alexander. From behind us a powerful voice intoned a chant that pierced the evening air, triumphant, rebounding from the shield wall and the surrounding cliffs. Pazmaru Sifel Marishat, Avedi di Azekstan. I didn't know the language of the Suzani singer. His echoes still rang across the valley when the Thrid joined in with the same melody, but in his own language, and then the Manganar, also in a dialect unknown to me. Their song might have been drawn from the very bones of the earth. What do they sing? I whispered to Blaze. They say, Comes our defender from out of the desert, the Avedi of Azekstan, the firstborn. It's a chant older than the Empire. Blaze pointed down into the valley. Those who live here have no use for the Dursey Empire, but they've been waiting a very long time for one particular Dursey. I think their wait is over. Old ones. Older than the Empire. The defender from the desert. Gaspar's stories. A glimmer of understanding flared, like the first spark struck in the depths of a cave. You've taken a great risk, I think. Blaze wrinkled his long face in wry humor. Don't say that. I don't know that I would ever have brought him here solely on my own judgment. Your fate is what persuaded me. I slowed my steps to let Alexander catch up with us, thinking to tell him what the singers had said. My lord, the words, I know. He did not look down at me. Rather, his gaze roamed the valley as if he might see the future written in the fire and shadow. Can you find me some salt, in a hurry? If you would. As in Jaffa, but 3 portions. He glanced at Blaze. 3? Blaze nodded. I remembered Alexander's gift to the old woman as we left Jaffa, following the ancient Dursey custom for a noble to give salt to those who sustain him. Even with so little understanding of the night's unexpected ceremony, I suspected that his instinct was correct. So I withdrew into the shadows, wrestled myself into the form of a falcon, and flew off in search of salt. By the time I returned, transformed, and found Alexander again, he was sitting on the grass with a circle of thrid, deep in a torchlit grove of cedars. As I slipped from the shadows to sit behind him, the prince drained a wooden cup and passed it back to an old thrid. Blaze was sitting between and slightly behind Alexander and the old man, translating for them. The talk was of little substance, ceremonial greetings and tracings of lineage. But as I listened and observed the old man, I realized that he was someone of great importance. I had never seen anyone with so many tattoos. Every mezit of his dark skin was marked with lines and swirls of ink, even his shaven head. The narrow strip of white cloth wrapped about his loins, his several bracelets, and a wide necklace of ivory beads, hundreds of beads, covered more of the marks. Thrid fathers wore a tattoo for each of their children, and they hoarded their wealth, their legacy for their children, in ornaments of prized ivory. This man clearly had many children, or perhaps he was a father to many not born of his body. More than 200 years had passed since the people of Thrid had fallen under the yoke of the empire. Was it possible that a Thrid chieftain still lived in exile, here in the heart of the desert? Wondering, astonished, I almost forgot my errand. But when the old man and Alexander stood up, I quickly retrieved 3 small bundles from my pocket. Salt, cadged from Blaze's quartermaster and tied into small squares of linen torn from his kerchief, and pressed them into the prince's hand. He snapped his head around and nodded at me. In his bleak face was the first inkling of hope I had seen in half a year. Nascere vincere vitere, he said, opening his hand to the old man. The Thrid took the tiny bundle, smiled, and bowed deeply to Alexander. Salt gives life its flavor. Alexander mounted his horse, and in the company of Blaze and the old man and at least 20 Thrid, he proceeded slowly across the valley toward the Sea of Tents. I followed, staying out of the way, watching as the Thrid bade him farewell and a group of young Suzani came to greet him. The 3 sturdy warriors, wearing striped heffai, long curling mustaches, and beards woven with red, white, and orange beads, escorted the prince to the large tent with the unfamiliar banner, where waited a powerfully built man of middle age. The man himself was unadorned, save for the beads in his elaborately curled beard, but 3 white-robed women stood beside him, each of them wearing such a weight of silver that I wondered they could stand. His wives. The 3 impressive young men who had greeted the prince were most likely this man's sons. From the deference of the rest of the crowd, those who brought us silk cushions, platters of dates and sweet cakes, and steaming pots of fragrant tea, prostrated themselves before our host, the implications began to sink in. This, too, was a man of considerable rank. Was it possible? The Suzani had been one of the earliest conquests of the empire, more than 400 years in the past. After a century of rebellion and resistance, the warlike Suzani nobility, the Palatines, had been exterminated. So everyone thought. Again Blaise served as translator. Alexander was welcomed to the man's tent, offered refreshment and smoking pipes filled with aromatic herbs. 2 hours and thousands of words later, the Suzani kissed Alexander on each cheek, bowed, and presented him with his own knife. Alexander offered him the bundle of salt and the blessing that completed the gift. After all this, it was no surprise when the Suzani dignitaries escorted Alexander to the village tucked into the western wall of the valley, and I could have conjured the image of the white-haired Manganar who stood with a hooded falcon perched on his gloved wrist, waiting to greet the Avedi. The old man was straight and broad-shouldered, and his long trousers, full-sleeved, knee-length white tunic, and colorful woven belt were exactly those that you could see on old tapestries depicting the Manganar tribesmen who had surrendered to the imperial conquerors. All of the Manganar men and women who stood in the circle of firelight wore this most traditional of garb, and with it the gwalar, the woven, many-pocketed wool garment that dropped over their heads, family identification woven into its colors and patterns. But the broad-shouldered man with the white hair, introduced as Ulai, wore a gwalar of pure white, the color that was the combination of all colors, telling us that Ulai's family was the combination of all families. The white gwalar was the symbol of the kings of Manganar. I sat on the rocky ground behind Alexander as he accepted the hospitality of Nazril and spiced apples, and listened solemnly as Ulai recounted the story of his ancestors' flight from the conquering empire. Ulai's son, a middle-aged man introduced as Turlak, sat on the old man's right, quietly observing, while a weathered, sweet-faced old woman called Magda sat on his left, pouring the tea and freely interjecting her additions and corrections into the history. A crowd of Manganar men and women sat and stood in a circle around the prince and old Ulai, listening and laughing and making comments of their own. The hour grew late. The heat of the fire left me drowsy, and as I examined Ulai's falcon, now settled on a wooden perch beside the old man's place, I wondered what it would be like to transform into my falcon shape and try to speak to the bird. Perhaps it could tell me what all this meant. Just then a slight disturbance broke out in the ring of listeners to one side of the old man. A small child ran into the firelight and threw himself first into Magda's arms and then onto Ulai. Ulai rubbed his head affectionately and asked who let him stay up so late. "Ma'am said," chirped the little boy. "Say, good dreams, Goda." Goda. Grandfather. "Good dreams, little one," said Ulai, smiling. "Now off with you." Ulai set him on his feet and gave him a little shove, but the child was suddenly struck shy by all the people and turned slowly, staring at the ring of smiling folk. Ivan. My tongue was poised to beckon him, but in the same moment he streaked across the grass towards someone across the ring from me. As Eleanor gathered him up in her arms, our eyes met. her dark gaze throwing down a challenge I could not interpret. Was Ivan's presence an accident? A taunt? A gift? She disappeared into the gathered manganar, and her posture demanded that I follow her and find out. But I didn't trust myself. From the moment Katrin had told me about the terrible events in Azaria, the sounds and sensations of ordinary life had begun to dull and fade. Isan was dead, and to accept that truth would take me no little time. Yet grief had not created this distancing. I had grieved for Isan years ago, while we lived together and grew apart. But all through the day just past, my mind had been besieged by visions of prisons and demons, of the frozen winds of Kir Vaganath, of Gaspar and Fessa bound to the tree, of Sovari hanging on the walls of Tanzir, vultures gnawing his entrails, and of the Madonai sitting at his game board. The images consumed me, more vivid than the world I walked. And so throughout this magical evening, though immersed in events of historic dimension, I felt no more a part of them than if I were watching Avrel's bees buzzing purposefully about their hive. I didn't belong here anymore. My duty was elsewhere. The only thing that might soften my resolve was my son. I could not allow it. 3 young wardens lay in torment, waiting for me to save them. I wrenched my eyes back to the fire, and my mind back to the conversation. "Received a guest into our house this day, Avedi," said the old man, beaming. "As is our custom, our guests are treated as our own family, honored and protected as our own sons and daughters, fully sharing in our prosperity or our lacks. I understand that this visitor is of special concern to you, so I wish to reassure you as to my goodwill. You need not fret as you embark upon the course you've chosen." A puzzled Alexander nodded politely. "I thank you, Lord Ulai, but—" Whatever the prince was going to say was lost in that moment, for Lydia appeared just beyond the ring of firelight, leaning on Blais's arm. She stood behind Magda among the women and children of Ulai's family. A dark, flowing cloak masked her condition, half hidden as she was in the shifting shadows. Her red curls were piled atop her head, and her pride adorned her as no ornament of gold or silver could have done. But the only color in her face was the rosy reflection of the firelight. Alexander stood up slowly. His remarks were addressed to the Manganar, but his words and his eyes were only for Lydia. "Again, and beyond all courtesy, I thank you, Lord Ulai. I could ask nothing more than your shelter and protection for my wife. My only wish has ever been to see her safe, for I love her as holy Athos loves the earth, and honor her as the stars give deference to the moon." He did not go to the princess, constrained perhaps by lingering pride, or perhaps only by the delicate ceremony of the night, the cascading levels of deference and position and honor. But he held out his hand to her. She tipped her head in cool acknowledgment and stayed where she was. Alexander flushed and withdrew his hand, bowing stiffly before fumbling at his pocket to pull out the last bundle of salt. Old Ulai looked curiously from Alexander to Lydia, but his wife whispered in his ear, and his wrinkled face settled into sympathy. "The hour grows late, Avedi," he said. "We have much to discuss, but it has waited a number of years, and will wait a few hours more." My house is your own this night. My man Daniil will be waiting to show you quarters, if you should need him." Alexander forced his gaze away from the princess and presented the bundle of salt to the Manganar, clearing his throat before speaking. To the blessing words he added, "I will be honored to accept your hospitality, King Yulai." The old king rose and dismissed the assembled friends and dignitaries, and the crowd melted quickly into the night. With a last bow to Alexander and a kiss of the hand and a kind embrace for Lydia, Yulai and his wife followed their attendants toward the stone houses. Blaze whispered in the princess's ear, then came to join me. "I think we'll have to leave them to sort it out," he said. I told her we would wait for a while. But Lydia would not need our service again that night, nor would Alexander. The prince bounded across the ring of firelight toward his wife, but stopped short before crossing the full span of their separation. Instead, he dropped to his knees, bowed his head, and spread his arms. He did not have to wait long for his answer. Lydia stepped out of the shadows and laid a hand on his red hair. Then she reached for his chin and lifted his face to see the wonder that was waiting for him. "When do you plan to go?" said Blaze quietly as I spun on my heel and walked briskly toward the pond. "As soon as you can get me there," I said. "I need you to fetch Fiona. Katrin has urgent news for her, and I need to speak with her before I go. Learn whatever she can tell." "I can't do it tonight," he said. "I'm done for. And I would think it well you had a night's sleep too before such a journey. But in the morning—" "In the morning," I said. Chapter 27. On the morning Blaze and Katrin and I arrived at Daciet Homol, the gateway to Kir Navarin, I was hearing uncomfortable echoes of the Drafa oracles in my head. Alexander had yielded everything, stripped himself bare. His powerlessness had indeed transformed itself to strength. Had he also found himself a new kingdom in the desert, as Queb had envisioned, right when he was setting out to bring down his own empire? And if the boy's seeings proved true, then what of Gaspar's? That was the uncomfortable thought. To strike terror into the hearts of those you love is a difficult thing, Gaspar had told me. Certainly Alexander, Blaze, Katrin, and my acquaintances among the outlaws had feared my madness, but they seemed to have come to terms with it. My horror of what humans could do to each other did not mean I would exterminate them. I intended to stop Niel's games. Yet every step toward the line of white pillars that stretched north and south across the hills of southern Manganar increased my feeling of separation from the world I knew. To give name to the nameless, and to stand across the fathomless gulf from the light, I couldn't decide whether the ache in my gut was terror or anticipation, and that was profoundly unsettling. "When did Fiona go to Kir Navarin?" asked Katrin, peering through the pairs of towering pillars into a dappled evening very different from the brown noonday in which we sat waiting for Blaze and Fiona. Behind us the ranks of pillars spanned a quarter of a league of dry, rocky grasslands, almost to the southern mountains that marked the boundary of Azaria. Though we sat near the northernmost pair, we could see a mirrored image of the pillars before us, set on greener slopes dotted by clumps of trees and ponds that reflected evening light. I kneaded my scalp, as if my fingers could loosen my thoughts from the dark places where they seemed fixed. Almost 2 days since I had slept. The night just passed no better than the previous day. Every time I dropped off, I had to wake myself again to escape dreams that left me nauseous and shaking. "I think she's been there about 6 weeks this time," I said. "Blaze first took her through a few months ago. He says she planned to stay longer but took ill after a few weeks. The Rei Kira know nothing of human diseases, so she came out to visit a healer." A few days at Tainye Kadar and she was ready to go back. Blaze comes here every few days and opens the way just in case she wants to come out again. A herd of dune runners wandered up the hillside to our left, only to take flight when they noticed us, leaping over a dry gully and disappearing over another hill. I pulled flatbread and cheese from a cloth bag and laid them out on the grass, then stared at them, as if I couldn't quite remember what they were for. I couldn't stomach the thought of food. My skin was buzzing with too little sleep. My tongue felt thick and my movements awkward, not quite in my control. Is she safe? She didn't tell Blaze much, only that she was observing and learning all she could about the Rei Kera and how they live. She claims to feel as safe there as anywhere in this world. There are no monsters, no fighting, only the danger in Tirad Nor, which seemed to span every world. All these years I've worked with wardens, teaching of portals and walking other worlds. To know that I could do so myself. Katrin's initial astonishment at the opened gateway had settled into bemused observation. Azarians had always lived with wonders. I would probably be disappointed were I ever to go. It couldn't be half so strange as all the things I've imagined. From what we see here, the place seems quite ordinary. It's very much like Azaria, I said as I peeled a small sour orange and laid it on the cloth bag beside the bread. A river the size of the Dursk runs just there behind that line of hills, and beyond it a forest of oaks and maples that extends all the way to the mountains. High snow-capped peaks, like those around Caparna and Dale Azar. It rains every afternoon in summer, but at night, you would know it's not our world. The starlight is almost as bright as our full moon. Katrin broke off a piece of bread, but paused before putting it in her mouth. I thought this was to be your first time through this portal. It is the first time, the important time, the time when everything would change. She tossed the bread back onto the cloth and laid her hand on my knee. Sion, you're trembling. Tell me why you're so afraid. I told you I'd not run away. I pulled away. I don't have time to explain, Katrin. I need to talk to Fiona and get on with this. I'm afraid I've waited too long already. I need to be with him. With this demon? I thought he was already... I just need to go. I didn't want to talk about the one who was sitting at his game board waiting for me. Don't keep asking. I knew I ought to tell Katrin about Niel, she whose practical wisdom had kept me thinking straight in the last 2 difficult years of my warding, might help me make sense of my duties and my future. Yet even at that moment, seeing the world on the brink of chaos and believing that it was Niel's doing, and somehow mine as well, I could not banish the image of the Madonai in his awesome beauty. To speak of such a vision or of my hopes and fears would be akin to running a knife point down my belly and pulling open the skin to expose what lay underneath. Katrin withdrew her hand. I don't understand it. How can you be so changed, yet still be the man I know? I am not the man you knew. I jumped to my feet and walked to the very brink of the gateway, willing Fiona and Blaze to hurry. And I never will be again. At last, Blaze was walking down a dusty white road beyond the gateway in company with a small, sharp-faced young Azarian woman wearing men's breeches. Her dark, straight hair was cut short, and she carried a pack on her narrow shoulders. Master! Fiona trotted up a short slope and through the pillars, and then took my hands, her solid grip telling me all the things she was uncomfortable expressing in words. She was very thin, even more so than I remembered, and despite the momentary spot of color from her hurry, she was as pale as the pillars themselves. Is this an illusion? Or is it truly Mistress Katrin? She said, raising her eyebrows and tipping her head toward my mentor. I never thought to see her in company with such corruption as we two. Fiona might be awkward with sentiment, but she was not shy of her opinions. She had been the plague of my life for more than a year before we began our journey in search of my son and demons and truth. Then she had saved me. First by keeping open a portal during my months of imprisonment in Kir Vaganoth, and then by snatching me out from under Isan's knife, condemning herself to exile from the land where she had thought to be queen. "She's come for you more than me," I said, forcing a smile and lifting Fiona's heavy pack, while she pulled her arms out of the straps. "You only make friends with Ray Kara instead of inviting them to move in." Fiona was the only one I had ever been able to joke with about Denas. Perhaps because she wasn't afraid. When Fiona set her mind to something, even if it was faith in a flawed warden, she was relentless. Fiona flopped down beside Katrin, digging a thin leather-bound book and a waterskin out of her pack. She took a long pull from the waterskin, coughing a little as she wiped her mouth and looked up at Katrin. "Why are you here, mistress? You've ever been one to push the boundaries of obedience, so I understand. But in such a matter as corruption, after allowing the queen to bleed your friend almost to Tianok, Haved Kafida," said Katrin softly. "Kafida?" Fiona's eyes grew wide with disbelief. "I thought that title ceased to have meaning in the same hour the queen declared that I no longer existed. Or have you forgotten? The queen is dead." While a shocked Fiona listened to a brief version of Katrin's tale, I tried to keep myself from interrupting them, from shouting at them, that nothing mattered unless I got to Tirad Nor with some semblance of my own mind, and was able to convince Niel to stop playing his games. I paced around the fire, the pillars, and the women. Save her this time, I told myself. Listen to the birds. Feel the air. Smell the sweetness of the dry grass. An hour from now you may detest the scent of sage and wild mustard. You may enjoy radishes and bad poetry, ice storms and women who pretend weakness to attract men. What would it be like to become someone else? To have another's preferences and memories indistinguishable from my own? How would I reconcile conflicting desires? Do I like music or not? Do I run or walk? What is my name? 1,000 small battles every hour. Blaze sat on the grass, watching and listening, his arms around his long legs. His patient demeanor was belied by the urgency of a reminder. "We can't take too long to decide who's going where," he said softly, the moment that Katrin ended her story. "It's only 2 days until the raid on Sira." Fiona interrupted him with a fit of coughing, deep spasms that racked her small body. "I'll be all right in a few weeks," she croaked, waving off our concern. "I think I've figured out this illness, along with a few other things." She drank from the waterskin, then looked up at me. "So where are you going first? To rescue Drich, or to Tirad Nor?" I jerked my head toward the gateway. She nodded. "Do you have time to listen? I've always planned to go with you on this journey, but now—" Her gaze flicked to Katrin. "You're needed at home," I said, feeling a wave of relief. I didn't want anyone to go with me. "I'm glad they've come to their senses so far as to send for you. What I need to know is whatever will help me in Tirad Nor. I just need to understand what I might find there." "Understanding? I don't think I can help you with that," said Fiona. "I can only tell you what I've seen." For the next 2 hours, as the sun on our side of the gateway crept high over the line of pillars, and the sun on the other side yielded to a moonless night, the young Aife recounted her travels in Kir Nabarin. The Rey Kira had ignored her for the most part, seemingly uninterested in humans now they were home. Once through the gateway, they had dispersed throughout the land, seeking their names and families, and homes, all the knowledge and memory that had been ripped away along with their physical life, when our ancestors decided to split off a portion of their souls from their bodies for fear of the prisoner in Tir Adnor. Of course, they've not been able to take up their lives as if they've never been interrupted, Fiona said. But I would find small groups of them walking together, laughing, talking, swimming in the lakes or crafting boats for sailing, hunting game, feasting, every manner of occupation. Sometimes I would see only their forms of light, radiantly beautiful, just as you described them, Master. And that surprised me, as I thought once they lived in Kia Navarin they would shape bodies all the time. A few of them would come and travel with me for a day or two before going on about their business. One named Credon, who said he knew you, was especially interested in my studies, as he was trying to do something the same, to understand what had happened to the Rei Kera and why, and to determine how they were going to live in the coming years. They're not recovering quite so fast as they expected, but they're still learning. Learning was the essence of the matter, of course. The Rei Kera would never regain a true physical existence. Their own bodies were long dead. Their hope had been that by living in the rich and marvelous land of Kia Navarin, rather than the frozen wastes of Kir Vaganoth, their enchanted bodies could satisfy their physical yearnings and reclaim their lost memories. Credon was very excited that he was close to remembering his name, and even more so because he'd remembered he had a brother named Sirto, and he was off to search for him. And he said to tell Denas, you, that Vix was still wrong about fruit and birds. He said you must give them a try when you come and settle the argument once and for all. She grabbed a piece of the peeled orange, popped it in her mouth, and looked up at me, awaiting an explanation. They always argue about food, I said, impatient at the digression. Credon and Vix, about what would be worth eating if they could taste what it was really like. Vix said that roasting birds would be a waste of time, but that roasted fruit would be a delicacy worth savoring. Denas hated it when they talked of such thing. He detested being so dependent on flesh to tell him the truth of the world, and despised himself for craving food and sleep and everything. He would prefer to give up eating altogether. As ever, it was strange to speak so of Denas when he was inside of me listening, when we would soon be one being instead of two. So they're able to use their senses properly when they shape their bodies. So they say. You've given them such a gift, Seon. They hold you and Denas in such honor you cannot imagine it. I'm glad things worked out. Good to know that between Blaze and my son and the Rei Kera, something worthwhile had come out of all this, no matter what the future brought. But Fiona's tale was not done. I learned all this on my first visit, she said. Even then, Credon mentioned that a few of the Rei Kera had stopped looking for their families. Some didn't even seem to be interested in finding their names. He didn't understand it. Names would make them whole, he said, bind their forms of light to forms of flesh so they could truly live. She leaned forward as if to reinforce her telling. When I went back a few weeks ago, things had changed a great deal, even in the short time I'd been away. I would walk for days and see no one. Houses sat half-built. Fields that had been newly planted were growing wild. Few of the Rei Kera that I did see were wearing bodies, and even their forms of light seemed less substantial. Colors that had been so vivid now seemed pale. I sought out Credon again and found him sitting beside a stream in a meadow, still in his body, but not quite holding it together. Parts of him, legs or face or torso, would shift into light form, but then he would stroke the grass or dip his hand in the stream, and his body would be complete again. I asked if he had found his brother, and he said he wasn't sure. I could scarcely induce him to talk. He had not yet remembered his own name, but he was more worried about the other Rei Kera. Most had decided that physical bodies were too taxing, he said. Sleeping, That's what they didn't like. He was having a hard time with it himself. They would wake up more tired than when they started. Therefore, many of them had stopped shaping bodies to avoid it. But stopping didn't seem to help anymore. They were all so tired, and some seemed to have disappeared altogether. No one knew where they'd gone. He's using them, I said. Now they have bodies and sleep, he can touch their dreams too. And being so close to him, when they're in this state, he wants their strength for himself. Somehow he can take it from them. Fiona looked at me oddly, and I realized I was talking to myself. I was finding it difficult to concentrate on her tale. What of the prisoner, Fiona? Did they say anything about the one in Tir Nor? She shook her head, having to get through another fit of coughing before she could go on. On my first journey I asked about it, she said. Of course I did. No one knew who or what was in the fortress. They weren't even sure where the place was, except that it was high in the mountains beyond the Gamarand Wood. They wouldn't go into the wood. Said they couldn't remember anything about it, save that it was a holy place. A terrible place. And such things were best left undisturbed until they remembered. But you needed to know, so I couldn't just leave it. You went there! I crouched in front of her, working to keep from grabbing her shoulders and shaking the words out faster. The woman in green had bade me go to the Gamarands. Fiona nodded, illness and fatigue dismissed in the excitement of her telling. All during my stay I was trying to find evidence, something to prove or disprove what we thought happened. She spoke to Katrin. Our ancestors lived in both worlds. The mosaic taught us that. But for some reason that we don't completely understand, something to do with Tir Nor and the prophecy, they decided that it was too dangerous for them to live in Kir Navarin any longer. Those who lived here, the builders we've called them, chose to destroy all their works, so that no one would remember Kir Navarin and try to go back. But from what Seon was able to tell me, the ones who lived in Kir Navarin on the day the magic was done just walked away from their towns and villages, left their gardens and fields, dropped their tools, left their books open on their tables. I hope to find some of it. Villages, artifacts, artwork, something. But I found nothing save bits of walls and hearths still standing here and there. Until I went into the Gamarand Wood. She was speaking to me again. I explored it for days. The feel of that forest, I can't describe it. Such a sad place and so beautiful. No signs that anyone ever lived there, and no Reikara. I was about to give up when I came on a stone tower covered so thickly with moss and vines. I thought at first it was a tree, huge and impossibly old. But on looking closer I found stonework under the moss. I've never felt anything like that stone. Warmer than it should have been and oddly textured, almost as if it were alive. But there was no door anywhere, and I thought I would go mad to get inside. Finally, I remembered your vision of Vix pressing himself into the prison wall, and I thought perhaps I had to push myself through it. 3 days it took me to work out the enchantment. It took everything I had, and a bit more besides. But with words of opening and passage I eased myself through. Inside the tower everything was perfectly preserved. Furnishing, dishes. You must go there yourself. I've drawn a map. She tore a page out of her journal and gave it to me. It's where they planned it, Seon. They sat in a high room in that tower, a room where you can see the peaks of the mountains, and they decided what they had to do. They wrote it down on scrolls of parchment in a language I can't read, but they drew pictures too, so I could guess what they'd done. The split, you mean? Where they planned the split? No, long before that. She opened her book to another page and showed me her sketches of the drawings she'd seen. Everything was neat and tidy, and the scrolls were laid out on a table with a fresh candle beside them. as if ready for anyone who got through the door spells to examine them. I didn't dare bring them out of the tower. Think how old they must be. Seon, it's where they planned the prison. Of course. I recognized what was depicted in the detailed plans. I had walked those ramparts in my dreams. I had explored that garden and touched that bounding wall in my Sifaru. Fiona had copied down the text too, and like Fiona, I was unable to read it. But unlike Fiona, I recognized some of the words. Madonai, Kasparian, and Niel were interspersed throughout the text. "Can you translate this?" asked Fiona, watching me. "No," I gave it back to her. "Anything else?" "One more thing," she said. "The strangest of all. High on a shelf, dusty and out of the way, I found a small wooden box. Inside was a cube of black stone about the size of my fist. A word was engraved on it. I'd not have thought one simple word was all that important until I decided to record it with the rest of these things. Seon, I couldn't remember it long enough to ink the pen. I'd look at the stone again and repeat the word in my head, but the moment I took my eyes away, it was as if I'd never seen anything. I tried to copy the word blindly, fixing my eyes on the stone, but nothing showed up on the paper. No matter what I tried, I could neither speak, nor write, nor remember it. So you'll have to look for yourself to see if you can make any sense of that." Fiona talked a while longer, of encounters with the fading Rei Kera, of her illness that began on setting foot in Kia Navarin and worsened each day that she remained, preventing her from any attempt to ascend the massive bulk of the mountain beyond the Gamarand wood. She had concluded that humans were not meant to live in Kia Navarin, and I knew it was true, knew it with certainty. Before very long, her narrative trailed off. "You're ready to go, aren't you?" "Halfway there already, I think." The three of them were staring at me as I paced in circles about them, my arms wrapped about my gut, as if I were cold or injured, or as if I could hold onto my soul if I could only get a tight enough grip on my body. "He's waiting for me," I said. "I promised him I'd come back. You need to understand about him. He's not what we've thought." The words sounded feeble, hurried, meaningless without the story that went behind them. These three were friends I loved, but they were wasting my time. All my dilemmas and uncertainties and speculations had vanished like wind-blown smoke. I needed to go, to stand across the fathomless gulf from the light, the one of darkness. Oh, gods have mercy, what was I doing? I stopped my pacing and stepped away from the three of them, and just as if they had fallen off the edge of the world, I no longer sensed their presence. Only the presence waiting beyond the portal was real, the portal and the world beyond it that loomed larger than the landscape around me. "Seon, what's wrong?" The voice might have come from the bottom of a well. "Who's waiting?" "Maybe you should stay a while. Tell us what's happening to you." "Beware, fool. This is the moment of danger. Listen to me." With boundless rage, this new voice screamed at me inside my head, smashing through the walls of my enchantments. Yes, danger. Danger from Niel's unknown power. But danger, too, from inside myself. My own corruption. Azarian tradition taught that allowing a demon into one's soul could cause us to lose the demon war. I had done so, and we had lost. I could not ignore the possibility that all my newfound certainties were wrong. "I cannot listen to you," I said. "I have important things to do." "I must remember. Give me the time. We need to know. Yield to me. Give way. You will prevail in the end." This soul is yours and will ever be. Yield. I cannot yield, I said. I can't take the chance. I needed all of myself for this venture. We'll remember what's needed, I said. If you question, I'll find the answers. I forced Denas silent once again. For the last time, I hoped. Only one last thing to say. One matter of importance dredged up from the fading remnants of my past life, like a gemstone dug out of the sand. Tell Alexander I didn't want to wake him this morning. Tell him my faith is stronger than ever. I believe he will change the world. Sion, wait! Stop him! With a sweep of my hand, I batted away their feeble attempts to stay me. Instead, I turned away from everything I knew and walked into the land that was my true home. Chapter 28. I stepped past the first pair of pillars. The fury in my head fell quiet, as when a storm passes overhead. I braced for the onslaught beyond the eye. Nothing. I kept walking. Past the second pair. The night was warm and profoundly still. No stirring of wind or night bird's cry. No creature rustling the grass. No Rei Kira anywhere that I could detect. Above me sprawled a dome of stars, an array so brilliant that the shadows of the pillars lay across the white dust of the path as sharp-edged rectangles. When would it begin? With every step between the ranks of white pillars I expected it. The fire, the pain, the struggle for control, the horrifying certainty of invasion. By the time I had traversed the length of the gateway, through the 60 pairs of pillars that were the reflection of the ranked columns in the human world, the smudge of light that marked the portal was no longer visible behind me. Before me, the silent countryside was bathed in starlight. Stands of gigantic trees in full leaf stood here and there, absolutely still in the silvered light, as if their very growth was suspended for the time. The ponds that lay in the hills and meadows might have been breeding pools for stars. I stepped past the last pair of pillars. Still nothing. I gazed out across the rolling landscape, yet every sense was turned inward. What was my name? Sion, of course. No hesitation. No confusion. How old was I? 38. Could that be all? Who was my family? Gareth, a gentleman who loved books, a tenidar, required to work the fields of Azaria because he had no Melida, slain by a Derzi sword on the day I became a slave. Joel, a weaver, the powerful protector of our settlement in southwestern Azaria, dead of fever when I was 12. Hélène, bright and loving elder sister, dead, too, struck down too young as she tried to defend our land from the invading Derzi. Slowly, carefully I released my breath. Despite the warm night, I shivered as would a man afflicted with ague. My palms were dripping. Blood, not sweat, as I discovered when I unclenched my fists and examined my hands. My own hands. I could tell the tale of each scar. The knuckle graze from a slip of my first knife. The ragged tear made by a razor-edged dragon wing in a long-ago demon combat. The calloused ridges about my wrists from slave rings. And now these bleeding gouges made by terror. My scars. My tales. My blood. Mine. Yet truly there was more. Beyond the pools and grassy hills, a dense forest stretched before me to the horizon. The river beyond the forest was called the Sergio, the Bone River, because of its white rocks. The mountains beyond the river were called Zethar Erol, the Teeth of the Wind. At one time this path of crushed white stone beneath my feet had led— where? A town? No, more like a village, yet not even that. We hadn't clustered together like humans, but had spread our houses throughout the countryside, for we could travel easily, fly if we wished, to find anything or anyone we needed. We, the Recanare, who made our home in this land. Knowledge of the world I walked was neither wrenched from reluctant hands, nor yielded grudgingly to serve a common need. Mine, too, these things. Just above the western horizon was a pattern of 10 stars. The Harper, we had called it in my youth. Not my time of growing in Azaria, but seasons spent here. I had always been fascinated by the stars, and in the space of 5 minutes I named 50 of them and located the wanderers. The blue Carab, seen only in autumn, and Elimiel, red companion to the sun, showing itself only near sunrise and sunset, and Valagora, the brightest object in the sky next to the moon itself, the larger moon that existed here in Kir Navarin, my home. I knelt down at the edge of the path and scrabbled feverishly in the thick grass until I could scrape up a handful of dirt. I squeezed my hand around it and inhaled its rich aroma, evoking an inner understanding that told me I was 3 days' walk from home. And anger rose from my depths and thundered through my veins like the spring torrents from off the mountains. Lost for so long in the dark and frozen wasteland, deprived of the dome of stars, of this sweet-scented earth, so much lost, stolen, torn away in fire and Jasnir smoke. I had never wanted to believe that we were bound to flesh. Despicable, cowering, always hungering flesh. I wrenched my thoughts away from this uncomfortable path. Emotions that had entwined themselves in my blood and bone. What was my name? Seon. Who was my family? Gareth, Joel, Elen, Isan, who had been queen, Ivandiarg, dead. All of them dead, save the child who was dead to me, for I had given him away. And no further answer came to me. Good. Knowledge is welcome, nothing more. But I hungered for more, like a beggar who arrives at last at the alms gate, only to hear the bar falling into place inside the door. So, make the best of new knowledge. I needed to plan my course. Go to the Gamarand Wood and investigate its mysteries. Find the Rei Kera and discover why their life was failing. Learn anything and everything that might help me understand the one I had come here to face. Why was I the only one who could free the prisoner in the tower? Why was I so sure that I could moderate Niel's hatred, when I knew so little of its cause and so little of his power? He could not be trusted. What was the nature of his prison? The wall and the Gamarand Wood. The answers I craved were waiting for me here. And power. Such Melita in this land, flowing into me with every breath, every step through every sense. Its force building like a dammed-up river, waiting. So, what might I already know of the danger in Tirad Nor? I, who remained Seon, yet knew more than Seon. Gingerly I pushed open the doors of remembrance. I knew everything of life in Kir Vaganoth, of my 1,000 years of bitter exile, but beyond that, from the time before the split, The time here in my own true life. Very little. A few names, a few images unrelated to my fundamental questions. We had traveled the ways as Blaze did. We favored unleavened bread. Those who lived in the far north raced wind boats that skimmed the surface of frozen lakes. A child's naming day was in his 12th year of life. No answers. No stores of knowledge about Niel or the prison or prophecies or reasons. What I found were the scraps and cast-offs left behind in a herdsman's camp when the people had long moved on. Disconcerting. Perhaps I was still holding back, masking the important things in my fear of the demon joining. Tentatively, carefully, not daring to believe that I had passed the moment of greatest danger, I relaxed the internal barriers. Silence. Stillness. No raging demon. No hidden knowledge of Tir Adnor. No answers. Whatever remained of Denas was already a part of me. Everything else was lost. I knew what Gordain must have felt when he first woke to see the void where his leg had once been. I struck out across the hillside through grass as high as my knee and down a slope toward one of the pools. My throat felt like sand. I dropped to my knees and dipped my hands into the still water, swirls of blood disturbing the pure reflection of the stars as I scooped out great handfuls of water and doused my fevered head and poured it down my throat. Only as I tasted the flat, metallic trace of blood in the water did I think of what I was doing. Washing my bloody hands directly in the pond and drinking the same water. Forbidden by Azarian law for 1,000 years, lest we come to revel in the taste of blood and filth, and thus allow a demon into our souls. I yanked my hands out of the pool, and as the ripples settled, my face came into view, a dark reflection that blocked out a portion of the stars. Nervous, apprehensive, yet driven to discover what I had become, I peered into my own eyes, using my warden's sight to look past the blue fire and into the darkness beyond, into the abyss. I started laughing then, wrapping my arms over my head and pressing my forehead to the cool grass. The truth was waiting there inside me. Vainly I tried to retreat, to force my mind back to the world I had just abandoned, to forge a stronger link that might hold me to my purpose. But my own investigations would have to wait. Niel was reaching for me even now, my eyes and thoughts drawn to him as a blooming flower bends to face the sun. "You said you would come back to finish our game. Are you ready?" The voice was everywhere. Inside, outside, in my mind, in my ears. The voice of my dreams. "Of course not," I said, kneeling on the silver-kissed grass. "Of course not," I said, kneeling on the silver-kissed grass, as the tide of inevitability swept me onward. Who could ever be ready to game with a god? Not I, whose prideful resolve to save the world on my own terms had left me vulnerable to his seductions, whose very strength had played into my enemy's hands. While struggling to bind Denas, I had allowed Niel to take such a grip on my heart and mind and soul that to deny him would tear me asunder. I could no more refuse his summons than I could cut off my own hand. He laughed, not unkindly. "Come then, and we will talk a while before we play." I folded my arms across my breast and transformed, then flew across the dark and silent land to Tir Adnor. He was waiting on the ramparts of the night, as I had always known he would be. Chapter 29. "Did you sleep well?" The cool, damp tartness of a fall morning poured through the open doors and windows as I walked into the room, and Niel raised his glass to me. "I appreciate your indulgence of a night without dreams," I said, selecting a cup of fragrant tea from a sideboard laden with every delicacy that one might desire for a morning meal. We were in the same room as before, the high-ceilinged room with the tall windows overlooking the garden, the mantelpiece carved in the form of man and woman, and the game board set before the cheerful fire, waiting for me. I had forgotten what it was like to really sleep. "Now you are here, I can converse with you face to face. In the meanwhile, I had to make my points as best I could. You were so everlasting slow in coming back." His pique had shown more forcefully at his initial greeting, when my feet had touched the ramparts on the previous night. This morning his chiding was more of a reminder than a reproach, a positioning, setting the groundwork for our relationship. He was feeling more expansive and satisfied on this morning. I was here. That's what he had wanted all along. "Several matters needed my attention," I said. "An inordinate number of problems have cropped up everywhere of late." "And still you lay these problems at my feet." I watched his deep, clear eyes, so striking in his gray, bearded face. He knew very well of my beliefs and my hopes, and my fears, all so foolishly revealed in our first encounter. I would have to do better at keeping my counsel. I stand here drinking your tea. I wear no weapon. Indeed, my own weapons and the grimy clothes I had stripped off the previous night had vanished before morning. I had waked in the vast bedchamber to find a copper tub of delightfully hot water sitting ready in a patch of sunlight. For the first time in months I could enjoy myself by getting thoroughly clean. But gnawing disdain for such self-indulgence, as well as impatience to get on with whatever my host had in mind for me, spoiled my pleasure, and had me out of the bath quickly. Laid out on my bed were linen undergarments, dark breeches and hose, a silk shirt of forest green, and vest and boots of pale leather as soft as a child's cheek. Even a dark green ribbon to tie back my wet hair. And beside the clothes lay a sword and a dagger and a wide leather belt with beautifully tooled sheaths for each weapon. The sword was fine, a long, tapering blade of gleaming steel, a comfortable and elegant grip of metal rings, suitable for one or two hands, and a simple, rounded pommel, substantial enough to balance the long blade. The guard was slightly curved, and both pommel and guard were chased with silver in a pleasing pattern of vines and leaves. The dagger was similar, simple in design, perfect in balance and edge. I did not strap them on. To wield a weapon of Niel's giving would surely be an act of significance that I could not yet fully comprehend. Best to leave them where they lay. And, indeed, who were they to be used on? Niel answered that question without my asking. "Of course, you have no need for swords and daggers here. But knowing how you value your training for your human enterprises, I thought you might enjoy superior weapons," he said, taking up a plate of bread and sausage and carrying it to a table that sat beside the open doors to the garden. His evocation of the word human carried only a modest level of disgust. "Come now, eat. Share my hospitality, and then we'll have Casparian come and show you about my fortress. I'd like to think you'll stay for a while. Learn, listen, and only then decide on your future. And mine. I've been waiting a very long time for you. Until we resolve our differences, I have nowhere else to be." For myself, I was not feeling particularly expansive. However, I would appreciate a quick resolution. Quick, eh? Niel stabbed a knife into a sausage and examined it before taking a bite off the end. And when you've done with the lunatic Madonai, you think to go back to your human master and serve him again? Be his instrument of war? Save him from the consequences of his own human... Ah! He tossed his knife and his savory burden onto his plate. Not a good beginning. I told you we would talk first. I took up a slice of smoked fowl, 3 oatcakes, and a handful of strawberries and joined him at his table. I'll answer your questions when you answer mine, I said. The only difficulty is choosing which one to ask first. Something about 3 imprisoned wardens in Kir Vaganath, or the assassination of an emperor, or perhaps an inquiry related to the homecoming of the Rei Kira, who are not finding Kir Navarin to be a long-lived solution to their problems. They're afraid to sleep. You do know they've come back here. I dived into the food as if I were in no hurry for answers. Posturing. We might have been boys strutting our wooden weapons before each other. Only his had a steel edge, I feared, while mine was but bark and splinters. He grimaced and ran a thumb over his knife hilt. All right, fair enough. Though I kept my attention on my breakfast, I felt his old, young eyes linger on my face for a while before settling to his plate. I experimented to make sure I could still breathe after the pressure of his scrutiny. He picked up his knife and cut off another bit of his sausage, but toyed with it instead of eating. I think I used up all my stores of polite conversation a very long time ago, he said gruffly. With so much to say between us, so much to learn, to teach, to understand, I find it difficult to speak of the weather, which looks to be fair until late today, or the food, which, as you see, is nothing remarkable. Everything here is remarkable, I said, finishing off my unremittingly bland but quite adequate meal. My own presence not least of all. Before you do with me as you will, I would like to understand the fundamental question. Why am I here? I told you before that I alone had the power to set you free, that's what you said. And it's true. The sausage might have been stuffed with diamonds, for the intense attention he was giving it. Subtlety, it seemed, had gone the way of polite conversation. But that was not and is not the answer to the question, I said. Your aim is not to be free. You would never have allowed me to see your hand in the world if that was your objective. Somehow you've caused these horrors, and you've made them live in my mind until I forbid myself to sleep, until I've begun to see them before my eyes every minute of every day. You've infected me with your own madness so that I can't even remember which of the vile deeds were my own. But I know that in the past few months I have done things I would once have considered reprehensible. Eleanor had seen it, and Katrin and Alexander, and they had tried to tell me that I was not the man they knew. 3 worlds are on the brink of chaos, I said, and I believe you are responsible. You know I cannot and will not share your hatred of humans, and so I could never set you free, not feeling as you do. I must assume that I'm here for some other reason. A gust of wind through the open window flapped the long draperies and toppled a vase of flowers that sat between us, spilling a puddle of water that raced for the edge of the table and dribbled onto the patterned carpet. Niel picked up the flowers and threw them out of the window. So you will force me to say it before you could possibly understand. He leaned back in his chair and folded his arms tightly across his chest. Laugh if you will. I want to give you a gift. I was a very long way from laughter. He looked away quickly, but I had already seen the welling tears. Not for the long-dead Madonai, not for Kir Navarin, not for freedom lost or a wasted life. His tears were for me. My bones and blood ached with his grief, as if they understood truths that my mind did not. I was at a loss, all my anger, fear, and resolution made insignificant in an instant. Tell me, Niel.
Since you're so impatient to know everything and be away from here, we'll get on with it, he interrupted brusquely as he reached for a slab of bread and began spreading butter on it. Go fetch Kasparian. Straight back from the main doors and then down the grey stair into the heart of the castle. And you'll find him in his workroom practicing his sword work. Tell him I need his hand.
Go on, then. He took a huge bite and waved me off, keeping his eyes on his food. I rose, bowed, and left him, more confused than ever. The castle was larger than it appeared from the outside and quite beautiful throughout. The furnishings were spare and elegant, like Niel himself. The staircases were wide and graceful, the rooms large, with high ceilings and tall windows to let in light and air. Clerestory windows of colored glass gleamed in the morning sun, casting jeweled beams of red and blue and green about the vast spaces. Tirad Nor was not a fortress built to repel an enemy or punish a criminal, but a palace to house a lord. Its rooms were crafted with care and comfort in mind, and its defenses were not thick walls and arrow slots, but pervasive enchantments. I was not a ghost this time, and though distracted with the mysterious emotional interchange just ended, I could feel the thrum of power in the air, like the charge before a thunderstorm. As a matter of curiosity, while I paused and gaped at a lovely sculpture garden that extended as far as I could see to right and left, I cast a small enchantment. A soft breeze stirred the flowered vines that hung from pillars and trellises, wafting the scent of roses and lilacs past my nose. No alarm bells rang at my working sorcery within a prison built to contain it. No one came running. No doom fell upon me. I walked on through another passage that opened onto a well-stocked library and a music room furnished with harps and viols, with gleaming brass horns of every size hanging on the walls, and a silver flute laid carefully on a brass music stand, not stacked and jammed in boxes and shelves as in the cluttered rooms of my palace in Kier-Vaganoth, but arranged neatly, ready for use by someone who knew what they were. 5 broad, red-tiled steps led me downward into a vaulted cloister that skirted a fountain court, and just beyond it I found a wide gray stair spiraling downward. The passage seemed to lead down under the castle, so I was surprised to find it funneling me toward an arched glare of sunlight. Caution aborted further exploration and held me in the shadowed passage, for I heard the unmistakable clash of steel. At least 3 swords beyond the arch. Harsh breathing. Muttered curses. A muffled groan. A grunt of triumph. I peered around the brick pillar. One man sprawled face down on the fine gravel of a sun-drenched courtyard. You didn't need to see the white ribs exposed by a gruesome wound to know that he was dead. Casting grotesque shadows on the whitewashed walls, 2 other swordsmen circled in deadly combat. One of them the tall Madonai, Kasparian. A thick-set, leather-clad man swung ferociously at Kasparian, only to have his blow aborted in shivering power by the Madonai's blade. In one smooth motion, Kasparian brought his heavy sword around swiftly into an upward countercut, striking at the swordsman's weak side before the man could set up an effective guard. Blood welled from a gash in the man's side. Only because he had staggered off balance from the abrupt end of his own forceful attack did he avoid losing an arm to Kasparian's strike. He recovered quickly and came after the Madonai again, his face a mask of dour certainty, not yet ready to yield to sure defeat, leading Kasparian into another exchange that left the Madonai bleeding heavily from his left arm. The two of them were masters of the art. With maneuvers devoid of excess movement or posturing, they stepped smoothly from one brutal closure to another, until a sweating Kasparian took advantage of his adversary's overextended stance and swept a cutting blow that came near severing the man's thigh. The swordsman cried out and toppled to the ground. Kasparian kicked the man's sword away, turned his back on his fallen opponents, the one already dead and the one quickly bleeding out his life, and began to wipe the blood from his long, wide blade with a gore-smeared cloth. Before I could blink, the dying man had pulled out a dagger and, against every possibility, raised it high and let it fly toward Kasparian's back. Incapable of judging right or wrong in the combat, I cried a warning, sure it would come too late. But Kasparian swung around and blocked the flying weapon with his half-clean sword. The dagger glanced off the blade and spun through the sunlight, and vanished before it touched the ground, as did the blood-soaked victims. The explosion of power almost knocked me off my feet. They were enchantments, I said aloud, though it was for my own enlightenment I spoke, certainly not his. Creations, like the servants. Kasparian looked me over and snorted in contempt. You are as blind as you are weak. He went back to his cleaning. Niel bids you come, I said. The big man carefully wiped the crevices beside the guard and sheathed his weapon. Another mystery. The blood did not vanish with the corpses. These creations were not wholly illusions, then. He's taking you out already. Taking me out? It's not my place to explain. He stripped off his blood-stained shirt and threw it to the dirt, then doused his head and arms and shoulders with water from a spewing fountain set into one wall of the courtyard. When the blood was washed from his left arm, only a thin scratch remained of his severe wound. I should think your place would be whatever you please after what you've done, I said, even while staring at his arm. How many times over could I have used such healing power? You've given your life to serve. He spun on his heel and grabbed the front of my shirt, pulling me to within a hand's breadth of his face. Do not tell me what I've given, human spawn, he said. You can have no concept of it. Even now that you have taken on this broken remnant of a true being. I never had any use for you before, and now you come here in this mockery, and I am expected to give way to you. I, a Madonai, his atelier. I would trade 5,000 lifetimes in this prison for one moment's freedom to repay your treachery. Take your hand off me, I commanded, knowing with unexplainable surety that to react less severely to Kasparian's insolence would be to invite yet another danger I was ill prepared to face. Droplets of water fell onto his fiery cheeks from his gray-streaked hair, rolling down into his mustache and beard. He was a portrait of fury, unless you looked close enough to see the pain in his eyes. Niel's gift, whatever it might be, was not for him, nor were the old Madonai's tears, and I, ignorant of his grievance, did not even know enough to say I was sorry. He shoved me away and snatched a tan shirt that hung on a peg embedded in the wall. With long strides he led me out of the sunny courtyard, throwing the garment over his wide shoulders. I know him, I thought with quick, confusing insight. The eye that is not Seon. I also noted that, as soon as we walked into the shadowed passageways, the sunlit arch behind us was transformed into a very ordinary doorway with a dim and cavernous room beyond it. Was the courtyard no more real than the combatants? The blood had not vanished, though, Niel was waiting at the game board.
"I told you he would come, old friend. Your doubts are proved unworthy."
Kasparian bowed stiffly. So he has shown willingness to consider your offer. He had not behaved so formally on my ghostly visit. This tension between the two was new. Niel fingered the obsidian king that sat well defended in one corner of the board.
"I thought to show him first, one venture, and then explain more fully. How can he choose without seeing?"
"You will assist me yet again, good Kasparian?" This question bore so much more than words. The essence of Kasparian's grievance. I was right in the middle of it and had no hint of the reason.
"I am ever yours to command, my lord."
Niel nodded graciously, offering Kasparian dignity, if not the substance of whatever it was the big Madonite craved. Kasparian pulled a third chair close beside the table, facing the fire, as Niel waved me to the empty seat opposite him.
"Come, lad, don't be nervous. I'm not going to corrupt you further. Perhaps you'll have a new view of matters before we've done. I am prevented from wielding power on my own, a condition of my confinement. But I was left one source of amusement, as you've guessed."
"Dreams," I said, lowering myself to the wooden chair opposite Niel and to the right of Kasparian, all speculation as to these undercurrents erased by the promise of enlightenment. "You can shape dreams."
"My jailer was intelligent enough to realize that to live a Madonai's full lifetime without any contact with the world was cruelty far beyond death. And he was never cruel."
Niel's eyes were so deep and so dark, blue and black become one rich color, that as I sought for understanding, I felt myself sinking into their depths, cold and clear as blue-black water engulfing me. The room, the fire, the daylight fell away behind me. I had no sense of danger, or perhaps it was that every breath of my life was fraught with danger in that hour, and this journey was nothing different. If I was to learn, then I had to let Niel show his hand. This was the path I had chosen. For good or ill, for death or life, Gaspar had said. And so I let him take me deeper yet, the icy touch of the dark water on my skin pricking my senses awake. A blast of bitter wind almost tore my fingers from the edge of the cliff. The clouds were on top of me, ragged, ripped with the wind and lightning. If it began to rain, I would be done for. Slowly, my shoulders on fire, I hoisted myself up. 1 mezit, 2. A bit more and I could risk moving one hand, reaching for the stump of twisted pine just beyond the rim. My broken legs dangled in useless agony into the chasm. No help there. Every breath was a fiery lance. The howling from below me. Oh, holy gods, they were waiting for my fall. Don't look down. Don't listen. The wind blew dirt in my face, wafting the stench from below, devouring the last of the light. Another gust, tugging at my dead legs. Fingernails ripped. A slip. The dirt so loose. Spatters of rain. A glimpse downward where the howling grew louder, triumphant. The pits. The abyss. Pain unending. Darkness unyielding. Forever. The dirt began to crumble beneath my hands. The stump of pine shifted farther away. I clawed at the earth. No, oh, Holy Mother, please don't let me fall. I'll go mad in the darkness.
Go on, lad. Help him. It's what you wanted to do instead of coming here.
The urgent voice drew me out of the vision. My hands still trembled. The wind still whined, and the howling still had my blood cold. But I could no longer feel the loosening edge of the cliff. And well you should help, knowing that your own people have caused his torment. They sent him to this place. They caused this war for fear of me and have resisted the truth all these years, making matters worse, sending the poor Gastai back to Kir Vaganoth over and over until they went mad from it. "What is this place?" I said, my voice shaking with the fear and pain of the desperate man as I watched the wind whip the crooked pine. "What's happening? What do I do?"
"Summon your power. Become his waking shadow. My jailer has bound me to this fortress, and so I can only observe and speak and counsel. This boy needs no counsel. He needs your hand, your strength, your care. He is on the verge of yielding his soul, and you, of all men, know these pitiful creatures that hunger for him. Do not condemn him to this perverse joining. Use the power you have been given." I struggled with confusion, half in, half out of the vision. This is someone's dream. A poor prisoner's dream. One of your own. You can help him, fight for him, take him where he never thought to go. But with caution, always. It is so easy to break a mind if you reveal too much of yourself. Exactly as you learned in your training. Those you helped never could know that a battle had been fought in their soul. One of my own, a warden in the pits of Kir Vaganoth, clinging to his soul, dreaming his last dream of light. If I could help him, set loose your power. To save him you must give all of yourself. No holding back, no allowing fear to cripple you as you have done in the past. With no more idea what I was doing than a youth pursuing his first love, I summoned my Melida and unleashed the flood. My power had been building since the moment I stepped through the pillars of Daziet Homol, and the torrent surged through my body and soul, through limbs and loins and heart. Such grandeur, such harmony, such glory at my beck that I cried out with the awe and joy of it. I was newborn in that moment, a being of power who could live in dreams, who could cross the boundaries of worlds with my thoughts, who could shape enchantments so glorious as to burst the heart. This is but the beginning, lad. You are still bound to earth and flesh, but I can set you free. If you but say the word, everything will be yours as was ordained from the beginning of time. I would hear him, but I had things to do that could not wait. I closed my eyes, touched my power, and embraced the warden's fading dream. Chapter 30. "Take my hand," I said, stretching out as far as I could manage on the cliff top. "I won't let you fall." Through the murk, I could see only his pain-filled eyes and the hands that clawed at the crumbling earth. "It's all right. I'm here to help you." Yellow lightning split the growing darkness, and the ground shook with thunder as the clouds released the deluge. "We'll get you out of this." With one more extension, I touched his fingers. A flare of hope in his despair, and he lunged upward, catching my fingertips just as I clamped my left hand on his wet wrist and heaved. "Now hold on tight," I said, gritting my teeth against the pull of his weight. He held, and I opened my eyes to frigid darkness.
What expression of words or images can conjure a moment of perfect horror? No matter what the mind's true voice professes, when you smell and feel, taste and see the stuff of your worst nightmare, it is difficult to believe you are not living it. Absolute darkness, bitter cold, the stench of human blood and waste, and the acrid residue that torture leaves on unwashed skin. A floor that has no more substance than the unyielding midnight enveloping body and soul. For one terrible instant I believed that the past year had been but a delusion, and that I was still captive in the pits of Keir Vaganoth. But then I felt someone beside me, sobbing quietly in the darkness. I recognized that anguish, the hopelessness of pain that never eased, of feeling reason guttering like the flames of a spent candle. "Don't be afraid," I whispered, laying one hand on his huddled back and another on his arm to keep him from scrambling away in shock. His skin was cold and damp with sweat, and he was quivering like a frightened animal. "I've come to get you out." "Who's there?" I dreamed. A trembling hand touched my arm, then recoiled sharply. "No one there." "No one. A trick, aren't you?" "The devil's trick." Through the palpable darkness I felt him retreat into himself and begin rocking back and forth. The prisoner's comfort, and the madman's. "I won't tell you anything. Do as you will." Even in this dreadful place, I could smile. I recognized the voice and the determination. Dreech. "Hush, stubborn lad. I'm no trick. Seems you're not an easy man to kill. Last time I saw you, we were in another vile predicament, but we both survived it." The rocking stopped, and soon I felt the cold hand again, fumbling about my shoulder and then my face, until it rested on my left cheekbone where I wore the Dursey scar. "Master, is it you?" "Oh, gods. Please be real. Oh, holy gods." "It's all right," I whispered, gathering the trembling Dreech into my arms, as if I could shield him from one more moment of fear and pain if I could but get enough of myself around him. "I'm quite real, I think, though some questions remain as to how I got here. Can you walk?" "Not sure." His teeth chattered so violently he could scarcely speak. The pits were buried beneath the surface of Keir Vaganoth, not so bitter as the windy landscape above, but carved from ice nonetheless, with no scrap of softness or comfort to ease the brutal cold. "Let's get you on your feet." I draped his arm across my shoulders and hauled him up. A quickly muffled cry told me that his injuries were not confined to his dreams, but I dared not cast a light to examine him or keep him one moment longer in that place. I had no idea of how long I could remain with him on this magical journey, or what power I might possess to fend off his captors. "This way," I said, steadying him as we walked, using my senses and the memories I had inherited from Dinas to choose our direction through the stinking nothingness, trying to ignore the surety of demons lurking nearby. We climbed a short, sloping way, and I soon felt a hard surface beneath my feet, rather than the formless uncertainty of the pits. To walk out of the pits of the Gastei was no easy matter for either the demons or their unlucky prisoners. You could wander forever, yet have strayed no more than 10 paces from where you'd begun, unless you had been told the secrets of the ever-changing passages, or happened to be the one who had devised the confusions of enchantment that kept the mad ones locked away. And so I had done in my 1,000-year exile, trying to protect my people from their degenerate brethren, I who had made my home in Keir Vaganoth, not I who had been imprisoned here. My head came near splitting from the effort of thinking in such ways. How stupid. attempting to keep separate all the memories that insisted on jumbling themselves together. Though I had given Danas no time to remember his life before the split, all his knowledge and experience of this world lay at my beck, become part of me at the moment of our initial joining. 1,000 years were mine, every bit as much as my childhood in Azaria or my years of bondage to the Dersey. Piercing howls like the cries of the Zydeg, the desert scavenger wolf, broke out behind us. Dreech faltered, moaning softly and sinking toward the ground, trying to shrink into a knot. "They'll not have you," I whispered, gently forcing him up again, trying to move him faster through the dark emptiness as the soul-shriveling noise grew close. "I swear to you." A quarter of an hour of hard going, and I sensed a solid wall looming in front of us. I felt my way along it, searching for the brittle edges and rough joinings for the exact spot, speaking the finding words until the cold stone gave way beneath my hand, and we almost fell into a narrow passage. I urged Dreech deeper into the warren until the hunting cries grew faint again, and we came to the seal of power that kept the first door hidden from those confined to the pits. "Close your eyes. No one can see us here, so I'm going to make a bit of light. Only a little, lest I sear his eyes, deprived of light for so many months." The muted gray gleam illuminated a small circular chamber hewn from ice and stone. Dreech leaned against one wall, his head bent almost to his knees, fighting to get enough air while taking only the shallowest of breaths. His emaciated body was bruised and crusted with filth, blood seeping from deep lacerations on his face and back and chest. Claw marks, it appeared. One eye was scarred shut, burn scars, and he held his left arm clamped tightly to his body. "2 others," he said between gasps, his good eye squeezed shut. "Don't know where, or even if they're living. Demons tried to make me tell their names. I might have done it. Gods forgive me, I don't even know." "You've done your best. You've not yielded your own name, so I would guess you've not yielded anyone else's either." "Always is so young, master." "Barely 19. Dreech himself was no more than 23, though he must be feeling as old as time itself, I knew, after half a year in the pits. "I heard him screaming long ago. Ages ago. Such horrid screams." Tears rolled from his closed eye, streaking his filthy cheek. "I don't think he could be alive." Damnable dilemma. The howling, though distant, had not stopped, and I well knew the dreadful vengeance the mad demons would inflict on any remaining prisoners. Yet since I could not understand the terms of my presence or the method of my departure, I dared not risk vanishing before helping at least one of them out. If safety was to be found in Kir Vaganoth, and despite my swearing there was no assurance of that, then I'd best get Dreech to it. "I'm going to take you out of here first," I said. "Find you some help. Then I'll try to come back for the others. If I can't do it, it will be up to you as soon as you're able." Of course, first I had to make sure I remembered how to get anyone out of the pits. The chamber appeared to have no doorway save the one we had come in, but I knew another opening existed, one that led to a steep stairway and into yet another chamber with a portal to the outside world. Concentrate. Think. Remember. Back to the time when you finally realized that the mad ones could no longer be allowed to roam free, and you shaped this place. I traced the threads of memory until I found the right words, and then, with a surge of Melita, I unmasked the seal, a tangle of frosted light set into a frame of ice twice my height. To my dismay, I found the seal in tatters, the traces of colored light thin and faded, the enchantments weak or broken. Any of the villainous Gasti who had a dram of sense remaining would be able to walk right through the door. And where were those who should have been maintaining it? The healthy Rei Kira who had volunteered to stay behind and guard this passage. Another job to do before I left Kier Vaganoth. Seal this opening and find someone to guard it. But first things first. Come on, then. Just a little more and you can rest. I got Dreech up the steps and into another chamber, quite like the last, save for a raised black square of stone in its exact center. Hold on to your stomach, I said, taking firm hold of the flagging warden and getting him onto the black stone. This will be a bit unsettling. At my invocation, a demon word that meant proceed, we were plunged into a nauseating blur of whirling gray. I pushed forward 10 difficult paces. With the 11th, Dreech and I stepped into a snowy wilderness. A blast of frigid wind laced with sleet slammed into us, staggering my companion, raking our exposed skin, threatening to suck the air from our lungs. Kier Vaganoth was the place of our 1,000-year exile, a sunless wasteland of constant storms, of unending winter, of savagery and despair that we had shaped into a semblance of life. We had made beauty, even in such a place as this. We had survived. With a howl louder than the mad Gasti, the wind tore at my hair and my shirt and spit snow into my eyes. But I would neither cover myself nor bow before it. Rather, I let it scour my face, relishing its brutal power, allowing it to feed the pride and anger that threatened to burst the bonds of my flesh. We who had survived here were the true beings, yet we had been discarded like scraps of putrid meat. How had such a travesty come about? Master? Dreech was clothed only in the ragged remnant of a tunic, and the moment's exposure to the wind had him shivering uncontrollably, his lips and nose quickly taking on the dead white of frostbite. What had I thought to do with the man? I was here by virtue of his dream, our contact made into flesh by my power and Niel's gift. I had no idea of my limits, but logic and instinct told me that they would not encompass taking another being of flesh back with me to Kier Navarin. That meant I had to find out if any Rei Kira survived here beside the mad ones, and if so, to persuade them to care for Dreech until an Aife could open a portal to let him out. I needed to find Valine, for her power and my castle would be the last stronghold in Kier Vaganoth. No time to consider the discomfort of such a meeting. Poor Dreech was freezing. Shaking off my distractions, I shifted quickly to my winged form. Let's see if we can find a bit of shelter. As if slammed by the wind, Dreech fell back against the wall of ice that housed the portal and the gate to the pits and dropped to his knees, his battered mouth working without success to form words, and his dark eyes staring at me with such awe as if he'd seen the heavens open up to swallow him. I couldn't understand it. He had seen me winged in our last battle, and had heard the stories of my change since he was a beginning student. But when I reached out and said I'd carry him for a while, so we didn't have to slog through hip-deep snow to find a place to hide him, I realized that more had changed than wings. I was on fire, or at least had taken on the appearance of it. Golden light enveloped my entire body, which seemed still to be my own, save for a slight increase in bulk and the absence of familiar scars. I could judge these things quite well, as I was now naked save for a sword belt of pale leather. Even the slave mark on my shoulder had vanished. I touched the left side of my face. No, that one remained. The scaly imprint of falcon and lion on my cheekbone was still cold and dead, as was the long knotted scar on my right side. But the other marks were gone, and the rest of me was quite warm, despite the radical change in dress. I shrugged. I must have done something different in my shifting, but that wasn't it. As I hefted the wretched, speechless Dreech in my arms and took flight, I considered my shape and tried to slough off the glaring oddities, or at least reshape some clothes, but I could not find the pattern. It was as if, instead of imposing an enchantment, I had removed it, as if I wore my own true form and had forgotten the steps needed to modify it. But to investigate such a matter while battling the wind was impossible, burdened as I was with the awkward weight of the young man, and peering through the murk in search of familiar landmarks. First things first. I flew above the snowy landscape hunting for the houses built by the strongest of the Rei-Kira. Though most had been abandoned when we left Kirvaganoth, they should still stand to mark the way. Confusing. I couldn't find any of them. At last, a broken tower poking up from the snowfields drew me closer to the ground, and I discovered ruins buried under ice and snow. Staying low, I followed a path that told of long months of progressive war and destruction. Eventually, I came to the Rudai city, the sprawling shell that we had built in imitation of the cities the Gastai saw on their sojourns in the human world. The towers, temples, walkways, and houses had stood dark and deserted for uncounted years, and remained so, what little of them still existed. The city was rubble. I flew onward over the long, low workshop buildings where the Rudai Circle had shaped everything from chairs to poultry, from gowns to wine to frost-carved roses that did everything but grow. All were now gutted and filled with drifted snow. War had passed over all of this land. Had anyone survived it? Apprehensive, I flew on toward the castle I'd had built to house both friends and enemies. Friends, so I could protect them. Enemies, so I could watch them. One of my enemies had been left behind when we abandoned Kirvaganoth. Genod, who had tried to force the joining with the human. Me, and lead the opening of Kir Navarin himself. He had intended to destroy the Azarians and free the prisoner in Tir Adnor, but I had outmaneuvered him and left him imprisoned in the pits with the mad Gastai. When I saw and felt and heard a whirlwind of darkness on the horizon, where I should have seen ice towers piercing the clouds, I thought of the broken door seal on the pits. No Gastai could have wreaked such havoc on all we had built here. Only a Nevai, one of our most powerful circle, could have done so. Genod was free. A little further, and I glimpsed the castle towers above the whirlwind. 1, 2, 3 at least, still intact. From inside the dark wall of the storm, I heard the howling din of full-scale demon battle. I knew this was too easy, I said to Dreech. Hold on. I gathered speed and streaked through the storm, penetrating the black wall. In the murk were beasts of every kind, changing shape even as I passed, clawing each other, flying, wrestling on the ground, their fur or scales or wings whipped by the circling wind. I dodged a dragon's blast of fire, barely missed having my legs sheared off by razor-edged wings, and then flew high to avoid a pair of bear-like creatures that tore at each other with steel claws. 3 slavering wolves charged again and again at a breached wall, where a single Rei-Kira wearing a human form was trying to keep them back. The defender would not last long without help. Up and over I flew. Poor Dreech whimpered softly as I shot almost straight down into the clear eye of the whirlwind. Half of my castle lay in ruins. What remained was still marvelously beautiful, its icy facets transforming the fires of destruction into jewel-like iridescence. On its highest battlement stood a figure of silver light, her radiance extending a shield of power to protect the citadel. Her golden hair flew free in the wind, and her white gown might have been a creation of swirling snow. As I circled and set my feet on the ice, her green eyes widened in wonder and touched me with true fire. "My love," she said. "Oh, my dearest love. How is this possible?" Surprise and disbelief must have shaken her composure. She would never have permitted such warmth to show had she been given warning of my coming. Her greeting bore no remnant of the fury of our last meeting, when she had cursed me yet again for abandoning her in favor of duty. We had known my choice would mean losing myself in a human soul, and she had sworn never to forgive me. So many years we had loved. I wrenched myself away from these disturbing thoughts and emotions, the demon's most private memories, and instantly felt shamed. Somehow, in this dreadful place where Dinas had lived and fought and raged against cruel fate, the true horror of what I had done to him for the last year of his existence struck home. I had walled him up in a prison of silence. To crush these last whispers would be murder, as surely as if I had taken my warden's knife and plunged it into his heart. And so I put aside my own guilt and discomfort, and set free the buried memories of Valine and unfulfilled love, allowing them to flood over me. I touched her face and saw her probing hunger. Oh, gods, 1,000 years. But though her gaze searched deep for the passion to match hers, hollow memory was all that remained. All I had to offer was admiration, respect, and the traces of the enchantment she had laid on her captive warden. I had killed the part of me that might respond. She needed to know the truth. "I am not the one you think," I said, unlocking our gaze and crouching down to ease Dreech to the ground. "No matter this aura I happen to have acquired. Or rather, I am he, as we knew would happen, but I am myself as well. Mostly myself. The only thing more difficult than defining my state of mind in my own head was trying to explain it to anyone else. Even to Valine, with whom I had discussed the implications of human joining for 100 years. Valine folded her arms across her breast and bit her lip, smiling in resigned amusement. Then she walked around me slowly, examining every aspect of my flesh in minute detail. I wondered if the ridiculous rush of blood to my cheeks would be as obvious beneath the gold light I wore. Unlike the immodest Derzi, Azarians usually kept themselves clothed. "You wear the color well," she said at last. "Though your body is not quite so beautiful as the one you, Dinas, wore in your time here." Only then did she look me in the eye again, genuine pleasure almost hiding the depths of her sadness. "I am happy to see you, friend Seon." "And I you, lady," I said. "I've come seeking sanctuary for my young friend here, and your aid in retrieving 2 of our brothers who still languish in the pits. Will you grant us your favor?" "You've no need to ask for whatever I have," she said, shrugging off painful truth and shifting her attention to the dazed Dreech. "Welcome, friend of my friend." She crouched down beside the young man and extended her hand. He was staring awestruck at a Rei-Kira wholly at odds with his training and experience, a being of light, color, and beauty that seared the heart, as unlike the monsters who had fashioned his torment as the soft breezes of Azaria were from the storm around us. Remembering my own first glimpse of Valine, I guessed he was no longer noticing the cold. "I've already summoned someone who'll get you warmed and fed," Valine went on. "I regret that our hospitality has so sadly lapsed. No dancing at all. Quite limited sustenance, and we daren't ride out for pleasure. No charming, ever-confused guest such as this one. She nodded her head at me and widened her eyes in teasing. To read for us. And this, she waved her hand at the wild darkness that spun around the castle. Sadly, I might be feeding you in this hour, only to leave you starving and frozen again when the time vessel next empties itself. Genard let them loose. How was he capable of it? Valine flushed. I'm afraid those you left here to guard were not such good jailers. We thought someone would come back for us, but no one did, and with no word of when we might expect it. Have you so forgotten the craving, my love? Her voice was scarcely audible above the storm. We hungered so. Don't blame us. Someone thought to let a few Gasti go hunting, to feed on a human soul and bring back the experiences and sensations to share with those remaining in this wasteland. And the hunters returned worse than ever. Indeed so. Though we don't understand why. Dreams, I said, thinking aloud, putting the evidence together at last, understanding how Niel had been able to touch the Rei-Kira all these 1,000 years. Rei-Kira living in Kir Vaganoth cannot dream. But when the Gasti possess a human soul, they dream, and those dreams can be changed, touched by the one in the tower, just as my dreams were touched. All these years we Azarians have believed that we made the demons worse by our combat. But it was never our doing. It was his. His. So you've gone there. It's complicated, I said, and then took refuge in the problem of the moment. Genard's wearing you down. We'll hold, though I would not refuse a few more warriors were they available. You look quite capable. I've come here by a means I don't quite understand, I said. That's why I'm not sure I can get my 3 young friends out of Kir Vaganoth as yet, and I'm not sure how long I can stay. An ear-splitting screech and a burst of flame drew us to the edge of the battlement. The graceful turret of the outermost tower splintered under the assault of a monstrous bird, sending great shards of ice whirling into the storm. The fragments glinted silver and gold and blue in the firelight, dusting towers and windows and the 3 of us with new frost. The bird's head and long neck were that of a serpent, roughly the diameter of a large tree, its body the size of a house, and its small eyes glowed red. Only a demon of considerable power could shape such a monster. Genard, Valine and I said together. 2 slightly smaller birds with sharp talons and hooked beaks flew out of the broken tower. They were certainly more agile than the serpent bird and ferocious in their defense, but they stood no chance, as the wingspread of the giant bird was so much larger. Even as we watched, one of the smaller birds raked the monster's back with its claws. The serpent's tongue whipped out and caught the harrying defender, who disintegrated in a burst of purple fire. The second defender shot high into the churning sky, then plummeted toward the serpent bird, talons fully extended. The monster's wings swept the air with such force as to flip the smaller bird upside down, the heavy wings slamming into the helpless defender and crumpling its lighter frame. Colored light oozed from the broken bird like living blood, beginning to take a human-like form, but before it could reshape itself, the dazed Rei-Kira was swept away by the dark whirlwind. With a scream of triumph and a flick of its rope-like tongue, the serpent bird returned to its assault on the tower, shattering first one and then another portion, until all that remained of the graceful structure was a glassy mountain of blue-gray ice far below us. Then the bird rose into the air, circled lazily about the castle and laid its red serpent's eye on Valine. Freed from the momentary paralysis induced by the duel, I ran across the frosted battlement. "Someone will come for you, lad," I shouted over my shoulder. "Heal well, and save your brothers. And you, glorious Valine, live forever." Without breaking stride, I leaped up to the Merlon and into the churning air, yanking the sword from the sheath at my side and spreading my golden wings. Drawing Melida from my blood and bone, I summoned the wind to my service and soared upward toward the monster. Chapter 31. A sharp edge bit into my hand, threatening to slice through to bone, and I loosened my grip on the hard, angular lump. What inept sword-maker would leave such a ridge on a sword grip? Even as the stench of burning feathers and seared flesh yielded to scents of roses and tea and wet grass, and the harsh screams of dying monsters gave way to the hiss of quiet rain, the laceration on my palm stung more fiercely, a tether drawing me out of battle and storm. I opened my hand and stared. The black warrior. The obsidian game piece. I had more to do, I said. The gateway to the pits. The 2 other wardens. I set the piece carefully on the game board, forcing my hand not to tremble. My quite ordinary hand with its familiar scars. My bones ached. My shoulders felt raw. The seepage from my throbbing left thigh was surely blood. My right side felt as if a spike had been driven inward and upward into my lung. At least I was clothed again. Nonetheless, I felt vulnerable, flaccid, weak, as if half my blood had been drained away. "Your dreamer must have fallen asleep," said Niel from across the game board. "You cannot remain with him once he sleeps again and begins a new dream." I could not take my eyes from the patterned game board, for in the trickery of light and dark, of pattern and form, I could still catch glimpses of a silver brilliance that pierced whipping clouds to give me heart, of long, difficult hours of combat in my golden form, slaying the serpent bird just when I had begun to fear that I could not. "His waking shadow," I said, "made flesh from his dream." "The Vieto is the rarest of enchantments, even among the Madonai. Passed from master to atelier if the student's power is great enough, if the student's heart is generous enough, if the student's soul is rich enough, to weave it with wisdom. I need to get back to my sword practice." Kasparian shoved his chair away from the table. "You've no need of me any more." His heavy footsteps echoed through the silent house. The voiceless servants came in and stoked the fire and closed the garden doors against the splatter of rain and the rapidly cooling night. Night. I had been in Kier Vaganoth an entire day. The Vieto. "This is how you travel to the human world," I said, looking up at my companion as the last vision faded. "You and your friend Hirdan, who didn't want to be a god." Niel was leaning back in his chair, sipping a glass of wine. "It took me quite a while to realize that I had taken flesh in a true world and was no longer part of a dream, that my deeds in that realm were true events, not just a passing vision. Who could imagine such a thing? I told myself it was dangerous to meddle, foolish to become involved with beings so ephemeral. But I could not stay away from the forest people. They lived in beauty, just as we did here, and I could not understand how they bore such hardships, hunger, disease, and early death.
yet remained so in love with living. I tried to care for them, teach them whatever I could that might ease their way. As time passed, I decided to choose only one of them at a time to be my dreamer. Things get very confusing when you touch too many different minds, and indeed you remain somewhat attached to the person who brings you through. On your recent adventure, for example, you would have found it difficult to stray too far from the young man. You felt the bond with him well beyond your shared experience of torment. True. All true. Why did I take on this altered form? The light, the sword. Is that part of it? I couldn't shape myself the way I wanted. Niel rose and walked to the table in the middle of the room, where carafes of wine and ale stood ready for his choosing. He refilled his glass, filled a second one, and brought it to me. A few stray red droplets fell toward the game board, vanishing the moment they touched it. This enchantment is of the Madonai, not the Recanare. With the Vieto, the enchanter becomes the physical expression of his power. His every other form is but a shadow of this one. And so this was your true Madonai form. A warrior's form, it seems, that tried to show itself. It would always be the shape of your greatest strength, though you surely could have changed to whatever you wished, had you understood how to do so. But you are bound to human flesh, and so your transformation was flawed, incomplete. He settled in his chair again and ran a finger along the smooth edge of the game board. The pain and weariness you feel now are the cost of your human birth, as is the truth that you cannot do this thing of yourself. You needed me to guide the enchantment for you, and you needed Casparian, of course, because the one who stole my name also stole my ability to initiate such workings, or indeed to accomplish any save this one. Another piece slid into place. You can speak in dreams and shape them to your design, I said. But you can't travel through them anymore. Correct. I was able to follow and observe you in your glory this day, but I could not have come to your aid had you needed me. My jailer intended for me only to observe. Amusement glanced across his face, along with the echo of his grieving. He would not be pleased to know I had learned to shape or speak in dreams. So that was why Casparian had let himself be imprisoned with Niel. Without his atelier to initiate the enchantment, Niel would have been without even the small amusement his jailer had left him. His jailer. His son, if the god story was true. A fitting explanation for his edge of bitterness. What of Casparian? I said. He was allowed to keep his name. I needed to understand about names. Casparian was, and is, limited enough that it was not necessary to cripple him. He has no power over dreams. Forgive him his faults. He is a good man. Truth is often the cruelest torment. I stood and walked away from the game table, sensing I was at the verge of some discovery, yet so tired that it might pass without my notice. I thank you for your gift, Niel. The young man I rescued was my own atelier. At least he is free of torment now. He has hope of getting home and some measure of safety, as do the others left there, both human and Reikira. Genad was dead. I could not argue with the satisfactory outcome, though I believed Niel the entire cause of the problem. You're quite confusing me. Was all of this designed to demonstrate the power of the Madonai? If so, the designer had accomplished his goal.
Beneath the mantle of weariness and the remnants of my intoxication, I could feel both the pulsing enormity of my own Melida and the clear and poignant understanding of my lack. I possessed such power as I had yearned for throughout my life, but my human hand could wield only a portion of it. Was that his objective? Was this growing hunger I felt gnawing at my soul a punishment for my ancestors' fault? Truth is often the cruelest torment. I pushed open the garden door that the servants had closed, allowing a wind-borne spray of rain to bathe my face, hoping it might prick my mind awake. Niel came to stand at my shoulder. We were exactly the same height. "Did you think this small grace was what I planned to offer?" he said. "Did you not hear what I told you? I've not brought you here to tantalize you with things you cannot have." What had he said as I fell into his eyes? "This is but the beginning, lad. You said I was bound by earth and flesh, but that you could set me free." The old man's gaze compelled my attention. "What did you mean?" My stomach felt hollow, anticipation bordering on terror. "Of all the Recanare, you have the heart and the wisdom to use the Vieto." "You think me mad." "And indeed I confess it. I have lived too long. My griefs have festered into bitterness and misjudgment. I, too, have done things that I would have considered reprehensible in my youth. You've seen them. But you can make matters right again. Is that not everything you have ever wished to do?" He grasped my shoulders and forced me to look into his eyes, and with a love I could not fathom, they begged me to believe him. "I wish to free you from the cost of your compassion. I can change you, unbind you from all that holds you back, allow you to repair these horrors I have done. You will be as you are meant to be, and I will die unburdened of my sins. Can you comprehend what I offer? I will make you Madonai." A simple matter, he told me, because I was newly joined, because of the power I could bring to the working. My mind and soul, the joining of Seon and the demon, would remain as they were now. Only the nature of my body would change. Still flesh and blood and bone, but purged of those elements that hindered my easy movement through the portals of dreams. Free of the scars that interfered with my transformation to a being that would feel neither pain nor weariness. Cleansed of the frail heritage that prevented full use of my Melida. I would be able to touch dreams at my own will, and become flesh through them, to fight unhindered for those things I believed were good and right, or to teach, as had ever been my truest pleasure. You were not born to watch events from the side, to let others take the lead, to lose your strength and die when you have scarcely begun. Oh, yes, and I would live for uncounted ages of the world. An aging warrior in my own world, I was but an infant in the span of a Madonai lifetime. You see the burdens of such a choice, to remain apart, for you could not allow such power to be skewed by trivial concerns or personal feeling. To live so long and to be the only one. Indeed, these are difficult, as I can attest. But as you grow in your own power, you can do this same for others you find worthy of our name. The Madonai race will be reborn in you. The balance of the worlds will be restored. But I would not be human, nor could I live in the human world again. That had been one of the Madonai's problems. Humans could not live in Kia Navarin. As Fiona had seen, they sickened quickly. Nor could Madonai exist for more than a short time in the human realm. They had built the first portal between the worlds, but could not use it. Only the Reconare, my people fully joined, could live in both worlds. Only those Madonai who possessed the secret of the Vietto, who could take on flesh through enchantment and dream, could exist in the human world as often as they wished, for as long as their dreamer could stay awake. You could care for humans if you judged it wise. Better than you have done thus far. Though I cannot mentor you in wisdom or in judgment, I can teach you much of power. Think about it, he said. No need to rush. At every step I could choose until the last, when it was done. Come, said Niel, shutting the garden door, reining in his eagerness so tightly that only the slight flush of his cheeks yet spoke of it. You don't have to decide tonight. You're tired and wounded, bleeding on my carpet. Go up to your bed, and I'll send Kasparian to tend your injuries. Tomorrow we'll talk again. I walked slowly through the quiet house. Always so quiet. I did not go straight to my bedchamber, but walked up and down the corridors and stairs, past paintings and statuary, workrooms and kitchens, courtyards and sitting rooms and sleeping chambers. I stood on a high balcony and stared at the stars, then wandered inside again, in and out of more rooms. I saw none of them. All I could see was Dreech, sick, broken, wretched Dreech, alive. All I heard was the infusion of blessed hope in his voice when I had proved myself real. Who could imagine such a gift? Melita unbounded, and freedom, from pain and filth, from petty, senseless rules, from endless bloodshed and sorrows I could not heal. Exactly what I had always wanted. To make things right. When I wandered into my room at last, I did not light the lamps that stood ready, nor did I snuff the single candle and fall onto the soft bed. Rather, I sat on the bare floor in the corner, knees drawn up, my arms wrapped around my legs and my forehead resting on my knees. Only in the hour of my demon joining had I felt so frightened. The prisoner of Tirad Nor had offered to make me a god, and I could think of no reason to refuse him. Kasparian found me there. He brought a bundle of linen strips and a basin of water with steam curling out of it. The master says you are injured. Let me see. Without touching the candle to the lamp wicks, he set the corner ablaze with light. I've no need for your help. I wanted no company, no intrusion on the chaos of my thoughts. Do you think I'll poison you? Cripple you? Take petty vengeance in the guise of healing? No. I was certain of that, just as I was certain he would like to do so. Where is your wound? Whatever his reasons for doing Niel's bidding, they had nothing to do with wishing me well. Tell me, I said, did I offend you at some time, or is my only crime that your master is offering me what you hunger for and believe you deserve? You know, I can't remember. As he seemed determined to hover over me whether or not I wished it, I stretched out my bleeding leg. Kasparian drew his knife and slit my breeches. An ugly gash on my thigh oozed blood, and the serpent bird's sticky black venom. Only now that I saw the wound did I realize how wickedly it hurt. The Madonai began to sponge it clean with the hot water, and I pressed my back to the wall. I am forbidden to speak of the past, he said as he worked. You possess strength of enchantment that I do not. One may chafe at such a matter, but it changes nothing. He reached out and dragged a chair close by my left hand. "Grab onto this and the chest on the other side and hold still. We need to get this poison out, or you'll lose all feeling in this leg." Indeed, my toes tingled ominously at the end of my throbbing limb. While my bloodless fingers gripped the carved seat of the wooden chair and the brass handles of the clothed chest on my right, Kasparian, with the skill of a surgeon, used his knife to enlarge the wound and allow the blood to wash the black vileness out of it. The prospect of a body that could fight without pain was extremely attractive at that moment. I needed to think of something else as he blotted, squeezed, and swabbed. "If you could wield this power, Kasparian, shaping dreams and traveling through them, what would you do with it?" "Better for all that I never have such power." "But if you did?" His answer was not at all what I expected. "I would remove those you brought back to this land, send you and them back to your cursed world, and I would seal the last gate forever." Not set his master free, nor himself, nor wreak the vengeance that I yet believed was Niel's true desire. "But the Rei-Kera somehow make him stronger," I said, "and clearly he wants me here." "I thought you loved him." He washed the last blood and venom from my leg with uncomfortable vehemence. "You know nothing of love." I wondered if he was right. Surety in any matter was a thing of the past. "I could use some advice," I said. "I don't know what to do." His head remained bent to his work. I could not see his face, but only his long dark hair, thick and threaded evenly with iron gray. "You should question," he said softly, winding the clean linen about my thigh along with some enchantment that eased the most acute discomfort. "Seek answers beyond this house. Love speaks with many voices." He tied off the bandage with a yank that made me wince, then gathered up his materials. "I'm sorry for whatever came between us, Kasparian." Such antagonism was not developed at a distance. He shot me a glance of purest hatred. "Save your sentiment. You are the most despicable of beings, and I will curse your name until the end of time." At some time I crawled out of my corner and into the bed. Thus do fear and mystification often yield to more mundane concerns. The floor was very hard. I could easily become spoiled with sleeping in a bed again. My dilemma was not resolved by sleep. When sunlight crept through my windows, I washed, but in some childish show of truculence, I ignored the fresh shirt provided and put back on the blood-stained one of the previous day. I contemplated the weapons that were again laid out for me, but turned my back on them and went downstairs. Unready to face either of the Madonai, I was relieved to find myself breakfasting alone. Though fiercely hungry, I ate lightly, forcing myself away from the table and its inexhaustible supplies of meat and bread and fruit before anyone else showed up. The day was brilliant, the kind of clean-washed morning that can only come after a rain. The sunlight and sharp air drew me outdoors, and, my wound already on its way to healing, I headed for the path that led up the mountainside. I had always sought clarity on mountaintops. But as I crossed the garden, I caught sight of the black wall. Kasparian had advised me to seek answers beyond the house, and despite his hatred, his recommendations were not carelessly given. Could he have been telling me to cross the wall? The wall's surface was not so damaged as I remembered, only crazed with a network of thread-like cracks, like pottery with an imperfect glaze. As when I had come there, in the Sifaru, I laid my palm on the stone, carefully probing the enchantment of the wall, hoping to feel its shape and consequence, and so to learn of it. Somehow I expected the wall to be cold.
Enchantments often had that effect, as if they drew the substance from the artifact they touched. But the black stone was, in fact, quite warm, far warmer than the stone benches that stood nearby in the sunny garden. I yanked my hand away. I would have sworn the stone had moved, bulged, swelled, perhaps, around my fingers. At the same time I was stricken with such riotous emotion that I threw my head back and laughed, even as tears streamed from my eyes and terror burst from my skin in acrid sweat. A fearful thing, this wall. A wondrous thing. I tried to clear my mind before I touched it again, but to no avail. As I brushed my hand along its flawed surface, faces came alive in my mind, and with them the continuing barrage of sentiment. A woman with startlingly blue eyes. A man with a bald head that shone like polished leather. A heavy-browed man who carried a giant bow and laughed until the earth rumbled. A round, pink-cheeked young woman of serious mind. A fair-haired young man. Oh, gods, I could not remember his name, but in some long-ago time beyond the barriers of memory, he had been my dearest friend in all the world. More of them. 10, 11, the 12th place unfilled. No, I was wrong. One more face appeared. A wry, narrow face with a well-trimmed beard, who grinned at me over his shoulder, then vanished in a blaze of blue and purple and swirling gray-green. Vix. Though every face was familiar, he was the only one of them I could name. The only one who had been with me in exile in Kir Vaganoth. 12 places. Vix had always intended to come back here. His choice had not been a whim of the moment. Were the others the same? Friends of mine who had given everything to keep this wall secure. Damn your stubborn pride for destroying any chance to remember more. You should know these people. I walked in the sunlight beside the wall, dragging my hand along it, fumbling in the many-roomed house of memory where such friends should have been safely tucked away. Halfway around the garden I stopped abruptly. A single deep crack split the black surface from ground to top. Though ugly and gaping, the crack had not yet broken completely through to the outside. My finger traced the jagged split. Was someone else waiting to come and fill it? I feared not. 12 seemed right, somehow. Complete. And yet I would not wish this wall in anyone's future. Terrible fate. All these things I knew, but did not know. Explain it to me, I said, sitting on the damp ground beside the wall, leaning my back on it, closing my eyes and turning my face to the sun. One of you come and tell me so I'll understand what you did. I've got to know if this gift I'm offered is the grace you've earned, or the very act that makes your sacrifice a waste. I sat there a long time. I summoned the faces one by one and twisted my mind into knots, trying to retrieve some memory of them, but I uncovered very little. The young man I'd called my dearest friend loved sleeping in the open under the stars and swimming in the deepest pools of the world, staying for weeks in the deeps, shifting himself to make it possible. The serious young woman had bested me in some contest of wits, and I had resented it very much. The bowman was a superb hunter and a merciless taskmaster, both loved and hated by everyone who knew him, and he had taken my friend and the serious girl and me on some magnificent adventure that entirely escaped my memory. Of course I remembered more of Vix than any of the others, for I had lived with him in exile. But he should never have been in Kir Vaganoth. I could not shake that conviction, which made no sense at all.
No one had planned that we, the Reconare, would split ourselves into two beings. And why would any one of us have been exempt from the price we had paid for the prophecy, the seeing that had induced us to forsake Kir Navarin and destroy ourselves? As in Kir Vaganoth, I felt the shame of what I had done to Dinas, a man of strength and duty who had known fully what he was doing when he took my hand and yielded his own life. Though his voice was silent, I once again vowed to heed whatever of him remained in me. When I gave up at last, no nearer to a resolution, I lay back on the grass and embraced the peace of noonday. A gold-brown bird soared high above the mountain, graceful, majestic as it caught an updraft and held almost perfectly still for a moment, poised on the cusp of the wind before disappearing behind the peak. The bird led me to think of Blaze, and then of the other friends I'd left behind in the human world. The real world, as I thought of it. They seemed so irretrievably remote, almost as distant as those whose faces I envisioned when I touched the wall. Yet the wall had been here for hundreds of years, while Katrin, Fiona, Blaze, Alexander— I sat up with a sudden start. The 5th day. If time ran anywhere near the same in the two worlds, this would be the day of the raid on Sira, the day when Alexander's world changed for good or ill, for life or death. I should be there. I might manage easier to walk on the star Elemiel, I thought. So impossible was the distance between Alexander and me, and so unyielding the tether that bound me to Tirad Nor. Were he to be on the other side of that wall, I doubted I could have found my way to him. But then, of course, I remembered Niel's offer, and the promise that it gave. Perhaps I could be there, and that led me to consider Niel's hatred of Alexander and the Madonai's ability to influence dreams. With an explosion of dismay, I leaped to my feet and ran for the castle, yelling for my host.
"What is it, lad?"
He stood on the wide steps beside the garden, just outside the doors to his sitting room. His old, young eyes were red-rimmed and tired, and the creases alongside them were deeper than I'd noticed before. I stood on the garden path at the bottom of the steps. "Tell me of your crimes in the human world, Niel. Did you shape a Frisian assassin's dream? Did Ariska Bully abuse his child wife to death because of you? Where was your hand in all this trouble?"
"What does it matter? You know I have no love for humans. I confess it freely."
"Do you know what's happening today? Have you manipulated someone, done something to make it fail?" I was on fire with my conviction. Somehow he was going to get Alexander killed. He shrugged.
"I can only share your dreams and visions, not read your thoughts to learn of your affairs. And I keep no tally of the other dreams I touch. I seek out dreamers that are interesting. So many dreams are fragments, or too odd, or of too little substance to be useful. But yes, I've found fertile ground in these warring Derzi. They are everything I despise, and I take great pleasure in confounding them."
He started for the door. "Send me there," I called after him. He paused, but did not turn.
"Where?"
"To Alexander. To Sira. If you care for me as you say, if your gift is meant for good, for love, for the world's hope, and my heart believes you, Niel, though my reason screams at me to be afraid, then I beg you do this for me. Let me help them. I won't ask again. Afterward I'll choose yes or no, but if you fail me now, I swear the answer will be no."
"You threaten me over this human wretch?"
He whirled about. And if the brow of an angry god could launch thunderbolts, as storytellers claim, so his would have done. No, not threaten. Never that. And never was the truth. Even in my fear of what he had done, I could not bear the thought of harming Niel. But I've told you of my belief in Alexander's destiny. If you allow him to be harmed, then I can't believe you fit to judge your gift good or evil, right or wrong. If you wish me to make things right, to substitute my judgment for your own, then you must begin now, and not only when I allow you to make me other than human. He was quavering in his wrath, his presence swelling until I felt it loom as huge as the mountain itself. I was ready to take wing should he burst with his fury as I feared. But as the moment slid past us, he turned for the door again, merely human-sized. I will not send you to this prince, nor to the Recanare who flies with you. Someone else. A stranger. As long as it is someone who wishes this venture to succeed. No tricks, old man. You will remember that you are still vulnerable. I would not have you dead. I will return here and settle this. Fully aware of how vulnerable I was, no matter which side of the dream I walked, I climbed the steps and entered the game once more. Chapter 32. The desert was littered with corpses. Vultures feeding. The birds glared at me as if I were intruding on their private amusement. The broken bodies were chained together and face down, save for a few. The naked boys, turned so you could see what the birds had done with their razor beak. The mutilation. Though now the children were dead, the savage ruin of their manhood was only another twist to the heart. Too late. Too late. This is the one you want. Yes, this one. We had touched a number of dreams, some fearful, some incoherent, some wholly unrelated to the coming events, but this one. Surely this dreamer had seen the slave caravan at Andassar to shape this horrific image of what might be discovered on the Sierra raid. And you choose this path freely. Yes, get on with it. So be it. I waded through the bodies, thicker now, piled one upon the other. Knee-high. Everyone dead. This time we'll save them, I said. This time. Over my head now, blotting out the sun. The choking stench. And so dark. Down underground, and everywhere were more slaves. All dead. Where had he gone, the dreamer? Down deep into the cave. There. Hacking at the chains. Cursing as his blow shattered the iron links. Only to have them flow back together like slips of tin in a smith's fire. "Hello?" I called. The man whirled about and raised his axe. Smoking tears streamed down his face, eating deep grooves in his cheeks. His face was not familiar, but then who dreams of his own face? I blocked the descending blow. What would happen if he killed me in his dream? I've come to help. Wake up! He looked puzzled and reached for my extended hand. Brutal heat pressed me to the gritty rock. I blinked my eyes, trying to clear my head of the transition, carefully not moving anything else until I had a better idea of my surroundings. The desert, most certainly. The red rock under my nose felt like a baking oven, and though my head cast a long shadow to my left, the sun, whether rising or setting, drew the moisture from me. Further to my left, at something of a distance, were more rocks, jagged pinnacles of red, walls rippled like the dunes, but pressed hard together by the years. The ochre cast of the light falling on the rugged cliffs told me it was afternoon. Cautiously I rotated my head without lifting it, until I could see to my right. Sharp steel pricked my neck, and a boot smashed down on my hand as it flew instinctively to my weaponless belt. "Who are you?" The nervous man with the high-pitched voice did not sound like anyone I knew. "A friend?" "Can I sit up and introduce myself before you break my fingers?" "Slowly, and stay on the ground. Put your hands on your head." The timbre of his voice signaled no moderation in either his ferocity or his sincerity. Obediently placing my hands on my hair, I sat up and turned around to face him. No, not familiar. A stranger under his black and white paint. Perhaps he had only heard stories of the raid on the slave caravan at Andasar to set him dreaming so vividly. His dark beard and ringlets, strung with beads, named him a Suzani, and his sleep-heavy eyes blinked at me in uncertain recognition. "I'm a friend of Blaze, just arrived here to help," I said. "You've probably seen me at Tainye Kadar, or perhaps— Did we meet 3 nights ago at Tainye Horet? I was with the Avedi." He could be one of the Suzani Palatine's men, one of the Palatine's sons who had escorted us to the great tent. Yes, the proud bearing hinted at it. The brawny young man withdrew his sword but did not sheathe it. He held the weapon with a practiced hand, but the nervous excitement that gave edge to his voice and tension to his movements suggested that he had never faced a true battle. "How have you come here?" He glanced uneasily down a steep track that seemed to be the only way down from the flat red rock on which I sat. "Why did no one signal me that you were on your way up?" We had an awesome vantage from the rock, and as I peeked over my shoulder, I saw what the man had been sent here to watch. Far below us, a fortress had been built right into the side of the cliffs. "Perhaps someone was dozing off in the heat," I said. "Maybe they noticed that I'm not armed and didn't look inclined to push you off the rock." I jerked my thumb at the fortress. "I'd recommend you get your head down and your weapon out of the sun, or you'll have someone less friendly than me up here." I suspected he flushed under his paint as he dropped into a crouch. With a wary eye on me, he sounded the harsh, chucking cry of the cave swallow. Only when he heard an answering call from down below did he relax a bit, cram his sword back into its sheath, and stretch out on his stomach to resume his watch. "I've come to take a last look around on behalf of the Avedi," I said. "Make sure everyone's ready." "Have you seen anything?" "Not. All's been properly quiet since well before dawn." One might have thought the young man had ordered it that way by his own watching. He was correct that the fortress showed no signs of alert, no signs of life at all, not even those it should have. "You've seen no servants? Herdsmen, hunters?" The fortress fronted a dry, steep-walled gorge. The water stores would be deep inside the citadel, where it delved into the rock, but most of the garrison's supplies would be brought in by caravan. And if 150 men lived here, as Alexander claimed, then surely there would be small herds, goats for milk and sheep or pigs for fresh meat, kept back in the shady nooks of the rocks, where springs or seeping moisture allowed sparse grazing. Either that provender or fresh kill from a hunt would be brought in at least once a day. It seems very strange that no one's brought supplies to so large a garrison. The young Suzani glared at me, swelling in indignation. Evidently he heard a personal reproach I did not intend. "Indeed, sir. My eyes betrayed me only for a flea's heartbeat. The sun scarcely moved in the time. The Avedi says 150 are housed here, and I respect his word. Though were it not for his saying, I would mention otherwise that the fortress is oddly quiet for so large a force." "So, They have not a sign that we're here, and the Avedi will smite them with his mighty arm should they show a nose once we've got into the mine." At only the slightest expression of my amusement at this earnest pomposity, I had taken great care not to smile, his wounded pride sagged into misery. His heavy brows came almost together in distress. "Truly I am shamed at my laxity, sir, and gossip has surely punished me with the most dreadful dreaming. Last night, good Admet agreed that my friend Jakor could take this post at sunset, so that I could join the Avedi in his first riding, to represent all Suzai on this glorious occasion. You've not come to tell me I have to stay here all night. I've waited my whole life to get into a fight. Jakor is a good boy, and will wind his horn if the Dersey garrison rides out." His yearning to strike a blow was so vivid that my own fists clenched. "You remain somewhat attached to the person who brings you through," Niel had said. I sighed and smiled at the eager fellow. "No, you're to come with me, and you'll not have to wait until sunset. What's your name?" "Feid al-Marsuf de Seban ag Suza, sir." "Anything I can do. Anything." Suza was the ancient name of the vast lands east of Azekstan. Only its Dersey conquerors had named it Suzane, Little Suza, the first of so many humiliations. "I'm Seon. You must learn to trust your own seeing, Feid. The Avedi relies on your skills to confirm or counter his information. If all he wished to hear were his own words, he would not have sent you. Now go fetch this Jakor and his horn." While the young Suzani scrambled down the track, I peered over the edge of the rock and passed the back of my hand before my eyes. With every sense I could bring to bear, I examined the Dersey fortress. Though the distance was great and the fortress walls were thick, by the time my dreamer returned, accompanied by a stubby youth who carried a curved bronze horn, my head was ringing with warnings. Feid's instincts were right. No warriors were inside that fortress. I knew it as I knew my own name. "Be alert, Jakor," I said as I grabbed Feid's black shirt and shoved him right back down the path. "Stay down and stay awake." The thought of leaving Feid behind never occurred to me, though traveling in bird shape would have been much faster than negotiating the hair-raising one-boot-wide goat track to get down from the rock. And to explain to the small party of Suzani raiders how I'd gotten up the wicked thing without anyone noticing, or why I needed to borrow one of the group's horses to be on about my business, was deucedly awkward. "You'll understand everything later," I said to Feid as we mounted up and set out westward, leaving his small troop scratching their heads. "We just need to get to the prince, the Avedi, or to Blaze as quickly as we can. The Danatos warriors are not in that fortress, and someone had damned well better find out where they are. Tell me what you know of tonight's plan, Feid. I want to make sure you've got it clear." Being attached did not mean I had to tell him everything. "The commanders entrusted their plan to me when they honored me with this post," said the young nobleman proudly as we rode through an interconnecting maze of narrow, sandy-floored gorges. Twilight had already reached these shaded rifts, the red walls so high you could see only a ribbon of deep blue far overhead. "Blaze alone will take on the archers at the watch-post, and remain there on guard to see that they're not replaced. Farrell and 3 others are to silence the watch on the mine entrance just after the watch change at sunset. That leaves 6 hours until the next guard change. As soon as Farrell's signal is given, the Avedi will lead Gorid and Roche and 5 others to take on the guards in the mine and clear the way for the rest of us to come in and free the slaves. At the same time, Admet will lead 3 fighters and Ferro the water worker to the sluice gate to open and ruin it, so it cannot be repaired. It was my father's advice to bring Ferro, who devised the water system at Tainye Horet. The Avedi shows great wisdom. Have I said the plan rightly?
Well done, I said, my mind racing faster than we could ride through the twisting gorges. It's good to rehearse a plan in your mind before the time comes.
May I speak freely, sir? One matter troubles me. As you know him so well, perhaps you can tell me if I have mistaken the Avedi's intent.
Certainly. With me you are free to question as you will. It does you credit to speak up.
Faid dropped his voice, as if the breeze might waft his voice to Alexander, and again risk his participation in the night's doings. Some of these outlaw fighters are— Holy Gossipah save us, sir. They are women. We never thought the Avedi would accept it, as Dursey seemed to understand the proprieties. The good Blaze has these odd ideas, and we have great affection for Blaze. But we thought— The Avedi says he will accept all who raise a sword in faith and honor. But perhaps he might be saying this only to respect Blaze's wish on this occasion, and so it would not be necessary to reconsider our own positions for the future. Can you explain the Avedi's mind? I laughed and thanked Gossipar, or whoever else might be in charge of the mystery I lived, that I was riding to Alexander's side on this night. The Avedi grows in wisdom every day, Faid. Watch him and learn. I spurred my horse faster through the towering rocks. Now turn your talented observations to something else. What might need to be different about our plan if the Danatos were prepared for our arrival? Faid's brow creased ponderously. I suppose they would alert the archers and those who watch the mine entrance, which would mean great danger for Blaze and Farrell. No, I said, letting my own thoughts feed on his. Think. If those two initial ventures fail, the signal to go ahead will not be given, and the rest of us will never show up at the mine. If the Danatos' only objective is to protect the mine, that would be enough. But if they've been warned of this raid, then they're going to be determined to catch whoever's planning it. Don't you think? Faid was quick. Of course. Then the Danatos might let their own watch be taken, even the archers to deceive us. Exactly. Once Blaze and Farrell have taken their targets, everything will go forward. Our leaders will be drawn out, and Alexander and 7 others were to enter the mine first. What if there were 150 to greet him inside the mine instead of only a few guards and overseers? No, the mine would be too cramped for so many. The warriors inside the mine would be alerted, but the main body of the garrison would be waiting to close in when the outlaws showed themselves. I explored every other scenario I could devise and discarded it almost as quickly. So how can we see if my fears are justified without jeopardizing our surprise? We cannot search every rift and cave around here for the garrison. There are hundreds of places men can hide. That's what makes our own plan work. Tell me, Faid, do you know where the archer's watchpost is? Yes, sir, not far from here. But Blaze won't be there yet. Show me the archers. If I can get near enough to see who's at the watchpost without revealing myself, we'll have an idea of how much we need to worry. It would be less trouble than finding Blaze. My shape-shifting friend could be in any one of 100 places at the moment, and he might be in no danger at all. We had perhaps 2 hours until sunset. A short distance further, and we came to a break in the cliff wall, where several side rifts came together, much as a number of streams joined to make a wide river. The cliffs were pockmarked with caves, and to my surprise, instead of taking me up one of the steep tracks, like that back at his own watchpost, Faid led me down another flat-bottomed gorge, plodding along, peering into holes and behind rocks, unsure of himself. After a few 100 paces, he dismounted and led his horse into a low cave. I followed him, protesting. This post would be high in the rock. I thought you knew.
"Did you not hear the Avedi's tale of this place?" he whispered, looking at me askance. "I thought you were his beloved friend." "I had to go away for a few days," I said. "He didn't have a chance to tell me." Faid pointed deeper into the cave. "If I found the right place, then just there, past the bend on the right, we should find a chute, a narrow-angled passage that leads steeply upward. The Avedi says that if you climb this chute all the way to the top, a considerable way, he says, and then step out on the ledge and ease around it to the left without falling to your death in the chasm, you'll come on the Archer's watch post. I don't know how Blaze is planning to come at it, or how you're to get close enough without letting them see you. But I said I'd show you, and so I've done." His broad chest stretched a little further. I ought to have given Faid a lesson in too easy trust. He seemed to take my word in any matter. Perhaps our attachment was working both ways. He was proud and foolish, good-hearted and inexperienced, and against all reason and expectation, I would have trusted him with my life. "You've done well," I said. "I'm not going to endanger Blaze's scheme, just see if I can get a peek. Stay close here. And Faid," I gave him my most serious expression, "do not go to sleep. I'd need to report it to your paladin, and he'll have your balls, if not your head, for it. Do you understand?" Of course, the young warrior could not understand the true implications of his falling asleep, but I didn't think I had to worry. He hung his head like an overlarge child. "Never again, sir." "Good." I hurried into the cave, casting a faint light to search for the chute. Damn. It would take me a half-hour to climb. I would have to change a little sooner than I'd planned. I assumed Blaze was going to get there the same way I thought to do it, fly. Thankful for my newly easy shifting, I shaped my falcon's form and fluttered up the long chimney, then swore at myself that I should have devised a shape more suitable than a large winged bird for the cramped space. But when I emerged in the evening sunlight, I was happy for the broad wings. The ledge that was the path around the cliff wall to the watchpost made the goat track down from Faid's rock look like the Emperor's Road. Only a few moments more and I had my answer. To my immediate left was the stomach-heaving depression in the sheer cliff that was the Archer's watchpost. From a perch on a nearby outcropping, I could look down and across the gaping chasm and see what the post was set here to protect. A sizable stream threaded its way across a broad green shelf, only to have its flow aborted by a rounded earthwork that caused the water to back up and form a small lake. A few goats grazed in the green little spot, and two men sprawled on the grass just beside a rectangular structure of iron and wood that was set into the embankment. This was the sluice gate that could allow the water to flow through the earthwork and into a series of rocky trenches that headed down the mountainside to service the mine. No sign of extra guards or watchfulness at the sluice. As for the watchpost designed to protect the sluice and its guards, the three men who sat in it were no elite archers whose families lived in gold-endowed luxury. They were not even common soldiers, but ruffians as one might find for hire in city alleyways or lurking in the wake of caravans looking for easy money. One of the slovenly trio was regaling the other with an unseemly story of a Zagat brothel as the two played at Uliat with chips of rock. The third was pissing down the plunging cliffside and taking bets from the other two on whether he could hit one of the goats with a shot from his bow. "They've not put you in this crow's eye to shoot, Rakis," snorted one of the Uliat players. "Until they pay you Archer's gold, you'd best not waste your pittance on a fool's gamble." "Swallow your prick," snarled the bowman as he tied up his breeches and snatched up a bow. His arrow came nearer killing his companions than touching a goat. Exactly as I had guessed.
These three were naught but fodder for the outlaw's strike. The Danatos knew we were coming. A few more questions to be answered before I joined Alexander. Of primary importance, where was the missing garrison? I made a quick survey of the terrain between the sluice and the mine entrance, which, according to Faid, was half a league to the west. Surely somewhere I would glimpse the missing soldiers. But I saw no one, and instead of hunting farther afield, I found myself circling back toward the watchpost, the chimney, and the cave underneath it, where the nervous Suzani sat waiting for me. I couldn't leave him behind. Attached. Perhaps if I were to change to my own winged form rather than the falcon's shape, I might be able to escape my dreamer's binding. But for the moment, I just swore a bit and sped downward through the chute. Somewhere out of my range of vision, the sun was plummeting toward the horizon. It had taken us far too long to get to this place, where the slot-like rift we were traveling opened into another, wider gorge, the spot at which Admet, the Suzani outlaw with the crippled shoulder, had commanded Faid to await Alexander and report on the doings at the garrison. Faid held up his hand for caution. We slipped off our horses and peered around a great pillar of rock that marked the junction. To our right, 2,000 paces down the shadowed gorge, was the entrance to the mine, a large dark blot at the base of the cliff wall, obscured by thick yellow smoke from the burning octar seeps in front of it. Between our position and the entrance, deep wagon ruts and evidence of many horses suggested that the gold shipment had gone out on schedule. All was quiet, save the birds that screeched and twittered from their roosts in the rift walls. My imagination had to conjure the muffled thud of rock hammers, the creak of wooden ore carts, the curses and shouts of overseers, and the groans of the laboring captives chained in the flickering torchlight under the rock. I was almost sick with my sense of that wretched place, and the dangers that hung about it as thick as the yellow smoke. Somewhere above us was the mine watch, where guards stood ready to signal the garrison should anyone untoward approach the mine entrance. Whoever watched there would be sacrificed too, I guessed, to draw the outlaws deeper into the trap. And somewhere close would be the 150 warriors from the fortress. Despite a number of side excursions, including my circling flights in falcon's form, Faid and I had found no sign of the missing Dersey as we raced toward the mine. "I'm going to shift again," I whispered to Faid. "Don't be afraid." Poor Faid had almost shed his young beard when I had come screeching down the chute, flown right into his face, and proceeded to transform into my own shape. But after his initial astonishment, he had accepted my hurried explanation as if he met shape-changers every day of his life. Only his mumbled prayers every time I shifted revealed the depth of his fear and his courage. This change was going to be a bit more difficult for him, I thought. Suzanis had a particular dislike of bats. Unlucky, they said. "Don't follow me, no matter what. If the Avedi arrives before I return, it's up to you to warn him. Use my name. Tell him that Seyon is sure the Danatos have been warned. Do you understand? But I should be with you. Only if you can sprout fur or feathers in the next breath. I'll be back, lad. Your duty is here." I was getting the feel of the distance. We could be comfortable apart. And so, praying he would stick to his post and neither run away from me in terror, nor after me in dream-induced fervor, I considered bats, swallowed my own unpleasant boyhood memories of the creatures, and shifted. Bats are not blind. So my teachers had told me. But then neither can they see with as great a clarity as a falcon, nor even so well as a sorcerer with or without his Melita to help him. I had thought to enter the Danatos mine unremarked, and that was indeed the case, but I was unprepared for the confusion of sight caused by weak bad eyes and sputtering torchlight and large men moving in and out of patches of unrelieved darkness. Somewhat disconcerting also was the need to hang upside down to do any stationary observations, as my wretched feet were too weak to hold me up. Bats don't perch. Fortunately, I could hear very well, else I would have given it up and chosen another form. And eventually I managed to decipher what I was seeing. Massive beams supported the weight of earth and rock above the mine. The cavernous atrium was lit by torches set in iron holders bolted to the rock, and was piled with barrels and crates, coils of ropes and chains, grinding wheels, and bins of tools. The small two-wheeled carts lined up beside the doors would be used for distributing rations of water and food to the slaves bound within the mine, and for hauling out the gold they hacked from the earth. Under the supervision of a bearded overseer, 2 slaves were unloading barrels from a large wagon and stacking them. The smell told me that these particular barrels contained octar, not water. A great deal of octar. 2 slaves began soaking fresh torches in the contents of one barrel and throwing them into the carts. 3 more overseers hovered about a group of some 20 slaves, all strongly built, horribly scarred and hobbled by short lengths of chain stretched between their ankle bands. The sullen group stood waiting in front of a massive pair of iron doors set into the back wall of the atrium, the doors to the network of shafts that were reputed to riddle this entire ridge. Rumors said the tunnels spanned some 20 leagues or more. Everything was wrong. From the first moment I felt it, smelled it, tasted it. Why so many barrels of octar? Yes, torches dipped in octar would be the only light inside the mine. But why so much at once? And where were the Dersey warriors? I fluttered from a corner near the entrance back into the shadows of the cavern, dodging the disgusted swipe of an overseer's hand as I passed close over his head. I saw no one else. Not only were there no extra guards awaiting the outlaw's assault, but there were no guards at all. How could they have left the mine undefended? From their huddled terror and mumbled curses and prayers, I would have thought the slaves were new workers being introduced to this living death. But their scars were old, and even the youngest of them wore the distinctive hunch and permanent squint of mine slaves. And where was the noise? Truly, the sounds I'd heard from back in the rift had been my own imagining, for the mine was profoundly silent, save for the activity I saw right before me. Slaves were commanded to open the iron doors, and only as 2 men lifted them from the brackets where they rested did I note the wide metal straps that had been laid across the tight-fitting doors. The mine had been locked. Sealed. Dread gnawed at my spirit. 2 other slaves manned the gear wheels at the sides of the doors, and the moment the grinding clamor of the opening doors began, I abandoned my corner and flew through the slowly widening gap. The cool, dry tunnels smelled foul, the stench a familiar one for anyone ever held in close confinement for a long span of time, and they were unremittingly dark. After a few brushes with solid walls, I let my instincts take over and guide my flight by the sound of my own high-pitched squealing. But my instincts led me nowhere that a man or woman of any shaping could wish to be. Nothing lived in those tunnels, nor in the wider rooms I felt expand around me from time to time before narrowing into another passage. Every once in a while I would come to the end of a tunnel, the face of the rock where the veins of gold lay exposed, ready for the taking, and I would feel them there, soft bodies, still and lifeless, not warm, not any more. Everyone was dead. I fluttered frantically from one passage to another, desperate to find any evidence to contradict my belief. The hobbled slaves were now chained to the two-wheeled carts, dragging them through the dark tunnels and lighting torches along the way, illuminating the buried horror. 700, Alexander had said, and only these few souls had been spared, now charged to haul out the dead and burn them. Thus the Akhtar. Time. The sun must be nearing the horizon. I was too slow to explore all the passages, hunting for one body that might still be breathing, something to relieve this vile darkness that enveloped the world and was seeping into my soul. I allowed instinct to guide me back to the mine entrance. No need for me to explore the passages so as to tell the full story. The others would come soon and discover the magnitude of our defeat. Perhaps they would find one who lived, a small victory to wrest from the ruins of the night. For now I had other duties. The missing warriors. Where in the name of all gods were they waiting? Chapter 33. I emerged from the cave into dusk, the last edge of gold outlining the rim of the cliffs far above me. With only a thought I changed from bat to falcon, stretching my wings to catch every shift of the air, rising and circling wide over the rift and the pockmarked cliffs. No sign of the missing Dursey. No sign of anyone save the small party of horsemen riding toward the stone columns where Faid stood. A tiny, dark figure waiting for them. Heedless of secrecy or wonder, I touched the earth behind the Suzani, changed to human form, and waited for the horsemen to halt. "Where's the prince?" I said harshly, sparing no time for explanations. I thought he was to lead this assault. "Seyon!" 3 voices said my name at once, and the 3 painted faces each revealed something of truth. Faid's lips murmured an invocation to his god, his expression already reflecting the horror that I knew. Roche's pleased surprise quickly faded into a puzzled frown. And Gorid. Was I wrong to think the dislike in his hard eyes was laced with fear? "There was word of trouble," said Roche. "Lord Alexander has gone to—" "Don't tell him anything," Gorid commanded. "You heard the stories of Dasi at Homol, how the women said he was possessed by some fearful being. We daren't trust him." I ignored Gorid. "Roche, tell me where I can find the prince. Everyone on this mission is in danger. Faid will witness as to what we found at the fortress, and in the first moment you step into the mine, you'll know of treachery so foul you'd wish your children blind before they laid eyes upon such vileness. Remember what you know of me from Andassar, from Tainye Kadar, from Blaze's Trust. You must tell me where Alexander's gone. His life depends on it." In the moment I spoke the words, I knew them true. What could have compelled the Danatos to take such a drastic step? To murder their own slaves? Only the need to use their troops for something other than securing the slaves, along with a despicable determination to deny the freedom they could no longer prevent. Perhaps they didn't realize how few outlaws were coming, or perhaps there were not 150 warriors garrisoned in their fortress. But no matter the numbers or the plan, I could think of only one reason that could inspire greed of such monumental consequence: the prospect of something infinitely more valuable to replace their dead property, the kinslayer. They were after Alexander. Faid broke in. "The fortress is empty, Roche, and the archers have been withdrawn from the watchpost. It's surely a trap. You must tell us where the Avedi can be found." "We've got word that there were more warriors at the sluice gate than we thought," said Roche, convinced more by Faid than me, it seemed. "The Avedi said I should take command here, to reap the glory in his stead, he told me, and he took out alone to help them at the sluice." Of course. Stupid of me not to see it. Slaves could be replaced, but the mine could not. The Danatos could never allow the mine to be flooded, And, too, the dark hillsides that opened onto the green shelf and the lake were perfect places for warriors to hide, and so to capture their wayward prince. If they were sure he would be there, if someone had betrayed him, sent him there believing he was needed. "Gaverna," I said to a Basran woman, who was one of Blaze's fiercest fighters, "get up to the mine watch. Tell Farrell that only 20 slaves are left living, all chained to the carts. Only 4 overseers to deal with, no guards, no warriors. Set a watch and do whatever you can to confirm that no one else survives, but make it quick and get out." "Only 20? Gorid and Roche spoke together, aghast. Gorid's bronze skin lost color. "The Danatos decided that their slaves were not to be free," I snapped. "The rest of you, the battle is at the sluice gate. If not for Alexander's sake, then ride for Blaze. His life is at risk as well. For if Blaze, manning the watchpost, saw Alexander in trouble, he would surely fly across the chasm to his aid. And if we didn't get there in time, every man and woman of the outlaw party would die, except for Alexander. Alexander's death belonged only to the Emperor. And if not for Blaze, then ride for the 700 dead." I turned to my dreamer. "Your fight is waiting, Faid. Will you come with me?" Faid straightened his back and loosened his sword in its scabbard. "400 years ago, on the first day of Wolf's Moon, Parasa, the royal city of Susa fell to the Derzi Empire," he said. "On that cursed day, every girl-child of Parasa was slain. Every woman was ravaged, bound and sent to the slave markets of Parnefor and Viapol. Every boy-child was cut to ensure that the noble houses of the Suzai would come to an end. And the men and boys were condemned to dig mines like this under the rocks of Susa. All these years the Suzai have waited for the firstborn of Azakstan to return to the desert and make amends for the deeds of his fathers. They will not fail him." He mounted his horse. "Lead us, master." With a surge of Melita, I shifted into my warrior's form, and as the last of the sun's gold vanished, my own golden light flared bright, and I took wing. No perspective of a battlefield can rival a view from the air. As I raced westward, following the dark network of the rifts that would lead me to the green meadow, the sluice gate, and the trap laid for Alexander, I could see the darker smudge that was Faid and Roche and the 10 riders galloping along the same route below me. The moon already hung over the desert beyond the wall of these mountains, and as I veered to the right over the green shelf, its wavering image was reflected in the evening ripples on the lake. At its northern edge, the level meadow broke over into a steep slope, crisscrossed by a narrow track leading downward to the valley floor. I caught one glimpse of deceptive peace. 5 Derzi warriors protected the gate, 2 of them mounted and riding slowly about the rim of the lake on patrol, 2 standing stiffly, spears in hand at either side of the sluice gate, 1 tending a fire. 3 horses grazed nearby, but at the very moment of my arrival, 5 riders reached the top of the steep track and shot across the meadow toward the gate and the guards. 4 painted outlaws led by a Derzi voicing the wild and throaty war cry of the desert. Alexander. 4 of Blaze's outlaws could never outmatch 5 Derzi warriors, but with the prince at their side, they would believe the balance tipped in their favor. Except that I knew better. For the moment I stayed high and circled the meadow, anxiously searching the cracked shoulders of the adjacent ridge, the narrow slots in the cliffs where men and horses could hide, until they heard a signal to descend upon the unsuspecting raiders. There. Even so high above the ground I felt the quiet tension in the dark gully below me. 20, 30 men and horses, surely no more than 40, well-disciplined, waiting until the attacking outlaws were fully committed. Of course the Dersey would believe 40 enough to take the prince and a handful of outlaws. But then where were the rest of the warriors? I assumed that the Danatos, determined to take their prize, had sent all of the garrison into this combat, prepared in case the outlaws got wind of the treachery and sent their entire force to attack the gate. But my search revealed no more warriors, and the clash of steel and angry shouts below told me that I had no more time. The hidden horsemen burst from the slot in the cliff. I circled back, drew my sword, and descended on the line of Dersey spilling out across the meadow. Surprise is a formidable weapon in combat, and awe and astonishment are its worthy companions. My wings were fully spread, and my body glowed fiery gold. I killed 7 Dersey before even one thought to aim sword or spear in my direction. Even then I had half of them circling and running into each other, trying to see what I was and from what quarter I would come next, while others remained cowering in the gap in the cliff, afraid to face me. But while I reaped the benefits of successful surprise, I saw Alexander suffering the consequences of the reverse. The 5 guards who had seemed to be pursuing quiet routine were mounted and battle-ready before the outlaw party had crossed half the distance from the edge of the meadow to the lake. Perhaps Alexander suspected the trap even then, for he tried to pull up, but his 4 companions were not so observant and rushed on headlong. Not one to retreat at any time, the prince released his mount, and when the 2 parties clashed, he was again at the head of the outlaw band. By the time 13 of the hidden warriors lay dead beneath me, a few of the troop had recovered their wits and were trying to reform their party. 1-on-1 they could not touch me. 3-on-1 kept me busy. Each time I seemed to be in trouble, I thought of the 700 helpless souls murdered in their dark prison, and my anger gave strength to my arm and power to my enchantments. Even so, some of the Dersey slipped away and rode for the gate and the prince. I could not allow it. I wrenched out an arrow that had pierced my left shoulder, set the bloody shaft afire, and threw it with such force it pierced the archer's neck. A last sweep of my blade beheaded one warrior and unhorsed another, and I soared upward and flew toward the lake. One by one I cut down the escaping Dersey, unheeding of their groans and screams. I called up the wind and the water, causing a monstrous wave to climb out of the muddy basin and sweep 2 horsemen into the lake. Another was trampled when I drove his horse mad with stinging bees. By the time I reached the sluice gate, Alexander was engaged with 2 of the gate guards who were pressing him hard. 2 Dersey were on the ground, 1 dead, 1 injured, along with an outlaw missing his head. The remaining Danatos guard fought 2 outlaws at once, while a man with a painted face worked on the gears and latches of the gate, ducking and dodging the flying weapons and hooves when the battle came too near him. Alexander caught his first sight of me. "Great Athos, save us!" "They're coming for you!" I shouted to the grimly smiling prince, who used the occasion of my arrival to skewer one awe-struck opponent while I unhorsed the other. Alexander pulled his horse around to look for his next opponent, and kicked the unhorsed Dersey in the head, lest the man stab the preoccupied Pharaoh. "What, in the gods' holy name, have you done to yourself?" Lungs burning from the heavy fighting, I forced myself to inhale before trying to speak, and even then I could not afford to waste strength on explanations. "At least 20 more coming around the lake. Over 100 of the garrison unaccounted for." Where were they? I touched earth between the 2 struggling outlaws and the remaining gate guard. The Dersey guard staggered backward and dropped to his knees. Before the gaping warrior could make a god sign against evil, I cut him in half. None too soon. The first rider of the larger party rounded the end of the earthwork, sword raised and heading straight for the prince. As he blazed past me, I pulled him off his horse and severed his neck. A second rider followed close on his heels. This one swerved to avoid me. The wind rose at my command, and I raised my bloody sword one more time. But before I could take flight, a dark shape streaked, streaming across the sky, and flew into the man's face. The warrior's mount reared and threw him to the ground, where he lay unmoving. The bird circled once, and after a blurring moment, Blaze was running toward us. When I saw the fire, and you, I decided there was no more point in holding the watch-post, he said, staring at me unabashed. Stars of the heavens, man, what have you— Get everyone away, I said, still heaving, warm blood dribbling from my shoulder, though I felt no hurt from it. You were betrayed. I hacked off the head of the unhorsed Dursey, and then spread my wings, ready to take on the remainder of the Dursey riders. Faid and Roche and the rest of the raiding party were riding over the lip of the meadow, and I yelled for them to follow me. "Seon!" Alexander called after me. Though his command was quiet, somehow my name on his tongue reached me in the grim place where I had existed since I'd seen what was done in the mine. I held the wind under my wings so as to hover over him, my gold fire bathing his worried face. "My lord, watch your soul, my guardian. I would not buy my life with it." "They should not have left the mine unguarded," I said. "They killed them all, my lord. 700, less 20 they saved to stack and burn the others. I have no mercy left in me." The battle was joined again a few hundred paces from the gate. Faid struck his blow for Parasa, for lost Susa, and 400 years of humiliation. I sent Blaze hunting for the rest of the warriors while I killed again and again. Alexander fought with deadly success, but only until the first Dursey dismounted, knelt, and begged quarter. "Not one more drop of blood!" he shouted, dashing to every duel, halting the slashing swords with his own if his voice was not enough. "Not one more hair will be touched!" He forced the 7 surviving Dursey to kneel and place their hands on their heads, while the outlaws disarmed them and led their horses away. And then he rode before the line of prisoners, back and forth, as if to make sure that each one saw his face, especially those who wore the gold trappings of nobility. One of the kneeling Dursey spat at the prince, but Alexander stayed the hand of the Manganar raider who raised his hand to strike the man. "Rope these 7 together. While we take care of our fallen, they will gather my brothers and bury them," he said to the raiders. "I'll leave no Dursey warrior for vultures, no matter his crimes. When the work is done, we'll take the prisoners down to the mine and see how they should be judged." As the prisoners set about the grisly task and the raiders stripped the bodies of weapons and tended to their own dead and wounded, I touched earth near the prince. Everyone withdrew hastily, leaving us alone in the center of the battlefield. "You need to find out where the rest of the garrison is waiting," I said. "Your prisoners know. Do you see the smug looks on their faces?" Alexander dismounted, crouched down beside a fallen Dursey, and began cleaning his hands on the man's ripped cloak. "Of course I saw it. They expect me to torture the information out of them, but I won't. They'd die before they told me, or near enough. If things are going to change, then it must begin now. I want these 7 to carry the tale of it to Zegad." Before standing up again, he rolled the dead warrior to his back, closed the staring eyes, and straightened the cooling limbs, laying the man's sword on his chest until the outlaws could collect it. "I hoped you would agree." He stood up and faced me square on, his whole posture a question I could not answer. I did not yet know who or what I was. "Then we'll have to learn what we need to know some other way," I said, yielding the point, reluctantly. Abandoning wings and light, I shifted back to my own form, rubbing my head to try to clear the muddle. Alexander nodded, satisfied, and then he mounted and rode off toward the others, encouraging the outlaw fighters, ignoring the scowls and curses of the Danatos warriors, watching carefully to see that they did not break their parole. Impatient at the delay, I stood at the top of the embankment where I could see, trying to find the missing piece of the night's puzzle. Blaze returned after a while, reporting that he saw no evidence of the other Dursey. "Perhaps the garrison has been reduced," he said, sitting down on the grassy hillock and offering a waterskin. I sat next to him and took the cool leather pouch. Only as I drank did I realize how thirsty I was. "It doesn't make sense," I said. "They can't be sure we'll go back to the mine. We've no reason to, but to help the last 20 before they're thrown on the pyre with the dead. But if not here and not at the mine, then where else could they be planning to hit us? Gods of night! Would they do that? Burn the living?" Blaze paused before taking another swig from the waterskin for himself. "There is no evil one human will not work on another," I said. "And no betrayal." Who had told the Danatos that Alexander was coming? "Blaze!" Roach called from the sluice gate. "Pharaoh says he's ready to open the sluice." Blaze glanced at me as he stood. "Have a care, Seon." He dropped the waterskin in my lap, then slid his way down the steep embankment toward the gate and his men. "We've got to make sure Pharaoh has everyone out of the mine first," I heard him tell Roche. "I'll go find out. When the Avedi starts down, he wants you and Pharaoh to stay behind." They walked off together, leaving me to solitude and worry. Who was the traitor? Despite my suspicions, I could not accuse Gorid just because he hated Alexander. Everyone at Tainye Kadar bore some grievance against the prince or his father. The matter of the slaves was the biggest stumbling block to pinning this villainy on one of Blaze's people. No matter their feelings about Alexander, none were callous enough to jeopardize the outcome of the raid for personal vengeance. This was not some angry outlaw running to the Danatos unthinking. Someone had conceived a plan. That eliminated Gorid. He was not a complex thinker. He hated Alexander, but he hated the Dursey even more, and his loves and hates would always define his actions. So who was it? I could not leave this world until I knew, if I had to prick young Faid to sleeplessness for 3 days. The last vestiges of daylight faded from the sky. My friends and enemies left indistinguishable in the murky borderland of night. My senses were tuned with every scrap of power I could muster, listening for hoofbeats, for muffled voices, for harness bound with strips of leather to mute its telltale ring, for swords and knives being carefully unsheathed. The missing warriors were poised to cut our throats, but where? I riffled through the exchanges of the day, through Faid's recitation of the plan, through the meeting with Roche and Gorid outside the mine, through weeks of listening to the outlaws at Blaze's fire at Tainye Kadar. In the 5th time over, I knew the answer. "Roche!" I said, slithering down the embankment and calling to the quiet young Azarian as he helped a group of his men and women load up the sizable pile of confiscated Dursey weapons by tying them to backs and belts and saddles. "Who scouted this raid?" The dark-haired man buckled a fine leather sword belt atop 3 others around a Kuvai woman's shoulder. "Admet," he said. "After our bungling at Andasar, he said he wanted to check the terrain for himself. So he came out here 3 days ago to see to it. And who was with him? No one. Easier for one to keep hidden. Alone? But he can't travel the way you do." Admet was human, not a joined Azarian. Roche glanced about, noting who was in earshot. "Did no one ever tell you the location of Tainye Kadar? That was the beauty of this plan. The valley is only a few hours' ride, for anyone, from Sira." He shook his head. "That's why we thought we could get so many slaves away safely, because with Blaze, Gorid, Brina, Farrell, and me taking them through the ways. We could have had them in Tainye Kadar in half an hour. The young Azarian pulled another sword belt from the pile, jerking on it impatiently when the long sheath caught in the tangle. No, Admet came on his own to do the scouting, and he was right in every point. I suppose we fouled it up some other way this time. Admet. And Faid had said that Admet was to lead the fighters to the sluice gate. Have you seen Admet tonight? I asked. Maybe he can give me some idea as to whether the garrison was in place that day, or if they've moved out since, or how the Danatos got wind of the prince. Roche took a bundle of knives from a stocky youth who had rolled them in a dead man's shirt, and he stuffed them into a saddle pack. He brought us word of the extra guards at the sluice, but then Brina took him back to Tainye Kadar to help make ready for the slaves. Admet can't fight, you know, not with his back the way it is. He was a slave himself as a child. The Durzi broke him, left him crippled. And so a great deal became clear. So he guided the 4 riders to the sluice, and then he came to fetch Alexander. That's right, Roach called after me as I turned to walk back up the embankment. It was good you were here, Seon. You saved us again. I just shook my head. 700 dead. Admet, the wily Suzani strategist, a complex thinker. A man who might believe he could punish Alexander while somehow managing to rescue the slaves. Gods, that was it. He'd made a bargain with the Danatos. We'll hand over the kinslayer, but you'll allow us into the mine. Leave it unguarded. We'll trade 1 man for 700, and you'll get to keep the mine, for we'll set the trade at the lake and leave before breaking the sluice gate. The prince alone was to be taken, not the other fighters. But the Danatos had been wilier than Admet. We'll take the kinslayer and we'll leave the mine unguarded, but you'll never take our property. We'll kill them first. We'll take the prize and leave you nothing. Nothing. No! As the pieces settled into position, I was appalled at the image I had built, of Admet hating Durzi so much that he believed them stupid and could not distinguish one from another, of the Danatos First Lord denounced by his own mother for his continuing dishonor, swearing to abide by the agreement, while planning from the first how to twist it to his advantage, of Admet riding home after his clever bargaining, smug in his success, and of some Danatos spy who followed the broken Suzani on his human path, all the way to Tainye Kadar, first ensure the capture of the kinslayer, and then wipe out the Ivor Lukash. 700 slaves were nothing. For this, the Emperor would yield them half the empire. Mad with rage and terror, I shaped wings and shot into the sky, crying out for the others to abandon their useless tasks and follow me. I knew where the remaining Danatos had gone. Chapter 34. Tainye Kadar was in flames. The houses and tents were already ash. The ancient olive trees, but dark, twisted scars on a sky of garish orange and red. By the time Alexander, Blaze, and the other riders crested the encircling ridge, I had surveyed the valley and found it devoid of life. Flames licked at a few dark forms lying here and there amid the burning fields and groves. Everyone else, the attackers, as well as those who lived in the valley, had disappeared. "Where would they go?" I screamed at Blaze over the roar of the flames, knowing, terrified what he would answer. Ash swirled lazily in the torrid air, like enchanted leaves that vanished at a touch. A pine exploded into flame just behind me. "Tainye Horet," he said. His bony face was distraught. His serenity shattered as he pointed to the path that wound through a stand of burning trees, and led deeper into the mountains toward the old king's stronghold. Alexander slammed his heels into his horse's heaving flanks before the word had left Blaze's tongue. I was the only person ahead of him. Whether it was Blaze or I who worked the enchantment to speed us through the rugged terrain, I never knew. The riders did not slow as they passed the hacked remains of the settlers' rear guard, but thundered after me as they had since I told them of my terrible suspicion. No man or woman of the raiding party but had a child or lover, kinsman or friend among those in the valley. I could not think of Ivan. Anger already ruled my arm, and I needed to keep some semblance of reason. The Danatos had many hours head start on us, but when we hit their backs, they had only just collapsed the first ring of Tainye-Horet's defense. Their rear guard was positioned in the rocks and trees at the base of the ridge. Halfway down the descending path, Alexander silently motioned his meager troop into a wedge, set himself at the apex, and gave the signal to charge. I soared from the heights and flew in just ahead of him. My first victim was still wide-eyed and gaping as I shoved his warm body off my sword and smashed another man in the face with my bare foot. 2 other warriors fell back at the sight of me, the light of my Madonai body coloring their pale faces sallow. Roche rode up and skewered one of them in the back, and I spun in the air and swept my blade, taking the head of the second man. Enchantments lay in my hand like a second sword that night. Impossibility and distance and bone-deep weariness of no more import to me than gnats to a mountain. The battle was a bloody one. Between the raiding party, the remaining Ivor Lukash from Tainye-Kadar, and the people of Tainye-Horet, we had superior numbers. But most of Blaze's people were city-bred poor or peasants, strong, but untrained in combat, or freed slaves, trying to substitute vengeance and spirit for the weakness of their broken bodies, or old people, or children. There were a great number of children. And the others, the Manganar, Thrid, and Suzani, who dwelt in Tainye-Horet, had hidden in these rocks for decades, hoping, waiting, planning and training. But their enemies had been images from history, not superbly trained warriors wielding swords and spears with ferocious precision. Indeed, the Danatos fought as if possessed by the mad Gastai. They believed their prize very close, power next to the Emperor's own, and they recovered quickly from our surprise assault. The outer ring of warriors, so easily penetrated by our initial attack, hardened into a wall of steel, threatening to close about our wedge. They held us at bay while their lines pressed forward, orderly, methodical, scouring the valley, pressing men, women, children, goats, donkeys, and horses before them, killing any person who resisted. Alexander, seeming to be everywhere at once, molded and shaped his 16 fighters, teaching and encouraging them even as he threw himself against the Danatos lines. But the Derzi ranks refused to break. Our riders were too few, and when the Danatos inner ring had captured or slaughtered those within their grasp, they would turn and crush our pitiful band like a lion's great paw smashing an annoying dog. I strove to protect both Alexander and Faid. I could not afford to have my dreamer slain, and I killed any Derzi within reach of my blade. Always I kept my eye out for Admet. I had not told the others of my suspicion, but I had sworn to myself that he would go on trial before I left the human world. If he had done what I believed, he would die for it. "We've got to get through," Alexander shouted up at me as I slashed at a warrior threatening his back. It was difficult to see in the dark, the only light the wavering glare of the fires the Derzi set as they passed. "Can you find us a way?" "Done," I cried. "Roche, you've got the prince's back." I shot upward to look about. trying to make sense of things through the smoke and screams and flailing weapons. The 3 camps were in chaos, the sentries and guards who yet lived barely managing to hold their own as they retreated. The people of the valley hadn't enough horses to mount their defense, and the mounted Dersey swept through the slow-footed fighters like fire through dry grass. 15 or 20 defenders fell for every Dersey. I flew the length of the Dersey front, trying to find some small gap, some weak spot where the ranks of disciplined Dersey might be breached, hoping to discover some firm center where Alexander might rally the frantic people and take advantage of his numbers. A force of some 20 to 30 Thrid charged out of the burning groves to attack the Dersey left flank, only to see half their number cut down in the first engagement. I showered the Dersey with sparks I gathered from the fires, enabling a tattooed woman to rally the Thrid fighters. Soon more joined her, and she began to form up a small line of resistance. I flew on. Several of the Ivor Lukash fighters were trying to make a stand near the Suzani encampment. The Palatine Maruf, Faid's father, was off at the front of the battle. A small party of Dersey had outflanked them and now threatened to wipe out their families. A Suzani woman lay on the ground, unmoving, bloody and exposed, and an old woman sat in the dirt wailing, trying to cover the pitiful remains with hands and skirts. Other women, responsible for their husbands' wealth, were trying to retrieve their children and their hoards of silver before a similar fate befell them. A fresh wave of Dersey swept out of the darkness, driving the Ivor Lukash fighters and the panicked women away from the Suzani tents. A blood-smeared youth leaped out from behind a bush and slashed wildly at a Dersey rider who was bearing down on a woman carrying 2 small boys. The youth didn't see a second Dersey ride up behind him, sword raised. "Matei, behind you!" I dived into the fray, shoving my young friend to the ground and stabbing at the attacking warrior, while using my wings to sweep Matei's target from his rearing mount. "Stay back, lad!" I cried as the unhorsed warrior scrabbled quickly to his feet. A few strokes later and the Dersey choked on his own blood and fell to earth, trying to prevent his entrails escaping through the gaping hole I'd left in his belly. I spun on my heel. Matei was staring at me as he crept backward over the rocky ground. I reached out my hand to haul him up, feeling like smiling for the first time in hours. "Come on," I said. "Let's get you someplace less dangerous." But my simple gesture scribed his young face with mortal terror, and uttering a whimper he scrambled to his feet and ran off into the darkness. "Matei, wait!" No time to go after him. I had to hold back the attacking Dersey while the Ivor Lukash fighters got the Suzani women away. Another sweep of the front showed me that the Thrid woman had positioned her fighters securely among the trees, and her archers and bold swordsmen had slowed the Dersey advance and stretched the enemy's lines. A small victory, but the best prospect I'd seen. I raced back to Alexander and Blaze, who were being sorely pressed by a Danatos second lord. The Dersey noble was screaming at his men that the kinslayer was among them. "Go left!" I shouted, pointing the prince toward the Thrid. "Wasani's people hold the way!" While I used fire and sword, wind and terror to prevent the Dersey from closing ranks behind him, Alexander fought his way toward the valiant Thrid. A half an hour later, a path of fallen Dersey behind him, he broke through into the heart of the battle. From the center of the valley, a murmuring tide of sound swelled to drown out the screams and shouts and the roar of the flames. "Avedi!" The cries echoed from the cliffs, and soon the very shape of the combat changed. Outward pressure from the center halted the Dersey advance, and before another hour had passed, the rear guard began to fall back toward the hills. Once there, they had to deal with me. Every hour that I fought in my golden form, I felt stronger. Yes, I was tired. Yes, I had a dozen bleeding gashes and punctures. Yes, I still felt a tearing fire in my side whenever I raised my right arm. But with every passing moment, my reactions grew faster, my strokes more powerful, my movements quicker and more sure. I had been born to wear that form of light, to fight such battles, to use the power I had been given to protect those who needed it. I could sense the slightest movement behind me, and I could hold a part of my mind outside the combat, using it to ready my weapons of enchantment. I could see with such clarity the fighters at my hand, the shifting lines of combat, the dark, surging mass of Blaze's people. The bony outlaw himself was leading the right, with the two Manganar Ulai and Turlak beside him. The Thrid woman held the left, and in the center stood Alexander, the firstborn of Azekstan, his red hair flying, fighting with the measured fury of a king defending his citadel. Behind his sword my child was safe, as was his own, but only if no Dursey left this valley with the tale of its location. Let them fear me. And so I gave myself willingly to combat, and killed every warrior my hand could reach. Everything wore the varied colors of blood, the dark, gore-soaked earth beneath my feet, my naked flesh smeared with red and rusty brown, even the rocks above and beside me flushed with the scarlet dawn. Quiet had descended on the valley, but I hadn't noticed, for the battle raging in my veins had only now found its final release. I yanked my sword from the twitching body at my feet, then dropped to my knees and made sure of him, driving my knife into his heart. "Not my son, you bastard," I said, the hoarse whisper that grated in my throat all the sound I could muster. Blood matted his dark beard and his striped hafai. His sword hilt slid from his limp hand, and I kicked the weapon away when I stood up again, as if to be sure he could not rise from the dead and bring more treachery into the world. "Never him." "Holy gods, Seon, what have you done?" I whirled about and saw them standing there, Blaze, the stunned accuser, cradling one arm, his paint half washed away by sweat and blood, and gray-faced Eleanor, her blue skirt stained and torn, a well-used sword at her side, her hand steadying her wounded brother. Eleanor gazed at my last victim expressionless, as if the burden of horror that she already wore could not accept yet another portion. The sight of her there, in such a state, set off a firestorm in my soul. "Tell me!" I bellowed. Flames burst from my hand and sword, and the two stepped backward, almost tumbling down the steep path. I summoned the dregs of my strength to restrain my fury. "Please, tell me. Ivan." "He's well," said Eleanor. "Safe with Magda. Safe." Blaze was still staring at the dead man in the striped hafai. Heavy footsteps brought Roche and Gorid to join him, their tired faces glazed with shock and dismay. And behind them, surveying the sea of corpses around me until his gaze rested on the dead man at my feet, came Alexander. "The devil has murdered Admet!" screamed Gorid, drawing his sword, his face becoming a mask of hatred. "How many others of our own have fed his bloodthirst?" Alexander reached out and stayed the outlaw's arm. "You cannot challenge him, Gorid," he said softly, stepping in between us. I held my weapon at the ready, the pounding of my blood vibrating the fouled blade in rhythm with my heart. "Look around." No fewer than 40 Dursey warriors had felt my sword as they tried to escape the valley. The prince nodded his head at the dead Susani and raised one eyebrow. "Will you tell us why?" His voice was calm and steady, but in his amber eyes, he was afraid of me. With a word and a thought, I shifted form, feeling the light go out of the world along with my golden radiance and my strength. Indescribable weariness settled in my bones. My body felt gray and heavy, my clothing restrictive, my senses crippled and dull. I tried to form an answer, the fewest possible words to tell them of Admet's prideful, treacherous bargain. But my tongue was confused, as if accustomed to another language, and my mind could not seem to shape the evidence into a sequence they might understand. As I struggled to speak, yet another man came staggering up the hill. The curling hair and beard named him Suzaini, and his broad shoulders identified him as Faid well before we could see his face. Faid's breath was ragged when he stopped beside Admet's body. My dreamer's wide, dark eyes flew to mine. "The betrayer," I said, those two words all I could manage. Faid seemed to understand. He closed his eyes and said, "Gossipar, forgive him. Such shame for Suza." The young man wavered for a moment, and then gathered himself and bowed to me. "My honor is yours forever, Holy Lord." Before he could come up again, he fell face forward into the dirt. I glimpsed a ragged, bloody hole in his back, just as the world vanished. "Did you accomplish what you set out to do?" The question came from an infinite distance. I had only to open my eyes, but the slightest movement felt like dragging myself through a sea of mud. "Come, Kasparian, bring him wine. Human bodies are not meant for this." "I had to kill him," I said, shoving away the wine cup being pressed into my hand, and resting my forehead on the cool glass of the game board. My lips were not trying to answer Niel's question, but the questions left on the tongues of my friends. He was running away, half mad with guilt. He would have betrayed you again. I saw it in him, to justify himself. I had not slain Admet solely in anger, nor had I wreaked unthinking vengeance. I had given him a chance to explain, to tell me how he had never meant to cause the horror he had unleashed. But all he'd done was curse Alexander and me, and say that we had killed the 700 in the mine and the uncounted dead of that night's battle. Admet had sworn to bring down Alexander no matter what he had to do to accomplish it. Even then, despite the demands of vengeance and fury, I had not struck him until he drew his sword, vowing to kill me, and then do the same to my son. Gods of night, how did he know about Ivan? I didn't think Blaze had told anyone of my kinship to Eleanor's foster child, and now— Fool, why hadn't I found out before I killed him? "Of course you did what you thought was right." The voice was closer now, just across the table from me, and not unkind. The cost of the night's venture would be dreadful. We had won a victory in name only, wrested from such a vile and monstrous defeat. The war we had begun would be long and terrible, and my friends would have no time to plan, no time to prepare, no place to hide. Alexander could not fight it alone. I shoved my chair back from the little table and stood up, noticing in passing that it was raining again in Niel's garden. The movement had my wounds clamoring for attention, and I had to grab the table edge to keep from collapsing from sudden dizziness. The thigh wound of the previous day was reopened. Between that and my shoulder I had lost a good deal of blood. "Please, if you would have hot water sent to my room, and medicines for healing, and bandages. I've no wish to trouble Kasparian this time." "It will be done." I hobbled to the doorway and leaned on it for a moment. my back to the room and Niel. "When can we begin?" I said. A moment's silence.
"It will take me some time to make preparation. A moon's turning, perhaps twice that. Then we can proceed as rapidly as you wish. Every step your own choice."
No unseemly eagerness marred his speech. I appreciated that. "I must go back to help them," I said. "They're too few and too unskilled." Of course, I could walk back through the gateway to the human world and serve Alexander in my mortal form, but I dismissed the thought the moment it passed through my mind. What man offered sight and strength and freedom could live a blind and crippled slave? I believed Niel would keep his promise and allow me to act freely. I had made my own choices as I fought, and any judge who witnessed the entirety of my actions at Syria and Taïn-e-Haret would say I had done only what was needed to save my friends from disaster. Truly there was a price. There was always a price. I had seen it in Matai's face, and in Alexander's.
"There is a great deal that you can learn as you wait."
Niel didn't understand. "I can't wait until I'm changed. I need to go back as soon as they're ready to fight again. That will be days, not weeks." I glanced over my shoulder. Niel was staring at me, weighing his answer. He dearly wanted to refuse. So choose, I thought. Turn me down and force me to leave this place. Truly, at that moment, I could not have said what I wanted him to answer. But my aching body knew.
"Though I believe you'd do better to delay your return to the human world until we can rid you of your inborn flaws, I'm willing to accept your sense of urgency. Your judgment must prevail, as you informed me so clearly."
No, he had not forgiven me for using his own words against him. I should take that as a warning. But I wasn't really afraid. He knew he'd won, and his quibbling was for his own gratification, not my discomfiture.
"I will send you back through dreams as you require. The experience will allow you to develop your skills. But I'll not have you become more entangled with these humans, just when you should be learning the detachment proper to one who will hold such power. You will exchange speech only with your dreamer, no other human, until you are Madonai and can do as you please. Will you accept this condition?"
"If it's the only way I can continue," I said.
"The only way. If you cannot live without human thanks and glory, or if you must depend on a human voice to command you, then you are not worthy of my gift."
"And so tomorrow you'll help me explore dreams so I can choose where and how I'm to go back. I don't know if my last dreamer yet lives."
"As you wish. Tomorrow. And in the meanwhile I'll prepare to set you free."
Chapter 35. How rarely humans consider the other world that lies alongside the one we walk. Not a separate physical world like Kir Navarin or Kir Vaganoth, but the plane of existence that every man and woman and child inhabits for a portion of every day, the world of dreams. A place where any man can work magic or any woman fly, where events can repeat themselves over and over again, allowing us to examine every nuance, where fantastic creatures live, and we see colors the sunlight cannot show us, where we can walk with terror and test our mettle, yet withdraw in safety, with no more consequence than racing hearts and pillows damp with sweat. We've learned to fear the world of dreams, thinking of it as a place where madmen dwell, And yet I've heard it said that those who fail to dream can themselves go mad. Perhaps that was the source of my madness. My dreams had not been my own for a very long time.
"Halloo! A fine afternoon, is it not?"
Niel's cheerful greeting halted my steps halfway across the garden, well before I reached the wall. Exhausted from the events at Sira and Taine Horet, I'd slept the day and night around. And finding no one about when I finally abandoned my bed, I had decided it would behoove me to stretch and walk a bit before beginning whatever business awaited for the remainder of the day. As long as I was outdoors, I thought I'd try again to understand the mysterious structure of Niel's prison. Despite the rigors of the previous day's combat, my mind and body felt fresh and rested, and I hoped I might muster more insight into the puzzle of the wall than on my last attempt. I even dallied with the idea of changing to my winged form, my Madonai form, Niel had called it. Perhaps strength and Melita could reveal more of the wall's nature than my limited human perceptions. The light glinted brightly from the wall, as if the black stone was newly cut and polished. "A fine afternoon," I said, pausing while Niel caught up with me. His steps were brisk and sure on the gravel path. A breeze stirred my damp hair, and despite the cloudless sky, I shivered beneath my linen shirt. Autumn was coming to Kia Navarin. Though the grass and foliage were still luxuriant, here and there among the trees I caught a glimpse of gold or red, sometimes a single leaf, sometimes a small branch, arrived early at the culminating glory of its season. How is it that the most perfect of seasons was the precursor to the cruelest? I hated winter.
"Is it your injuries kept you abed so late? Do you need Kasparian to tend you?"
The Madonai examined my clean clothing with an air of distaste, as if looking for fractured bones poking out or unseemly spots of leaking blood. Irritated by his rude inspection, I started walking again, though I soon found myself following his course instead of my own. "Your remedies seem quite effective." Indeed, that was far short of the truth. I had dressed my wounds after leaving Niel the previous afternoon, and when I examined them again upon rising, I found most were near healed already. Only the most severe, the gashes in my thigh and shoulder, at all troublesome.
"Clearly you are experienced in caring for yourself. When you didn't come down this morning, I sent Kasparian to make sure you had not died in your bed. He reported you still snoring."
He turned off the main path abruptly and led me into a rectangular enclosure bounded by tall hedges. In the center of the small patch of lawn sat a white latticed arbor overgrown with trumpet vines. Though the grass and hedges and vines were still summer green, the yellow-orange trumpet blossoms were overblown, limp and wrinkled.
"Yesterday you seemed eager to learn more."
He motioned me to sit in one of the 3 graceful white chairs set in the shade of the arbor. A small table sat in the middle, and on it were the game board and the black and white pieces. "I am certainly eager," I said, "but not so much as to rush forward completely unprepared. When gaming with a master, one should make no move without wits. I needed the sleep."
"Of course. I want you to feel comfortable with your decision,"
he said, easing himself into the chair opposite me.
"Today you'll just explore dreams, not move into them, not shape them. Only observe. That's what you want."
I nodded. So much to learn. How did you follow the progress of a war through dreams? How did you find the dreamers you desired out of the countless souls in the world? How could you judge your timing and make sure you arrived at the critical points? And once those things were sure, whether traveling by my own power or by Niel's grace, how would I decide where my help would make the most difference? I have a great number of questions, I said. Without warning and without greeting to either of us, Kasparian strode into the garden and flopped his huge frame into the third chair. Sweat beaded his broad face and fresh blood spattered his white hose. He had been sparring again.
"Let us have no questions right now,"
said Niel, his eyes not wavering from my face, ignoring the grim and graying Madonai as if he were nothing more than one of the rasp-voiced jays that had boldly moved from tree to grass to table, investigating us.
"Experience the lesson, and then ask what you will. In your previous ventures, I have taken you into only one dream at a time. This time, you wish to see them all. Do you choose this freely?"
"Yes, of course."
"Attend me well."
I gave myself willingly to the exercise, noticing, as the world began to slip away, that the season had begun to change in Niel's eyes as well. Interlaced with the spring-like glory of his youth and the summer's abundance of his care for me, I felt the thin steel edge of winter. Even one day removed from the events at Sira, my hasty decision suddenly seemed ill-considered, until I closed my eyes at Niel's bidding and discovered the world of dreams. Chaos. Crickets chirp, roar of forests burning, the cracking of the earth's own heart, smearing scarlet, emerald, glaring yellows, sun-scorching exploding into a sky of fire, scalding ocean, soaring music, flutes and viol, malingar droning, birds, thousands screeching, sobbing, longing, baking bread, roasting meat, bells ringing, tolling, storms of biting sand, of crashing ocean and lowered sky, drenching torrents, sweet skin, smooth, coarse, wrinkled, flaking away, yielding, rotting, punctured, bleeding flesh, the wild eternal hunt, galloping, slavering jaws, ripping teeth, wailing, nauseating, maddening, and falling, stabs of bitterness, roses, sweet hay, despair, dread, soul-searing joy and terror.
Let go, boy. You do not have to experience each one. Hold back. Observe. Let them flow as they will, but not through you, not unless you choose.
The dry voice was deep inside my head, its intimacy cutting through the clamor. Panting, gasping, chest constricted with pain, my overwrought heart was hammering to escape my ribs, lest it burst from incapacity. I was being swept along by currents of sensation, tumbling out of control, on the verge of weeping with the assault, choking, drowning. A firm hand grasped my own.
Anchor here. Control it. Take the time to clear your mind and look again.
Desperately I sought refuge in sensory isolation, an exercise I had perfected in captivity. Only when I regained my composure did I release my senses, allowing them to function only as I commanded. Soon I was drifting in the teeming ocean of dreams, and then floating above it, able to watch the patterns forming and reforming themselves beneath the surface, like reflections in a dark glass.
Better?
Better, I whispered, in awe of what I could see in the dark, satiny swells. A man being chased by wolves. A woman exploring a tall house with no floors, only bare beams, unable to remember what she was searching for. A child tumbling off a horse, falling much farther than from saddle to earth. With no more than my desire, I traversed a wide swath of ocean and viewed an endless variety of dreams, lengthy stories and minute fragments, many of no more duration than a heartbeat, only a few worth study at any one time. Pause above one that interests you and reach beyond it, as if you were casting your net into the sea to catch up this vision. Draw your net together and explore the mind beyond it. Shape the dreamer. When you are skilled, you will be able to see the dreamer's surroundings and circumstances. Perhaps catch a glimpse of his life. These things were far more difficult than Niel's vague instructions implied, even for one accustomed to walking the portals of human souls. By the time he had coaxed, advised, and taunted me into one small success, conjuring the hazy impression of a grizzled donkey driver who plied the long and boring road from Viapol to Karesh, I felt as though I'd fought another battle. "Enough for now," said Niel. "Human flesh is not capable of more. We can try again tomorrow." But I had no intention of stopping the lesson so soon. "Another," I said, "and yes, I choose this freely." Again I flew over the patterns floating in the deeps. 3 more dreamers came to life by my hand. A shepherd in a highland meadow, dreaming of a pliant village maid, a woman racked with nightmares of a monstrous birth, and a slave enduring another night of torment and loss. With the third I began to get the feel of space and time, the uneven texture of the deeps. I could touch the dreamers beyond the floating visions, and imagine that when I was truly proficient, I would be able to bypass the entangling dreams and see only the landscape beyond. By the 5th day of Niel's instruction, I was in control. I could now see the human world spread out before me, distorted, obscured, dim and colorless behind the vivid flotsam of visions, but enabling me to identify towns and cities and landmarks to locate my dreamers. Though Casparian struck the spark, and Niel worked the dream enchantment called Vieto, I had learned to harness my own Melita to my efforts, sorting through the manic eddies of the dream world. And from the texture of dreams I could discover the days and nights and seasons of the world, its plagues, famines, and battles, the nuances of pleasure or torment. On the 10th day, Niel taught me the art of shaping dreams, gathering the image and imposing my own design. "Always with care," he said, "for you are touching the soul as intimately as is possible for a mortal being." As well we both knew. Why else was I sitting in his garden preparing to abandon my human self? "Look here," he said. "In this desert place I found a typical woman's dream, a mother's dream. Searching through the crowds that grow denser with every passing moment. Where is he? Lost, wandered away. Music playing across the field. Pipe music that he loves. Hear the laughter. Of course, it's he, unharmed, unafraid. But all these people are crowding in between us. Push through. Hurry. The toothless beggar laughs at my plight. The old woman pawing over dead things. Hours are long gone, they say, rotted in the ground. Why should you have one living, barren crow, losing the one given you? Child, come back to me. Hurry. The music fades. Hurry! So ease her search. You can do it. Part the crowd. See? Yes, that's it.
You can get to the Piper's first and hold the child for her, so he won't wander away."
The dark-haired child stands beside a cart where, within a framed box, 2 dolls dance, moved by sticks held by the piper's wife. The boy stands on his toes to see. I gather the small body into my arms, lifting him onto my shoulder so he can watch the dancing dolls. "Child, where are you?" The call comes from behind us, and I turn so the mother can see her boy safe on my shoulders. "He's safe here with me," I call, hoping to ease her worry. "I've got him." I can't pick her out among the myriad faces of the crowd. Everyone looks worried and frantic, and there are so many. But as I wave a hand, trying to catch her eye, her voice screams out, "No, not you!" And the dream faded from the ocean.
"Some human fears you cannot ease," said Niel, and we went on to another lesson.
On the 14th day I encountered Alexander. I had been searching for my friends in the unsettled dreams of Azekstan. They would have had to move away from Taine-Horet, regroup after the disaster, no matter how many Durzi I had killed. Simple reason said that the valleys were no longer safe. Others would have been told of the refuge in the desert, but neither Alexander nor Blaze would wait too long to strike again. I drifted over the silken waters, observing the play of light and color and form. The landscape I explored was desert and night. So many dreams, fearful, anxious dreams, the night before a battle. I paused. This one. How could I fail to recognize the soul where I had lived for 3 days so long ago? I bent down and touched the waters with my mind's finger, watching the ripples roll outward as I permitted my senses to embrace his dream. Galloping, racing, the choking sand billowing in waves, obscuring the quarry. Only a white tail visible through the storm, braided as the Bazrans braid their horses' tails. No glimpse of the rider. The child. Too small to ride alone. Too small to be lost in the desert. Hurry. Faster. Dead men and women on every side. More and more of them. From the Parevo emerges a stark image. A man hanging by his feet. Rats feeding on his ripped belly as his body sways in the wind. His amber eyes alive. Unable to scream because of the red braid tied to his tongue. The biting sand becomes a hail of arrows. "I'm coming!" My cry was unintended, but his fear was so great. His intent so unshakable. "No, you will not!" Abruptly the visions fell away, leaving me hanging over the table, heaving, as if my entrails had been drawn out through my eyes. A dull crash across from me was accompanied by the sound of splintering wood.
"I gave you no leave to speak to him. I told you I would not send you to this charming beggar who uses you like the slave you were. What courage does he show, hiding his petty blood feuds behind a Madonai warrior?"
My eyes came into focus to see Niel, red-faced, standing across from me. His white chair had toppled to the ground, cracking one of its delicate arms. "I was not going to him," I said as soon as I recovered from the sudden change. "If you remember, I don't know how as yet, and I intend to honor our bargain. But once changed, I will go." Silly to leave these things unspoken. Niel had won a great number of points, but the outcome of our joust was still in doubt. I could not waste time dissembling.
"I have hopes your judgment will improve by the time you are Madonai."
"In a few hours I wish to return to the human world," I said. "To a different dreamer, if you insist. But in the flesh, as we agreed. I'm healed and rested, and they're going to need me today." Alexander was not waiting until the refugees were settled, but was riding for Tanzir, a small target, but a symbol. Those who slaughtered Sovari, Malvar, and Wasani would recognize its meaning, would spread rumor throughout the empire all the way to Zagad's palace, and I needed to be part of the talk, I knew. Lydia had told me how Edic feared the tale of the winged warrior more than anything, the speculation that the gods protected Alexander. Alexander would need every advantage he could muster, even tales and rumors.
How can I send you to serve this human prince as I prepare to make you Madonai? Your smallest finger worth more than the entirety of his life.
Niel's trim grey beard quivered. I do thank you for this gift, I said. I wish I understood more of your aims. What am I that you should give so much to me? The ever-present question. He didn't answer, just turned his back and stomped away. Kasparian picked up the broken chair and slammed it upright. You are in a combat above your head, boy, he said through gritted teeth. You of all warriors should know that any hold can easily be reversed. He didn't elaborate, but crashed through the shrubbery and disappeared. Some unlucky opponent, real or illusory, was going to suffer that afternoon. Niel's fury was unsettling, evoking the memory of my own mad rages, like a scent or a taste can raise long-buried events. A potent reminder not to lose all caution. Yet I also chose to see it as a measure of his generosity in allowing me the freedom to act against his own desires. I was not deluded into thinking him entirely benevolent, but neither could I believe him insincere in his efforts to give me something magnificent. I could have explored the world of dreams for the next few hours, perhaps picked my dreamer and learned more of Alexander's plan. But the exploration was itself exhausting, so that even if I had been in control of the event, I likely would have deferred my curiosity until I took flesh through the dream. Instead, I stood in the clear space of the tiny lawn and began the Kianar, stepping through the movements to prepare myself for battle. Slow, focused, calming. As long as I wore this human body, I would maintain the habits that had served me well. And when I shifted, my skin prickled with anticipation, with hunger for the golden warmth and strength and the fiery Melita that would flood my veins. I, Seon, would remain in control. Chapter 36. Alexander's face was ruddy in the firelight. We need a way to neutralize the watch and get through the gates. Our informants say the Beck lords are locked in the cellar of the guard tower near the northern gates. The southern gate tower is the stronger defense, and the barracks are right beside it, but they don't want to parade the prisoners through the town once the gates are open tomorrow morning. Too easy for stray Beck warriors to disrupt the executions. So they've made it easier for us. Once we're through the gates, we can surprise the guards and, if we don't take too long about it, have the prisoners out before the next guard change. Then we'll join Turlak and Maruf to take Gan Hifir. So, I understand that some of you have the talents to get inside, take down the watch, and get the gates open. Is that right? The prince stood in the center of the small group, looking from one face to another as his fingers tapped the hilt of his sword. That would make things a great deal easier. The 10 men and women in the circle shifted uneasily and looked at Blaze, who was sitting on the sand, his right arm bound tightly to his chest. Ordinarily, that's my responsibility, he said. I think I can. Indeed you cannot. The woman came from out of the night behind the circle and handed Blaze a cup before sitting down beside him. Eleanor. Her hair was braided and bound up around her head. The flames made her skin glow like burnished copper. "Unless some god has magically knit the bones and disarm, you're not going to be able to fly or even defend yourself, much less take care of 8 or 10 Dursey warriors. Someone else will have to do it. Gorid, I know your easiest form is a Zydig, but you've shifted to birds before. Roche has never had success with birds, and Brina is at Gan Hafir."
"I won't," said Gorid, stretching out his legs, folding his arms across his chest, and leaning back against a saddle pack, as if to distance himself from the others in the huddled circle. "I won't risk my neck for any thieving Dursey nobles. Let them all hang. "As I said, I'll not hold it against anyone who wishes to stay behind," said Alexander. "But the Beck are not your enemies. They are a family of great honor that does not deserve what's going to happen tomorrow. If we can set them free, they'll listen to what we have to say. And if we can give them back Gan Hafir, they'll hold this region and bring others to our cause. You need to understand." "Tell them," I whispered as I elbowed my companion and shoved him out from behind the tent, where we were crouched in the deepest shadows of the desert night. "My Lord Seon will open the gates of Tanzir," said Faid as he stepped into the circle of firelight. 11 startled faces turned to the young man, who bowed respectfully to Alexander. "He would be very pleased if you will permit him to take on this duty, Avedi." Alexander's sharp gaze quickly searched the shadowed encampment. "Seon? I knew he'd come. Where is he?" "He came to me this night, in a dream," Faid stammered, his ivory skin flaring deep red as everyone stared at him. The young Suzani's broad chest was bare but for the strip of linen wrapped about his shoulder, covering the laceration in his back. In fact, other than the bandage and a great deal of curling black hair, he wore only the short, loose undergarment called fenzai. Once recovered from his astonishment at finding me in his tent, as well as his dream, and having listened carefully to what I required of him, Faid had insisted on dragging me immediately to the meeting where the Avedi and his leaders were finalizing the plan for that night's venture. He had been so eager to be of service, he had forgotten to put on his hafai, an excruciating oversight for a modest young Suzani.
"Came to you in a dream? Is that possible? Has he been able to do this before?"
I could not see Eleanor's expression, but her voice was troubled. "Not to my knowledge," said Alexander. "But now I would swear I've seen him in—" "Gods, who knows what's going on with the man? Tell us about him, Faid."
"Of course, Avedi. I was dreaming of my father. Gassapa protect my sire on his mission this night, and in this dream, as my good Lord Father chastised me for my wounding in our last battle, the Lord Seon prevented me setting my father's beard on fire. The Lord Seon expressed to me his deepest regards, Avedi, and his unyielding faith in you, and the same for Blaise and Mistress Eleanor and all the company, and he assured me that he will stand with us in all our ventures as far as is possible for him to do."
"Go back to bed, Faid. You're still asleep," Farrell called. "Your father's beard is safe from you this night."
A few others laughed with him. "I'd be happy for the sorcerer to come along as long as I don't have to be too close to him."
"I dreamed of my mother-in-law last night. Will she be in Tanzir too?"
"Saved my life at Andasar, and at least twice at Tainye Horet. Thankful he's with us." "How can you speak lightly of this cursed Azarian?" Gorid leaped up from the sand. "If he does come, he'll likely slaughter more of us as well as our enemies. Do you so easily forget our brother Admet?" The accusation hung in the air, like smoke on a windless night. It was left to Blaise to answer. "If Admet betrayed us at Sira, as Faid claims—" "Admet could never betray us to the Dursey. The traitor was someone else. Someone who loves them, who thinks Dursey pigs can be honorable," Gorid glared at Alexander. This cursed godling Seon murdered Adma to hide the treachery, not to avenge it.
You may accept my word, as I have given it to this company, said the prince, in the quiet voice that was his most dangerous. Or you may challenge me, as is the right of any man. But you will not impugn Seon's honor, nor use the incident to divide us. Whatever Seon did, he did with reason and justice. I will believe that until someone brings me clear evidence otherwise. He beckoned Feyd closer to the fire and turned his back on Gorid, as if daring the angry man to strike. Come, Feyd, where is Seon? I need to talk to him, to tell him our plan. Go on, say it as I told you, lad. I pulled back behind the tent, leaned my head against the warm canvas, and listened.
For the moment he chooses not to communicate with any human in the ordinary way, my lord. Even you should not expect it. But he says he will be with you, and do whatever is needful.
I see. A moment's pause, and then I heard Alexander pivot on his heel. Well, we must take him at his word, then, no matter how or when he chooses to speak it. Seon will open the gate. Roche, Petra, Kosho, and Dennis will come with me.
May I be permitted to ride with you also, my lord? Said Feyd nervously. I should be at the gate, at Tanzir, I believe, if you would allow me the honor. There was a brief silence. I heard good reports of you from Sira and Taine Horet. Your wound is not a problem. It is well healed, Avedi. All right, ride with me. I need to learn more of you, I think. Good. Alexander was putting the pieces together at least a little. I wanted to keep Feyd at Alexander's side. There seemed to be no strict limit on the distance allowed between me and my dreamer. We just grew increasingly anxious the farther we stretched our bond. If I was going to concentrate on my business, I needed him close. Blaze, you'll see to the reserves, then? Alexander was still at work. We'll have 5 wait at the first break of the dunes in case you need help, said Blaze. Gar, Katya, Bartram, Yori, and myself. Farrell will lead the rest of the fighters straight to Gan Hafir. You? I thought that was settled. I promised Linny I'd go no farther than the dunes, said Blaze, his unaccustomed grumbling attesting to the frustration of his injury. One of us should be there, just in case someone needs to get away in a hurry. I can do that much at least. Departing footsteps and side conversations told me that the group was breaking up. Alexander continued to review his plans, and would do so until they rode out. Every man and woman would know exactly what was expected in the coming hours, and Alexander would know exactly what to expect of them. He was a masterful commander. Mistress Eleanor, I trust you to implement your arrangements for the horses. Matai and Gerla have 5 extra horses fitted with weapons, water, and the clothing and banners you requested, said Eleanor. They should have arrived at Tanzir just after the gates closed at sunset, and will be camped outside the walls with the other late-comers. The gate guards are very strict about the closing. Gerla grew up in Tanzir and knows the town. If you should have further need of her, they'll be expecting you at first watch, ready to see to your mounts as you go inside. If you've nothing more for me tonight, I'm needed back in Zif Akur. Of course. Thank you, mistress. The boy is better? Much better. It was just a childhood fever. Fever. Ivan. Say more. My mother had died of fever, and other people I'd known in his area. Children. Were fevers not worse in children? But the stream of the night flowed onward. Gorid, the prince called a little louder. Perhaps you could accompany Mistress Eleanor back to Zif Akur? Capable though the lady be, 2 pair of arms and eyes are safer, and we cannot afford to lose either of you. Unless there is anything else. Safe riding to all. May all of our gods stand with us in this night's work. Shuffling footsteps approached my position, 2 men talking low. I ducked into Faid's tent and awaited the young man's return, drawing darkness about myself in case Alexander thought to poke his head in looking for me. "Are you satisfied, old man? I'm hiding from him." Though perhaps it was as well we could not speak. I was confident in my decisions, but not yet ready to lay them out for scrutiny by those who could not possibly understand. And Ivan, ill. I pictured him as I'd last seen him, standing wide-eyed in the firelit circle of old Uli's camp, running to safety in Eleanor's arms. It was all I could do to refrain from following Eleanor back to him. It's not the time, I told myself. Not yet. Someday. But if I were to be a Madonai, what then? A large body bowled through the small tent opening. "Lord Seon!" The whisper was loud enough to wake a tree. "Will you please lower your voice? No one is to know I'm here. The Avedi asked me privately of your whereabouts, just as you predicted. But I answered just as you told me. He didn't like it when I said you would accept no private messages from him. He was ready to walk away, but then he stopped and asked if you seemed well and easy. I said that you seemed quite healthy and had no particular difficulty with any matter that I could see, if that was what he meant by easy. My lord suggested that if you had made at least one bad joke in all your speaking, then such would signify that you were easy, and he wouldn't worry so much about you. I thought for a moment, and then I described how you had said you threatened a number of times to haunt his dreams, but had decided that mine were less pompous and more artful. I wasn't sure this was what the Avedi meant, but he laughed most robustly and seemed satisfied. Is this permissible to report, sir? Since he was addressing me and not sending any message to you, I thought it would be acceptable to repeat it in your hearing. Faid's pale bulk filled the dark tent, along with the smell of his dried sweat and the scented oil he used to curl his hair and beard. Yes, it's all right. Out of all expectation, wrapped up as I was in fear and mystery of such magnitude, I felt like laughing too. But I had no wish to insult Faid's zealous obedience. Thank you, Faid, thank you very much, but no more. As of now, my words are only for you, and I must hear only your own thoughts and observations in return. It is a condition of my presence. I had agreed to speak only with my dreamer, and had already stretched the meaning of my vow. Of course, my lord, I understand. Our holy god Gasupar went through many trials as he ascended to his power in Kaliapagran. He once had to remove every hair from his body with fire, even that in the most private of his nether parts, and stay smooth-shaven in that manner for a year. To be forbidden speech with one's comrades, even in time of battle, is perhaps less torment, especially if you have the hair of a Suzai. Indeed, I said, no longer able to withhold a smile at my dreamer's earnest comforting. Though Azarians are notoriously sparse of hair, I would not welcome such a trial. However, I did not welcome this trial either. Faid excused himself from further conversation, as his custom was to offer prayers to his god as he arrayed himself for combat. And so I huddled in his tent and listened to the sounds of the outlaw band preparing for battle. Along with creaking leather and metallic echoes of blades and harness came the nervous laughter, the last reminders of position and tactics, quiet encouragement, the generous assurances of manhood and courage and faithfulness, shared solace over fallen comrades, all the human intercourse that was now forbidden me. A number of people passed along messages to be sent back to loved ones with Eleanor, and I silently passed along my own. For you, my son, if I can do this thing, make the world whole and healthy for you, whatever is necessary to make it so I will do. Heavy footsteps paused just on the other side of the tent wall. Your sister is right, you know, said Alexander quietly. Stay out of action until you're fully healed. Believe me, I understand how it leaves your gut in a tangle to stay behind. I've never had to send them into this kind of danger without me. Despite my multitudes of faults, which were duly noted and gossiped about, the courtiers in Zagad forever praised me as bold and brave because I insisted on riding out with my warriors on a mission. They didn't understand that I took the easier path. We've a long siege ahead, Blaze. You'll have more chances than you could ever want. The gods ride with you this night, Lord Alexander. I wish I understood. Would you walk with me for a bit? I'd like to know a little more about a few of the men, this man, Faid, for one. I could have shifted form and gone with them to eavesdrop further on their conversation, but even such a one-sided entanglement seemed a violation of the spirit of my agreement. A month or two, the Madonai had said, and then I could do as I wished. Until then, if the condition of my presence was isolation, so be it. In the months since our escape, the powerful Rizka Haged had gotten their wish and moved one of their lower-ranked lords into Gan Hifir, the last holding of the Bek Haged. The Bek First Lord, taking a lesson from the dreadful punishment wreaked upon the Nadasine, had not protested directly to Edic, but rather withdrawn into Tanzir. From a small townhouse he had tried to maintain his dignity, his tenants, and his purse strings by continuing to manage the Gan Hifir farms and find markets for their wheat. He had proclaimed loudly that his generous emperor, though desiring a well-made fortress for his powerful Rizka allies, could surely not have meant for either a Derzi noble or his loyal tenants to starve. But old Bek's restraint had not saved him. The First Lord, his 3 sons, and 1 son-in-law had been scheduled for execution, their women strongly encouraged to take poison. The Bek warriors remained quartered at Gan Hifir, but were stripped of their yellow and blue Bek scarves and conscripted directly into the Emperor's service under Rizka command. Alexander planned to change all that. When the Avedi and his riders set out for Tanzir, I flew with them in falcon's form, high above them in the moonless night, so that Alexander would not guess that I had been in his camp. I would abide by the agreement. Indeed, self-isolation had served me well when I was a slave, but detachment did not require me to insult my friends. Blaze had us within sight of the walls of Tanzir a mere half-hour after Alexander's signal. I left the party then, and flew ahead to open the way. Tanzir slept. Perhaps my new learned skill with dreams was what told me that it did not sleep peacefully. Savari's bones no longer hung from the ramparts, nor were there any visible remains of Wasani or Malvar left upon the desolate land outside the walls. But I felt the 3 restless spirits close that night, and I had no doubt that Alexander would feel them also. "We will remember you with more than blood," I said as I perched upon the very post where the faithful guard captain had been so grotesquely displayed. "But tonight blood will be paid." I shifted to my true form, and one by one I settled silently behind each of the Rizka archers on the wall. I touched each man on the shoulder and let him turn and gape at my wings and golden light. Then I killed him, saying, "This for the faithful Savari," or "This for the noble Malvar," or "This is for the glorious Wasani." When all was done, I touched earth and unbarred the gates that I had loosened from the sand so many months ago. Without benefit of cranks or gears or even the wind, I shoved them open just enough to let the raiders in. Easy to see what had been planned for the lords of the Beck on the morrow. Across the wide expanse of the marketplace stood the ancient guard tower, and between the tower and the gates 5 gibbets stood waiting. They occupied the very spot where Wasani's wagon had been abandoned, and where we had fought our way out of the city to meet crushing defeat when we thought our victory won. I would allow no repetition of that horror on this night. Outside the walls was the motley sprawl that sprang up outside of any closed city. A few small fires marked the travelers' camp, and the quiet sounds of restless beasts and wakeful children hung in the still air. 2 young merchants lounged by a muddy trough, watering their string of horses. The stars slogged relentlessly along their night's path. 7 horsemen rode out of the desert, slowly, as if tired from long journeying. They merged easily into the drowsy camp, and soon the slight wrinkle their arrival caused in the fabric of the night was smoothed again. Only from my vantage could one see the 7 dark-clad strangers slip through the open gates a short time later. They looked up as they passed below me, of course, and I raised my hand in greeting, but did not go down to meet them. I remained on the walls, making sure that no one came to close the gates, to replace the guard untimely in the mud-brick guard tower, or to bother the 2 young merchants who seemed to have acquired a few more beasts than they had brought to the watering trough. Only a suspicious eye would have remarked that the 2 had saddled the string of horses they told their fellow travelers were to be up at auction the next morning. In less than half an hour, the first 2 raiders slipped out of the alleyway beside the guard tower. The rest soon followed, along with 5 new companions, the freed prisoners. Almost done. But the group had only just passed the waiting gibbets when I heard urgent hoofbeats from the direction of the guard barracks. Another betrayal? More likely some signal not given, some report not made. Whatever the reason, we needed to be away. Sword drawn and ready, I shot downward and touched earth at the far edge of the marketplace, where the guardsmen would emerge from the dark street and into the open. Alexander, who was bringing up the rear of the rescue party, left the others and hurried toward me across the expanse. "What are you doing?" I held up one hand to stop him and pointed my sword in the direction of the approaching danger. Though he could not yet have heard the horseman, he reversed quickly in his tracks and called to the others, "Run!" He heard the pounding onslaught soon enough, as well as the terrified cries of townsmen who peeped out of their shutters and observed my blazing form as I raised a towering whirlwind of sand. Once I had the wind churning, I could not judge time, for I was fully occupied with some 20 Rizka warriors. How long to hold? I ducked a slashing blow from a Durzi horseman and brought up my sword in a counter. 3, 4 blades at once. Long enough for them to get through the gates, on to the mounts that Matai and Gerla have ready, and far enough away that pursuers won't know their direction. Not too long, though. I couldn't hold 20 indefinitely. But I got caught up in the battle, in the challenge of opposing so many. Each time a party threatened to break free of me, I lashed out with another blast of flaying wind and called down a rain of fire. The horses screamed and reared, and I laughed when I got them so tangled they could not pull away from each other. "Not so fast!" I bellowed and pounced on a determined warrior who was heading for the gates. I lifted him out of the saddle with one arm and threw him to the ground. Not gently. Ducking 2 blows, I stabbed upward to catch one of the attackers, yanked the other from his saddle by the leg, and managed to snatch a glance at the gates. No sign of my friends. The uncomfortable tightness in my chest told me that my dreamer was well out of the city. How long has it been? A spear grazed my back in the sensitive area where my wing joined my flesh. Fortunately, it did not penetrate deep, but only gouged a stinging hole and fell away. I spun in the air and saw 3 arrows, 2 spears, and at least 10 blades headed my way. Long enough. Soaring upward, I pounded the gate shut with a final burst of enchantment. Then I abandoned Tanzir and sped through the desert night toward Alexander and the besieged Berg fortress. Chapter 37. I had fought at Tanzir much longer than needed. By the time I made my way to the squat, cheerless fortress of Ganhifir, Alexander had taken charge of the battle begun by Faid's father Maruf and Turlak, the son of the Manganar king. Before the assault, Brina, one of the demon-joined Azarians, had slipped unobserved into the fortress and opened the way for 2 more of Blaze's people. The 3 of them had made their way into the guard barracks and told the Berg warriors that a new leader from the desert, a Derzi lord who was favored of the gods and was called the Avedi, the firstborn of Azekstan, was coming to reclaim Ganhifir and prevent the unjust execution of their lords. And so, at dawn, when the Manganar and Suzani troops struck, the Berg rose up inside the fortress and threw open the gates. This is not to say the battle was easy. The Rizka were well disciplined and outnumbered us 3 to 1. A determined troop of archers occupied the highest tower of the fortress and rained down death on our fighters. In the space of 10 heartbeats, 3 arrows narrowly missed Alexander, who was riding back and forth along his front lines, trying to keep his inexperienced troops from falling back under the barrage. I took care of the problem. The archers were well protected by Rizka swordsmen, but it was only a matter of time and work to clean them out. Blood flowed freely that morning, but by the time the sun hung at its zenith, Alexander was embracing the Berg First Lord and his sons, and introducing them to the commanders who had retaken their stronghold. Together the prince, Maruf, and Turlak ushered the Berg through the gates to the cheers of Berg warriors and the odd company of Manganar and Suzani fighters and painted outlaws of the Ivor Lukash. The symbol of a flaming arrow, the Berg banner that Alexander had brought as a gift to the beleaguered Heged, flew once again on the ramparts of Ganhifir. Above it flew another banner. Many were asking whose crest was a woven pattern of gold, red, and yellow that looked like a sun rising over a field of golden grass. I knew, though I had seen it, only in books of history and lore. It was the royal crest of Manganar. As my blood fever cooled, I circled over the battlefield like one of the vultures, watching the victors care for their wounded, lay out the dead as their custom specified, and round up Rizka prisoners who knelt waiting, hands on heads. The fortress stood on a rugged hilltop, and the battle had spread over the flanks of the hill as the Berg drove the Rizka out of the castle and into Alexander's arms. From the wide vantage of the cloudless sky, I glimpsed the flash of a raised weapon in the folded rocks at the base of the hill, and heard a faint cry, and then another. No one else in the milling, exhausted aftermath of battle seemed to notice. I drew my sword once again, dived, and touched my bare feet to a shelf of warm sandstone. While one Derzi stood guard, a second Derzi raised his sword above the head of a kneeling Thrid. 3 other men had already met the fate that awaited the captive. The 2 Derzi wore the colors of the Rizka. I neither challenged nor warned the executioner, just knocked away the upraised sword and kicked him in the head, dropping him on his backside. A wave of my weapon discouraged the other warrior from making any move. Or perhaps it was the sight of my wings unfurled, or all the blood on my golden skin. The Thrid man looked up, trembling, and I jerked my head toward the fortress and the battlefield. He bowed, grabbed his horses, and ran. I had every intention of shepherding the two Derzi back to the first Beck warrior I could find, but the one sitting on the ground, a thick-chested, youngish man with the puffy eyes, coarse skin, and red-veined nose of one much older, shot me a glance of such malevolence that it stopped me in mid-motion. Though I was not threatened in the least by human hatred, his vicious demeanor caused me to look at him more closely. That's when I noticed his earring. Derzi earrings often designated Heged rank, the size, materials, design, and gemstones combining to allow easy distinction of a first, second, or third lord from a lowly 10th. We had heard that the Rizka 6th was the resident of Ganhifir, but this man was of much higher rank, the second lord of his Heged. The second lord of the Rizka was the first lord's son, which meant his name would be Bodan, the brute who had taken his 10-year-old bride named Niamat and used her to death. We were likely a strange sight for those who stood on the battlefield or on the ramparts of Ganhifir, the naked, blood-marked warrior with wings, leading a man, also naked, by a neck halter. When he fell, I dragged him until he could get up again. It had been the hardest thing I'd ever done to keep from mutilating him. I had stripped and bound him, my knife poised over the flaccid weapon he had used to murder a child. As is the way with brutes, his courage deserted him quickly, and he screamed and begged and wept. Mercy did not stay my blade. Rather, this matter was so charged with significance that I could not deprive Alexander of its resolution. And so I kicked and prodded Bodan onward toward his proper judge. By the time we reached the fortress gate, an expectant crowd had gathered, including Alexander and the Beck lords. I touched earth, forced Bodan to his knees with a yank on the halter, and passed the rope to a puzzled Lord Sereg, the Beck fourth whom Alexander had met in Tanzir. Then in Alexander's hands I laid the Rizka tefcoat and the bloody earring I had ripped from Bodan's head. "What's happening with you, Seyon?" he said, studying my face. "What's all this?" Without a word I summoned the wind and flew upward, circling about to hover over the prince and his prisoner. Having no answer from me, Alexander shifted his attention to what I'd brought him. He touched the earring, and I saw the change when the understanding came. His fist clenched about the earring, and he raised it high with a blood-chilling cry of triumph. I did not stay to watch his resolution. I trusted him to act with wisdom, more than I trusted myself. And indeed I had other matters on my mind. I returned to the battlefield. Faid was walking beside his father as the Suzani Palatine spoke to his fighters, healthy and wounded, and heard each man's report of his role in the battle. The bearded noble berated each wounded man, encouraging him to combat the weakness that had led to his injuries, and demonstrating his expectation that in the warrior's next trial, the man would strive to triumph over such imperfection. As the father and son walked away from a cluster of men who were preparing a dead fighter for burial, I touched earth and nodded respectfully to Maruf. "My greetings to you, most holy one," said the Suzani noble, bowing deeply, his eyes flaming in wonder. "What service may I offer you?" I did not answer, but only beckoned Faid. "Honored father," said the younger man, "my lord Seyon has need of me. May I be excused from your side to accompany him?" "Of course. Certainly. I am pleased that my son is of use to one so favored of the gods." The Palatine glanced from side to side as gawking fighters moved close to see and hear. His voice rose a bit louder. "Holy warrior,
You honor the house of Sabon and inflame the glory of Suza by choosing one of our own as your companion. For so long our history has been diminished." "Horses," I murmured to Faid, and the young man scurried off as I heard out the nobleman's few moments of rhetoric. I was dreadfully impatient, but to listen respectfully was little enough to do for a proud people who, in the span of a few centuries, had been reduced to a caricature of themselves. Every Suzani back grew a little straighter as Maruf spoke. When Faid returned, mounted and leading an extra horse, I nodded wordlessly to Maruf and to the small crowd who had gathered. Then I gathered the wind and took wing, motioning Faid to ride after me, thinking that to change to human form right then would diminish what small gift I had given the Suzani. And though it precluded much conversation, once we were away, it just seemed easier to fly. "I need to go to Zif-Fakir," I called down to Faid. "Lead me there." As in everything, Faid did as I commanded. "Ride into the settlement and tell everyone the news of the raid," I said, leaning heavily on a dusty lemon tree and looking down on Zif-Fakir, a dry little valley in southeastern Azerbaijan that was Blaze's new hiding place. Shifting to human form when we had come within sight of the bleak encampment had been a mistake. My side ached fiercely, and every bone felt like lead. Clothes felt awkward and stiff. "Take your time about it. Are you sure that's the right tent, the third from the end?" "I'm certain of it. And what shall I do once I've told them of our victory?" Faid's eager young face showed no lack of will, though he had dismounted slowly and lost his footing several times as we descended the steep hillside toward the lemon grove that overlooked the latest resting place of the refugees from Taïne Kadar and Taïne Horet. He was tired too. "Go to bed," I said. "You'll have done good service this day." "You'll be gone when I wake tomorrow, won't you?" I smiled and touched his broad shoulder. "Only for a while. Keep yourself safe, and I'll be here when you need me again." "I've no experience of sorcery, save this strange traveling with the good Blaze and his kind," said Faid. "Will you ever explain this to me?" I fixed my eyes on the small figures far below me, hurrying about their evening tasks in the dusky gold light. "No," I said. "I probably won't. But don't think it any lack in you. I am very grateful for your companionship. To serve you is my honor, Holy Lord, and I could wish for no more." His weary steps receded, back up the hill to where his horse was waiting. Holy Lord, I wished they wouldn't call me that. Absent-mindedly, I rubbed at my leather vest, trying to ease the soreness in my shoulder, and wishing I could reach the middle of my back where my shirt was sticking to the seeping spear gouge. One advantage of fighting naked: your clothes couldn't irritate the injuries. I pulled off the vest, threw it on the ground, and tugged at my shirt until it came unstuck. About the time the sky had faded from bronze to deep gray blue, I saw the shadowy horseman ride into the settlement, and the inevitable lamps and torches gather around him like fireflies about a rain puddle. I shifted to falcon's form, flew down the hill, and circled the crowd. A glimpse of the tall, slender woman near the center set me at ease. Soon thereafter I pulled aside a flap of canvas, ducked my head, and walked into Eleanor's tent. The space was not large, scarcely enough for 2 pallets, a pile of leather saddle packs, and a small wooden chest. A strip of leather brushed my face as I stepped in. High above the chest hung a flat tin plate with a candle set on it. The candlelight revealed a sword belt hung from the roof pole, sheath and weapon well out of reach of a small child. The child himself lay sleeping on the pallet, his dark lashes resting on rose-gold cheeks, one fist drawn up under his chin, the other clutching a threadbare blanket. Only when I passed my hand over his face to rest on his dark hair did I feel the soft stir of his breathing. He was warm with bed and blanket, but not fevered. I took a deep breath, as I had not since I'd heard the word fever. A breeze found its way through the tent flap, causing the candle to flicker. I should leave before Eleanor returned, but I could not will myself to move. So I sat beside the rumpled bed and watched my son sleep, trying to keep my thoughts at bay lest they somehow sully his innocent dreams. "What's going on? Who are—" "Seon!" The exclamation jolted me out of that peaceful confusion that is just beyond thought, yet just short of sleep. I blinked in the sudden brightness. Faid must have drawn out his storytelling, for on the tin plate hanging above the wooden chest, the gasping candle flame floated on a puddle of wax. The brighter light glared from a battered oil lamp in Eleanor's hand. My hand still rested on Ivan's head. Only as I felt Eleanor's eyes on me did I notice the dried blood under my nails and in the creases of my skin. I quickly withdrew my hand. Was I forever to be steeped in blood when I encountered Eleanor? "What are you doing? Is he all right?" Shaking my head and holding out empty hands, I stood up to go. I doubted Eleanor truly wanted words from me, and even if I were permitted to speak, she would likely not believe the things I wished to say. And so I turned for one more look, a glimpse of beauty to fill my memory and of innocence to fill my soul, and then came near jumping out of my skin when a hand touched my back. "You're bleeding." It was not quite an accusation. I shook my head again and waited for her to move out of the doorway. "Let me look at it. The others will be back soon, and from what Faid says, the healers will be busy." She took down the tin plate, blew out the failing candle flame, and hung the lantern from the hook on the roof pole. "I didn't know gods could bleed." What use was there to protest, even if I could do so without speaking? We had fought this battle already, and indeed my human flesh betrayed me. Even copper-colored Azarian skin would reveal such throbbing heat as I felt in my face. Evidently Eleanor misinterpreted my heightened color. "All right. I'm sorry. That wasn't fair. I never know what to say to you, Seon. You frightened me." This modest overture left me completely off guard, and so I did not resist when she took firm hold of my arm, spun me around, and pulled up my shirt. And yet, stars of night! Not a pleasant sight, I knew. Not with a raw, seeping wound right in the middle of a slave's legacy of scars. I quickly yanked the tail of my shirt down again, held up one hand to signify that she needn't say or do anything else, and with the other I moved her aside so I could get out of the suddenly sweltering tent. I did not meet her gaze, nor did I look over my shoulder to see if my back was truly on fire where her hand had so gently brushed my horrid skin. Somewhere between Eleanor's tent and Faid's, the world went dark and disappeared. When I dragged my heavy eyes from the game board, Niel and Kasparian had already moved to the far side of the room and stood talking quietly together. I did not wait to hear what they might have to say. Outside the wide-open doors the moon was high, the night cool. The garden smelled of late summer herbs and drying leaves. Though I was physically tired, I had no desire to sleep. Food had been laid out on a table in Niel's sitting room, but I wasn't hungry either. I needed air, solitude, and time to think.
I wandered down the gravel paths in the silver light and forced myself to go through it all again. The reasons I had to undergo this change. I had eased Alexander's dream-spoken fear by telling him that I would help him. And his chances of success were so slender, so impossible, that he needed every advantage I could bring him. Yet who could explain the consequences of even so benign an interference? What if my comfort had made him less cautious? What betrayal would he have felt? What loss, if I had failed to keep a promise so rashly given in the intimacy of his dream? And then there was the bloodshed. I had killed without remorse to protect those I loved, and would do so until they were safe. Truly, I had no need to explore my reasons for accepting Niel's gift of power. Their safety was everything. But experience told me that the human world would never be perfectly safe. Would I ever be able to stop killing? Niel was right to insist on my isolation. Already the power I held was immense, and my hunger for it almost uncontrollable. Even as I thought of it, my breath came short, and my body spasmed with the desire to shift, to shed my constricting clothes, and feel the surge of Melida. Yet what dangers did I risk, tangling such power with love and anger and fear? And could I bear the cost? Yes, that was the difficulty. I had known every kind of pain, of both body and mind, yet seldom had I felt such piercing hurt as I had just experienced. My back yet burned with the touch of Eleanor's hand, a human hand that spoke more eloquently of kindness and forgiveness than any words. Was I willing to relinquish such contact? Could I do such a thing and remain whole? Perhaps this was the hard lesson Niel was trying to teach me whenever his eyes filled with tears. That the price of power and destiny was certain to be pain and loss on a scale with his own. As I walked the paths of Niel's garden, lost in such uncomfortable musings, I began to feel nauseated. At first I thought that fear and moral discomfort were upsetting my empty stomach and making my hands clammy. Or perhaps the illness was some delayed response to the night's hard fighting. When I began to feel dizzy and feverish as well, I thought the symptoms must be a reaction to the wound in my back. Maybe the injury was worse than I thought, or the weapon had been tainted with poison. I decided to return to the castle. For the first time in an hour, I glanced up to get my bearings and realized that I was on the verge of walking straight into the wall, right at the point where a jagged line marked the crack in the stone facing. Though its position was correct, and the shape of the inky crack familiar, the flaw appeared narrower than before, and the tracery of smaller lines extending from it no more than surface imperfections. Curious. But I could not pursue an investigation on this night. I felt near collapse. I reversed course and staggered toward the lights of the fortress, only to find the wave of sickness receding as quickly as it had come. By the time I reached the path that led to the steps, I felt hale again. Even the gouge in my back no longer nagged at me. I stopped for a moment and stared at my hands. Dry. Steady. In fact, I stepped into the light and turned them over to be sure. The scars on my hands had vanished, including the calloused ridges about my wrists, left by Dursey slave rings. A quick examination told me that all my other scars remained where I expected them, but every mark on my hands was gone. I was still unsettled when Niel walked out onto the broad porch. His straight, slender form was cast into silhouette by the brightly lit doorway behind him, leaving his features in darkness. Which face did he wear this night?
His voice sounded youthful as he called, "Are you not tired, lad, or hungry? Do you not need a bed after such a grueling adventure?"
"I don't want to sleep yet."
"Then let's talk."
He walked down the steps past me and across a small lawn, settling onto a stone bench that overlooked a pond. On the still black water floated the yellowing leaves of pond lilies. Though his back was to me, I could hear the old sorcerer clearly.
"Tell me about your son."
A chill that was no remnant of my brief illness danced across my back. Why was I so sure Niel wished me well? "My son is none of your concern."
"Everything of your life is a concern to me. Did you think I didn't know of the child? I first learned of him when you lay dying, and now I've seen him through your eyes. A beautiful boy. What hopes you must have for him. You need have no secrets from me."
Easy for him to say, who had a treasure house of secrets. "Perhaps I'll tell you of my son when you tell me of yours." His son. His jailer. In the space of a heartbeat, winter settled on that autumn garden. In frigid silence, Niel rose and walked away, abandoning his questions and mine. Chapter 38. Over the next weeks, I had no time to consider either the unsettling exchange with Niel or the inner questioning that had preceded it. Niel did not mention my son again and showed no further signs of displeasure. I continued my work with dreams, though only for an hour or two a day. Niel said he needed time to prepare for the enchantments that would affect my change. He gave no hints as to the timing, method, or duration of that event, only promised once again that I would be given a choice at every step. Mundane occupations like eating and sleeping seemed to demand less and less of my time, but the hours were filled to bursting nonetheless. Though he did not respond to my particular questions, Niel made sure I did not lack for answers. He set me to reading his library of scrolls, history of the Madonai, their tales and poetry and learnings. Theirs had been a rich life, pondering the mysteries and beauties of the universe. A life of adventure, exploring their wide and varied world from mountaintop to ocean's depth, vying with wild creatures of varieties not known in my own world. A life of study, examining the growth and change of animals and plants, the marvels of weather and storm, the nature of color and art, the nuances of music and its effect upon the soul. Days of reading, and I had touched but a particle in the vastness of their knowledge. In other hours, my mentor provided certain enchantments for me to try, the simplest ones that did not require the full power of a Madonai. With Kasparian to initiate the working, and Niel to guide me, I spent one entire day exploring the world within a tree. Floating in the veins of life that threaded its body, I traveled from root to trunk to branch to stem to leaf. I walked the rings of growth that told its history, of years of drought and plentiful rain, of fire and storm and blight. Sitting within the green world of a single leaf, I experienced the pulsing, infinitesimal unfolding of its growing. I felt the sun's hot caress upon my back and tasted the liquor of life. I emerged from the enchantment awed with its power, beauty, and mind-stretching understanding. The smell, the taste, the feel of that tree, the life that set it apart from every other, had become such an intimate part of me that I could truthfully say, I am oak. This one of all oaks in all worlds. I could have spoken its name if tongue and lips could have articulated such a word.
"Was it well done?" said Niel,
his gray brows knitted together, his old young eyes probing as I sat on the grass under the canopy of that tree, lit by the double-sized moon.
"I cannot follow you into these places as I can through the dreams. Such workings are forbidden me."
Forbidden, because his name had been taken away, the conduit of the soul that enabled the use of power. A dreadful thing, to strip a man of his name, so that even those who knew him would forget. All encounters and relationships fading like dew at noonday. When the person died, all trace of his existence would die with him, wiped from the scrolls of history, as if he had never been. "Well done. Very well," I said. "No matter what else happens between us, Niel, I thank you for this. I never imagined
to experience the infinite varieties of life. Yes, I thought you'd like that. Every journey such a wonder. Beauty and complexity to grow the mind and enlarge the soul. And all of it waiting for you," he said, smiling, the first genuine pleasure I had seen in him since my return to Kir Navarin. "I can teach you 1,000 more such workings. I've waited so long to share them with you." As in our first encounter, his smile transformed him. But unlike the first time, I did not drop my eyes. Rather, I tried to probe that figure of beauty and wisdom and power, much as I had explored the oak, to travel the paths of his thoughts, to unravel the mysteries of his intentions. But I had not the power, and the vision soon faded. Niel was but a lean, gray-haired man with marvelous eyes that were filled with kindness and love, and long-held sorrow. I told myself that he was mad, and so these things I felt from him were surely some false creation. But I was a warden, trained to see and feel the truth within the soul, and he was not false. Everything he expressed was reflected in me, as if I were a mirror of his heart. And so I was forced back to the question, "Niel, please tell me why I'm here. Why me?" His smile vanished, and he would not answer. Every few days, between my studies and enchantments, I would traverse the ocean of dreams and return to Alexander by way of my dreamer. The Beck rescue and Gan Hefir raid had been successful, a needed victory, a tale that would take on its own life and spread throughout the empire. The prince had sent Bodan to Edic, just as I had delivered him, naked and bound. At risk of their own lives, 4 warriors of the Beck had pledged to throw the brute at the emperor's feet, leaving Edic with a cruel dilemma. Would he give Bodan up to the Hamrashi, risking his alliance with the powerful Riska, or would he refuse his Hamrash allies their blood prince, risking the same vengeance that had fallen on Alexander? Along with Bodan, the Beck warriors presented Edic with one more gift, a falcon's feather. No one in Zagad would fail to know its meaning. The Danishkar falcon was in flight. Alexander was coming. Gan Hefir was a foothold, but a precarious one, and its winning left Alexander with his own dilemma. The battles at Sira, Tainye Horet, and Gan Hefir had cost him no less than 50 of his best fighters, as well as more than 150 others dead. Though the Beck were a valuable ally, they brought no more warriors to Alexander's side, for the small Durzi house had agreed to take on the difficult task of retaking northern Manganar, with the understanding
that they were to train Ulai and Turlok's Manganar troops to fight beside them. They would need every man they could muster to withstand the Rizka, not to mention whatever retribution Edic sent from Zagad. Unless he found more fighters quickly, Alexander would run out of soldiers with his war scarcely begun. The answer was Blaze. Alexander asked the shapeshifter to take on the task of recruiting fighters to the cause. The move was brilliant. Blaze's strength had always been his passion and commitment, rather than his sword arm or his strategies. And now he carried word to the Manganar and the Suzai and Thrid that the Avedi had raised the banner of their lost realms and fought shoulder to shoulder with their own lords. Over the next weeks, as I watched the ragtag bands of ironmongers and shepherds, drovers and farm girls arrive in Zif-Fakir, all of them both terrified and determined, I knew that Blaze had found his proper calling. As for more skilled recruits, the prince devised a plan for that, too. Lord Sereg, the well-spoken and intelligent Beck Fourth Lord, had chosen to remain with Alexander. Before many days had passed, Sereg and Roche were off to speak to the Mardek in Karn Hageth, to the Fazet in Viapol, and to the other minor houses who had promised to support Alexander if he could prove that anyone else was with him. Sereg himself would stand as the proof, while carrying the message that Alexander was fighting not for the throne of the Derzi Empire, but for a newly forming vision of the world. While Blaze and Sereg expanded his army, Alexander took up raiding again, causing Derzi nobles and their henchmen many a nervous night. Everything he knew of politics and grievance throughout the empire he used to choose his objectives. We kidnapped tax collectors, not the cruelest of their ilk, but ones who could be convinced by fright, mystery, and a touch of royal persuasion to forego their exorbitant overcollection, thus easing the burdens that caused local merchants to starve out their poorest customers. Rather than attacking individual slave caravans, we hit the 3 trading centers in the desert that spawned them, thereby disrupting the vile traffic between the more recently conquered territories and the heart of the empire. We raided a Veshtar camp where spies had reported the sons and daughters of the Nadasine were kept in cages. From my perch on a spit of rock, overlooking the bloody remnants of that battle, I watched Alexander oversee the release of 200 slaves, offering his own hand to gaunt scarecrows who could scarcely move, and his own waterskin to walking corpses half mad with thirst. Secret grain stores, disputed lands, an armory owned by a divided family, a horse merchant hoarding prize breeding stock. All the tenderest spots in the empire were ripe targets. I joined the raiders on most of these ventures. Whenever I traveled in the dream world and sensed a raid was imminent, I asked Niel to send me to Faid. The Madani always resisted my petition, insisting that I wait until I took my proper form to reduce my chance of injury. "Is this foolish path your free choice?" he would say. "Or is this more piteous begging from this human princelet, who cares not for your wounding? Wait but a little while, and you will be stronger than you can imagine. Yes, this is my choice. I accept the risk, because the risk of not going is far worse." No matter how I wheedled, coaxed, or railed at him, Niel refused to tell me when or how my change would come about. He would not soothe the impatience of a short-lived species by rushing a working of such complexity. And so I buried cravings and curiosity by continual work to increase my imperfect strength and power. At no time in those long months did I speak to any human but Faid. Though I assumed such restraint would be difficult, I soon became accustomed to it.
My dreamer would tell me the night's plan, and, if there was clear need of my skills in some part of it, I would dispatch him to Alexander with my intent to take on the task. Otherwise, I would appear at the scene unannounced, and do whatever was needed most, sometimes ensuring the victory, sometimes holding back the enemy so that the prince and his fighters could escape, for by no means did they win every skirmish. With my help, they avoided the most severe consequences of defeat. No matter Niel's constant opposition, or my own growing impatience with the war, I could not abandon my friends. I was sorely tempted to find a dreamer in Zagad itself, and take down Edic or the Lords of the 20 to speed the progress of events. But my place was at Alexander's side. My warden's oath, that human-wrought fetter still fixed at the core of my being, bound me to protect and nurture one who bore the god's mark, and so I would do until my last breath. At first, Alexander questioned Faid about me, and tried to send me messages along with his plans. Whenever I appeared at his side, he would grin and raise his eyebrows, as he had always done when trying to probe my private mysteries. But as the weeks passed, and I remained aloof, he gave up trying to bridge the distance between us. If circumstances permitted, he would greet me with a slight bow. No smile, no greeting, no expectations. Soon even the bow became less frequent. My presence was appreciated as happy chance, like good weather or favorable terrain. But Alexander no longer tried to direct my actions or outguess me, any more than he could manipulate wind or desert. I felt a certain freedom, no longer bearing the burden of his concern and curiosity. And if I felt a faint twinge of regret as he laughed with Farrell or huddled with Eleanor and his commanders over a map, I promised myself that everything would be different as soon as Niel got on with his business. Meanwhile, my power grew, as did my craving for it. When not fighting or studying, I walked and ran and climbed the mountain path, trying to keep my body loose and take my mind off my compulsion to shift. On one day, almost 4 months from my arrival in Kier Navarin, I glimpsed Kasparian hurrying through the passageways and followed him. His dour expression told me he was off to practice his fighting again. "Have you some dry place to work?" I said, matching his long strides. I could use some exercise. The weather had turned foul a few days before. Alexander had not needed me, and after enduring 2 rainy days of idleness, I was ready to tear down the castle with my teeth. After a dark stare that clearly indicated he would prefer to use me for his day's victim, he said, "Come along if you will." He hurried down the broad stair deep into the bowels of the castle, halting at the arched doorway, where I'd found him on my first day in Tirad Nor. The door opened onto a cavernous darkness. A wave of his hand lit 50 torches, revealing a long, narrow room so vast the Frethians could hold their famous jousting tourneys inside it. The low ceiling was supported by ranks of stone arches that ran the length of the room on right and left, further narrowing the space. At the far end was a long bench with a variety of weaponry laid out on it. Swords, knives, and spears of various weights and edges, bows, arrows, and lances, quarterstaves, cudgels, and whips, and every variety of shield and protective clothing. A well-stocked armory for a man who had no opponents save illusions. "Madonai were not always a peaceful race," he said, as if he'd heard my unspoken questions. "We grew beyond it. But some of us chose not to lose the skills. There were always beasts to deal with, many of far more sophistication than those of your world." As Kasparian arrayed himself in leather armor and whetted the edge of a massive broadsword, he told me Madonai stories that I had not found in Niel's library.
of wild hunts and armies of beasts, of men-like creatures who drank blood, of creatures of fire whose touch incinerated the soul. "Now I pursue only one quarry," he said. A surge of enchantment, and we stood in a field of tall grass, extending to right and left and before us in gentle dips and swales to a distant horizon. White-hot sun glared from a silvered sky. Astonished, I whirled about and found the columned room still stretched out behind me, though its angles were skewed, its edges blurred, like the portals of my demon warding. 5 armored figures took shape between me and the chamber doorway. "I would advise you to arm yourself, or hide until I have them all occupied," said the Madonai. Stepping backward from the severe landscape, I felt the shift from hot, dry wind to cool stone and hard floor. I lifted a leather vest down from a hook on the wall, hefted a few of the weapons, and started to buckle a scabbard about my waist. But Kasparian's stories had taken my mind elsewhere. I had no desire to join his battle. I saw enough true killing. So, as the 5 warriors spread out and moved toward the sunlight and Kasparian, I slipped into a deep corner of the shadowed colonnade, intending to take my leave of the arena. Kasparian went on the attack, moving faster than any 2-legged creature I had ever seen. By the time I set out for the doors, I had to step over one of his opponents who had crawled under the colonnade after a blow to its belly, had all but ripped it in 2. Mercy. I was halfway to the door when I heard the agonized whisper, almost drowned out by shouts and the clash of swords. Back in the darkness, the still form lay curled about its grotesque wounding. What illusion was so real as to beg release when out of the earshot of its creator? I hurried back to the fallen warrior and dropped to my knees. "Who are you?" I said, tugging at the leather helm. "What are you?" Fair hair, drenched with sweat, spilled over my hands, and the movement must have jarred him from the brink of death, for he spasmed and groaned, throttling a scream. "Gods, I'm sorry." I brushed the hair back from his pain-ravaged face, and my mouth fell open in horrified astonishment. "Credon?" The Rey Kiraz's fading blue eyes widened for a brief moment, and he struggled to speak. "Friend, Seon. Noble Dinas." With impossible strength his hand gripped my shirt and dragged my face down to his. Blood bubbled from his lips. "Save yourself. Go to the lady. We're dying." Before I could question him, his hand fell away, and I felt the unsettling jolt in the universe that always resulted from a Rey Kiraz's death. What was happening outside the black wall? How did Credon happen to be caught up in Kasparian's enchantments? I had believed that Niel was taking power from the Rey Kiraz in Kir Navarin through their dreams. Were Kasparian's morbid entertainments involved too? And who was Credon's lady? Was it possible she wore green and lived in the Gamarand wood? But I had no opportunity to ask my questions, for Kasparian settled in for a long night of sparring, and Niel was nowhere to be found. Niel allowed no talk before our scheduled hour of dream work in the mornings, but I vowed to get answers right after. On the next morning, however, my intention came to naught. Human dreams told me that serious plans were afoot in Alexander's war, and so I stepped into the human world instead. Chapter 39. "The Avedi says that he will set his foot in every captive land before he goes to Zagad," said Faid that night, as we sat on a wind-swept knoll overlooking Alexander's base camp. "And he will raise the banner of that land, and see its rightful defenders given the chance to hold it." As had become their habit for larger or more intricate operations, Alexander's troops had made a staging camp close to their target to rest their horses and snatch some sleep before making their assault. This gave the joined Azarians time to bring more fighters from the growing number of camps scattered through the empire. With Blaze traveling the empire, spreading news of the Avedi, and Roche taking Sereg out among the Derzi, only Gorid, Brina, and Farrell were left to guide Alexander and all his fighters. To everyone's surprise, including his, Farrell had become Alexander's right hand, learning the art of command from the Derzi he had once despised. "Why venture this now?" I said, puzzling yet again over Alexander's choice of Parasa. The heart of ancient Susa had died on the long-ago day of the Derzi conquest, when all its residents had been killed or enslaved, and the last stronghold of the Suzai Palatinate razed. But the city's situation on the eastern flanks of Azekstan, where the wide and shallow Volaya River created a 10-league-wide strip of fertile ground stretching all the way from the northern mountains to the oceans beyond the eastern wildlands, was too valuable to lie fallow. A new city had grown up from the ruins. Though I know he wants to give your people this gift, it will cost him dearly. Even more when he has to leave your father and his men to hold it. Faid offered me a portion of the dried meat he had pulled from his saddle pack. I shook my head. I hadn't eaten in 3 days, but I wasn't hungry. It didn't seem strange anymore, just as I no longer kept count of the scars that vanished after each of my forays through the portal of dreams. Something about changing back and forth to my Madonai form was eliminating them, I supposed. Only the two, the slave scar on my face and the knife scar in my side, were ever visible on my true form, and apparently my human flesh would soon be the same. Good riddance to all such annoyances. "It was a sudden thing," Faid said, wrenching a bite from the leathery strip and chewing it slowly. "We were going to take the water sources near Khan Hageth. The Avedi thinks the Fantezi might put a stranglehold on the water in retaliation for our attack on their grain stores. But then 2 days ago Roche brought Lord Sereg back to Zifakir, and they conferred with the Avedi and Farrell for an hour. And immediately the Avedi changed our plans. He said that a new garrison was being sent from Zagad, and the commander was bringing orders to burn out the entire lower city without warning the people who live there. The Emperor commands a new racing drome be built on the site for horse races and such like. But everyone knows that Parasa has been fertile ground for the Ivor Lukash and his message. The Emperor wants to punish any city that sends us fighters. But these things are happening everywhere. Why start with Parasa? Why risk so much and with such a sketchy plan just when he's building up his ring around Zagad? I peered down at the quiet camp. No fires cheered the night. Only a few lanterns and the brilliance of a half-grown moon revealed the dark forms of some 70 men and women along with their horses. Some of the raiders were asleep, some in quiet conversation. Every once in a while someone would stare up at where we sat. I had already shifted, and so was easily visible at the top of the hill. I could watch more effectively and think so much more clearly in my Madonai form. But on this particular night, my attention would not stay on the watch. The image of Credon's anguish would not leave me, and I felt uneasy and angry and irritated at everyone, Niel, Alexander, and even Faid, who seemed more and more timid every time I came to him. I was sick of fighting, yet I could scarcely hold back from flying over the next ridge to Parasa and destroying the fools who ruled it. Short of such immediate release, I wished that I could understand Alexander's reasoning. Why didn't he hit the fresh troops the moment the old garrison had gone? Had anyone thought to warn the people of Parasa? Are you sure you've been told everything?" Faid's mouth was still full of meat, and he swallowed hurriedly. "The Avedi says that secrecy is paramount on this mission. That's why he brought so few fighters, and why he will give detailed orders only as we proceed." He raised his strip of meat to his mouth again, but lowered it without taking a bite, wrinkling his brow and fixing his eyes on the ground. "Knowing that I speak with you, the Avedi has been most careful that I am given all the information that our commanders are given. Everyone knows that I am privileged far beyond my unworthy fighting skills. Sometimes my father is not told so much." He wiped his mouth and offered me his water skin, but I shook my head again. "They treat me as if I am a priest." My attention had been fixed on the camp for the past hour, as if I could wring Alexander's thoughts out of the night. But the wistful strain in Faid's words forced me to attend the young noble at my side. My gold light reflected in his eyes, and made the silver beads woven into his hair and beard shine. Full regalia for a son of Suzah come to fight for his homeland. Weeks had passed since I'd even considered his odd position. "Would you like me to find someone else, Faid? I know it's not easy being set apart from your comrades." "I've never asked you." "Oh, no, Holy Lord!" His ivory skin flushed, and his dark eyes grew wide. "I am honored to be in your service, privileged beyond all men. Every day I thank Holy Gossapa for sending you to our aid, and I pray him to lift this darkness from you and draw you into the light at his side." "This darkness? Why do you say that?" I was on my feet without knowing how I got there, yelling at my dreamer, though his words were all innocence and my sudden fury unreasonable. "Insolent beggar! I am not the one of darkness. I make my own choices and will always—" "Pardon, my lord!" Faid threw himself prostrate at my feet, which only served to infuriate me the more. "Please, Holy Lord, forgive my foolish tongue. I am but an ignorant man unworthy to consider the workings of the gods. Chastise me as you will for my offense." "Why do you speak of gods and darkness? Tell me what you mean." The fighters in the camp likely heard my bellowing, as the day's disquiet came boiling out of me. "Answer me!" Faid spoke in a tremulous whisper. "Because you are with us through the night, Holy One, coming always with the close of day. You live in my dreams. I feel you there. See you there, majestic in your fortress in the realm of night, even when you choose not to manifest yourself to me in flesh, and even when your presence in our world lingers into daylight, the night enfolds you. This dark burden of your trial, of your sorrow that even the Avedi himself does not understand, cloaks your deeds in terror, as if your glorious light is but a deeper darkness. Forgive me, Holy Lord. Clearly I am wrong-headed and see falsely." I fought for control, barely restraining my hand that was raised to strike him for his mewling cowardice, for his fear. Why should he fear me? I was not his enemy. And of course, even as I voiced that claim, the absurdity of my upraised hand with angry flames shooting from the fingertips was not lost on me. "What do you see in your dreams that makes you fear me?" I asked, forcing my hands together behind my back. "I fight at your side. I shed my own blood in your cause, just as you do. Tell me, Faid." Though his words were muffled by the ground, each sounded clearly like a lash striking flesh. "You stand upon the ramparts of a mountain fortress, Holy Lord. Always it is night, and the wind lifts your black cloak and fills your wings. But in my dream they are not wings of light, Holy One, and your face is terrible, as when you are in battle. Please forgive me, Lord." Of course. I should have expected nothing else. Hating, despising. My own fears that were exposed by the young man's honesty. I nudged him gently with my foot. I held my voice quiet. Fayed, stand up. Now. Come on. Slowly, trembling, the young man got to his feet, his eyes cast down. I spoke a word of enchantment, waited a moment, and then lifted his chin. His eyes were closed. Look at me, Fayed. Come, look at me. Reluctantly he raised his eyes, which now reflected only moonlight, no Madonai brilliance. I am a man, Fayed. A sorcerer, not a god. I am not holy. Far from it. Truly I need whatever help I can get, whether Gossapar's or that of a brave Suzai warrior, whose fighting skills are not at all unworthy. But neither do I come from the darkness. Of course, Of course. His eyes fell to the earth again, and he did not raise them as we sat down on the grass, and I took up my watch. Neither of us spoke again. When I saw the stirring in the camp below us, and heard Alexander's command, I shifted back to my Madonai form, uneasy with it, as I had ever been. Fayed bowed to me and mounted his horse, ready to follow Alexander into battle. Go with Gossapar, my friend, I called after him. And you, Holy One, he whispered. Perhaps he thought I couldn't hear him. To survive this night, we were going to need Gossapar and any other god that might be available. Parasa had a Derzi governor, usually a low-ranking noble of a major house, and a garrison of 300 Derzi warriors. When assigned to Parasa, the governor would bring a small troop of personal warriors of his own house, but the responsibility of the city garrison rotated through the Hegeds every half year, as Parasa was considered an immensely undesirable posting. Though prosperous, the town was of little strategic importance, located far from the frontiers, and on only one minor trade route. And the Suzani had been pacified for so long and were so widely dispersed throughout the empire, rebellion was of little concern. No glory could be found in Parasa, and no amusement in a dull farming town so remote from court life. Though the garrison numbered only 300, and the governor's party perhaps 50 more, Alexander was mad to think he could stop the burning, much less hold the city afterward, with only Maruf, his 40 eager Suzani fighters, and 30 Thrid. Perched atop a ruined watchtower and looking down on the dark city as Alexander revealed his plan to his commanders, I was even more convinced of his foolishness. We take the citadel first, said the prince, pacing briskly in front of Maruf, Fayed, Farrell, Gorid, Deskaya, the tattooed Thrid woman who had developed into a formidable commander, and 2 men I didn't know. Only the governor and his personal troop occupy the citadel tonight. The governor will give the signal to begin the burning as soon as he hears that all is ready. The garrison is to be deployed about the entire lower city, so they're spread thin. And we'll make sure the governor's signal is never given. Maruf and I will take the front gates of the citadel, just as at Gan Hifir. Once the alarm is sounded, Deskaya will give the defenders just enough time to surge to the front gate, and then she'll hit them from the rear. Hardil, you and Soro will follow me. Farrell will hold the reserve, 12 men, at the customs house, halfway between the citadel and the lower city, just in case someone from the garrison decides to break discipline and ride to the governor's defense. Gorid will patrol the citadel periphery to intercept any messengers trying to sneak out. Though temporarily in falcon's form so I could listen without detection, I had a clear view of our dilemma. Parasa was not a closed city, so the gates were no obstacle. Kill a few guards and we were in. But the governor's citadel was at one end of the city, high on a bluff, far from the smells and disease of the river,
while the lower city that we had come to protect was sprawled for half a league along the waterfront, separated from the more prosperous quarters by a narrow finger of the river. To bottle up the governor and his guardsmen, while preventing the garrison from torching the poor quarters, would require splitting Alexander's troop into two pitifully inadequate forces. Even with my increased strength and Melita, I could accomplish neither task alone. Surely Alexander knew that. "Once we've taken the citadel," Alexander continued, "we'll join Farrell and use the customs house for our base as we deal with the garrison. Handling the garrison warriors will be easier than you believe. Remember, they're likely uncomfortable with what they've been told to do. Just stay alert and follow my lead. Remember that if anything happens to me, Farrell will be in command." He stopped and faced each one of his commanders. "Kill no one, and allow your fighters to kill no one who does not challenge you. Is that clear? Swear to me that you understand this." All of them swore as he asked, and with hand clasps and shoulder grips and wishes of good fortune, they mounted up and headed back to their waiting fighters. Alexander was the last to go, perhaps because Faid was waiting beside his horse. "Vedi, if I might?" Alexander looked down at the earnest young Suzani. "He is here tonight." "Indeed, my lord, I believe he is." "Gods, Faid. Convince him to talk to me. I need to explain all this. Some matters are too dangerous for anyone, even you, to know." Faid answered, as I had instructed him. "He chooses not, my lord, and this will not change for a time yet. But if you tell me what part you need him to play this night—" "I need him not to slaughter every blighted warrior that holds a sword. I need Seon's eyes and Seon's wisdom. That's what I need. Tell him that. Otherwise he can fly off somewhere else and do as he damned well pleases." Faid stood open-mouthed as Alexander rode away, and then he glanced uneasily to the top of the ruined tower. "I heard," I said as I shifted form, illuminating his pale skin with the golden light that his human eyes perceived as darkness. "You've no need to repeat it." Likely Faid thought the words would burn his tongue, or perhaps that I, the one of darkness, would cut out the offending organ. "Shall we see if we can find something useful to do?" Clearly, Alexander's proscriptions had nothing to do with the defenders in the citadel. The fighting was fierce, and the prince did not object when I eliminated the soldiers, dropping hot balls of tar on top of him, or the warrior who nearly decapitated Maruf. When the short, fierce combat seemed under control, I went searching for the Dersey governor and found the soft, balding man cowering in a wardrobe. Leaving him trussed and gagged, his satin breeches fouled from his fright, I flew out over the walls in falcon's form to see why, in Verdon's name, the garrison had not rallied to the governor's defense. Surely someone would have heard the sounds of fighting. It made no sense. I circled the citadel and spied someone running through the tightly shuttered streets, away from the citadel and toward the lower city. Sword and vest named him a soldier. Not Dersey. I swooped low, only to see his dark outline blur and resolve itself into the form of a Zydeg. Gorid. Only the surly Azarian shaped himself as the scavenger wolf. Where was he off to? He was supposed to prevent any Dersey messengers passing the citadel gates. Gorid loped across one of the stone bridges that spanned the Volaya tributary, then into the streets, skirting the palatial customs house where Farrell hid with Alexander's reserves. Farrell's watchers must have missed him. The lower city was as dark as the pits of Kir Vaganoth, and the only sounds marring the stillness were the slop of the river backwaters under the docks and the occasional shriek of a gull. One might think the people had smothered their children and animals to keep them silent. The Zydeg trotted about the dark periphery, slowing as he passed the still figures,
the soldiers standing poised and ready for the signal that their murderous ring was complete. Amid the stink of gutted fish and decaying vegetation, I smelled octar-soaked torches and straw bales ready to be lit. Along the riverbanks, every quay and dock was guarded. Boats drifted away from their moorings, sagging low in the water, holed to prevent their use for escape. Demon fire. This was not to be just a cleansing, but a slaughter. The Zydeg bypassed 3 box-like warehouses along the waterfront before slinking close to a 4th. Faint lantern light shone through the shuttered windows, and Dursey warriors guarded the cavernous doors. The wolf paused in the shadows, and with a blur of enchantment reshaped itself into Gorid. To my dismay, he walked up to one of the Dursey guards, spoke a few words, and was quickly escorted inside. Treachery! I dived from the sky, but the door had been shut firmly behind Gorid, and it took me a frustrating eternity to find a way in. I lit on a windowsill, nudged open the shutter, and fluttered through the dank maze of stacked crates and barrels toward the cluster of lights at the far end. But I was too late to hear anything. Everyone was shouting, calling, laughing. Spirits of darkness, what sort of creatures laughed as they set out to slaughter their own kind? The warehouse doors swung open, and 2 riders spurred their horses to a gallop, one turning to the right, the other to the left, both of them bearing lighted torches. Gorid stood watching the rest of them. A small troop of Dursey, some 20 or more, raced through the gaping doorway and onto a road that would take them straight to the customs house, where Farrell was waiting and where Alexander would be joining him at any moment. "Bastard!" I screamed as I shifted. "Traitor!" I kicked the startled Gorid in the face as I flew toward the door. He toppled to the dirt, blood spurting from his nose. I circled and swept my sword delicately across the back of his thighs, relishing his scream. Hamstrung, he could go nowhere until I came back to question him. Then I would kill him. For the moment I had to stop what was about to happen. In less time than it took to think about it, I beheaded the first rider before he could signal the waiting soldiers to fire their torches. By the time I swept the second rider from his saddle, with his spine severed, he had left 3 torches burning behind him. But either I had begun moving faster than I had ever moved, or the 3 Dursey sentinels were inexplicably slow, for they had not shifted from their positions when I snuffed out their torches and their lives in the same instant. A quick circle from a greater height, and I saw the trap ready to spring. Alexander was already crossing the bridge to the lower city, accompanied by only 5 men. He must have left the rest at the citadel. What in the name of the gods was he thinking? The troop of Dursey would arrive at the front of the customs house at exactly the same time Alexander reached the back. Weaving an enchantment that I had never before attempted, I sped downward toward the pillared customs house. I flew through the open galleries near the roof and into the vaulted vastness where the outlaw reserve sat mounted and waiting for some signal they were needed. "Get them out!" I screamed at Farrell, who spun and gaped at my sudden appearance as I touched earth beside him. "Whatever you do, keep Alexander out of here." I grabbed his shoulders and shook him. "Do you understand me? Keep him out!" "Seon, wait!" Farrell tried to catch my arm, but I shoved him away and shot upward out of his reach. "Keep them out or they die with the black-hearted Dursey." Already the stone walls were quivering as the enchantment flowed from my hands into them. Quickly, Farrell yelled at his men to vacate the customs house and bar the Aveti from entering. They needed no encouragement as I laid my hand upon one and then another of the columns that supported the roof, and cracks appeared in the massive stone cylinders. But the stubborn Farrell did not follow his men. Rather, he stood in the center of the room and called up to me, a sturdy, round man of good heart,
never temperate in either opinion or action. "Seyon, don't do this. It's all right." Hooves thundered up the road toward us from the city. Falling dust dulled the sheen of sweat on his round face. "Gods of night, Seyon! It's his cousin!" Even as I touched the last pillar, as dust and shards of marble and plaster showered from the shuddering vaults, the word lanced through the storm of madness. The secrecy, the strange plan, the dangerous matters. Kill no one who does not challenge you. Handling the garrison warriors will be easier than you believe. Alexander had known these warriors would be no challenge. His cousin, Kirill. The Parasa garrison were Kirill's men. What had I done? Kirill, Alexander's dearest friend, his brother in all but parentage, a piece of his heart, and 20 others of his command racing here in laughter to greet their prince, their Avedi. And just below me was Farrell, foster brother to Blaze and Eleanor, the man who had saved my son's life, stubbornly risking his own to prevent my killing innocent men. With an ear-shattering crack, one of the columns shattered, crumbling in a torrent of rubble. The roof and walls groaned in agony. The great doors at the front of the customs hall burst open, and I had to choose, the 1 or the 20. "Run, Farrell! For the gods' sake, run!" I spread my wings and dived for the doors, bellowing my warning. Another crack behind me, and another, and the roaring rumble of an avalanche. Before me, rearing horses, screaming, men crying out in terror as I swept them backward and made myself into a wall of fire to keep them out. One man died, trampled by a frenzied horse, and then another when he was split open by a toppling cornice. At least 2 more lay on the ground when the living had retreated into the night. Only then did I summon the wind and turn back to the hellish scene of my creation. The sky was raining stone. One by one the pillars snapped as I dodged the toppling slabs and the unending cascade of brick and mortar. Only moments and the whole structure would collapse. My working had been excellent, a model of destruction. My own light reflected on the swirling dust was the only illumination, and to hear anything above the noise was impossible. But even as the sky fell, I searched. A jagged portion of the ceiling caught one wing, pinning it to a broken column. Rips in my wings were excruciating, but I felt nothing as I yanked it free and left a ragged tear. The falling stones glanced off me like pebbles off a mountainside as I plowed through the piles of rubble, hunting for any sign of movement. "Farrell!" Sweet Verdone let him live. He lay beneath a slab of the ceiling, a curved panel painted with the likeness of customs officials offering tribute to the emperor. I wrenched the massive piece away and gathered his broken body in my arms. As the wall beside us crumpled with a roar, bringing down the remainder of the roof, I soared upward toward the cold stars, crying out my agony of shame. I could not remember how to express human grief. My Madonai eyes seemed incapable of tears. Chapter 40. The storm raged over Tirad Nor, a howling, bitter wind stripping the garden to its twiggy bones. A driving rain turned to sleet with the night. The first harsh taste of winter had come to the mountain, although the lands beyond the black wall still basked in mellow autumn. Icy droplets rolled down my naked back, each one a lancet of fire on a braided skin. I knelt in the corner of the castle ramparts and fought to keep from crying out. Never had I known such pain, not even in the pits of Kir Vaganoth. One more try. Just one more. Say the word.
Make the shift. Fly.
You're wasting your time. The newcomer might have been deposited on the exposed heights by the storm. The whine of the wind and the howling protests of my body had disguised his coming, but I was so far gone in my misery I felt no surprise. What man beset by demons is surprised when one of them appears in the flesh? Haven't you learned enough yet? Kasparian's expressionless comments came with a proffered towel and cloak. Ignoring his outstretched hand and its promises of comfort, I hauled myself up onto the gap in the stone wall overlooking the abyss of storm and night. Weak-kneed with exhaustion, I invoked my Melita yet again. I was determined to be away, to leave this place of seduction, of deception, of corruption. Yet to my disgust, even though I stood at this point of abdication, I still craved the sensations of power. First the word. Then comes the first flush of enchantment. The breathless pleasure as blood and bone and muscle feel its touch. The stretch. The pulsing growth as the wings begin to unfold. It is what I am meant to be. But again my shoulders ripped apart, flayed, raw flesh on fire, exploding agony in every scrap of my being. In moments I was slumped in the corner once more, a quivering heap of wretchedness. It's the prisoning spells. He spoke as if I were a mewling child. Naked and groaning as I was, curled up in a ball, head bowed to the sleet and storm, anyone might think the same, or recognize me as an arrogant fool driven to despair by guilt and horror. I could not even call upon my gods. I was dreadfully afraid that they, who had given me gifts beyond mortal imagining, had watched me turn them all to murder. Afraid that they would peer into my soul and see that I could not weep. Give it up before you're naught but an ugly mess on the garden walk. You can initiate no enchantment in Tir Adnor. Kasparian's assertion made no sense, even to a mind dulled with pain and self-loathing. Of course I could use power in Tir Adnor. On the first day of my return I had called up a wind, and after. Yes, Niel and Kasparian had initiated the enchantments, but I had used my own Melita to shape them. I am not a prisoner here, I croaked through chattering teeth. I came here of my own choice. I can leave of my own choice. A foolish claim when I had been trying to leave for more than half a day. To climb over the wall, to shift my form and fly from the garden, from the mountain crags, or here in the rain from the ramparts of my nightmares, stripping the clothes from my back in an attempt to free the power that would not come. Always failing, each time left in greater torment than the last. Where is it you think to go? Away. Reason had no claim on me that night. Going had nothing to do with destination. Everything with origin and movement and change. I could no longer travel my present course. For good or ill, for death or life, Gaspar had said, but the path of my choosing had led only to death and corruption. Warriors make mistakes. We have to live with them and accept our limitations. Guilt is self-indulgence. Niel was not the only mentor who had tried to teach me that lesson. But the deaths at Parasa were more than a mistake. Enough was enough. Why can't I shift? No Madonai can initiate his own enchantments within these walls, save myself, who was considered too weak and useless to be a threat. Even I cannot cross the wall. The ice wind froze my hair and circled my limbs with its razor fingers. But it was the truth in Kasparian's words that made me shudder. And truly, you have very little power as yet. What you have used in the human world is dross. My throat tightened.
I am not Madonai. We've not even begun. But Kasparian's unsmiling laughter told me differently. Was it possible? Niel had repeated the question so often I'd not heard it. Do you choose freely? Every time I'd gone to Alexander. Every time I'd learned a new enchantment. Oh, gods. Every time. A step along the way. Thus the lack of appetite, the waning need for sleep, the vanishing scars. One of my hands flew to my face and felt the rough deadness of the slave mark, while the other clutched my side. And for once I was glad of the familiar ache. It is not done. Not yet. There had to be one more step, at least. One more offer that I would hear, knowing, and could refuse, so that I would not murder all my friends in frenzied madness, so that I would not become the thing I feared, so that I would not stand atop these ramparts and destroy the world. To inherit true Madonai power you must submit one last time. But your body is Madonai as much as it will ever be, for now you too are bound by our prison. These last flaws are retained by your own weakness, your human memory, and will fade with time. Once your journey is complete, he shrugged. You may have power enough to break the infernal wall, or you may not. But then there is always dream traveling. The dagger of his bitterness twisted in my gut. He said that at every step I could choose. And so you have chosen. He dropped the cloak over my hunched shoulders and the towel onto the paving. The servants will bring hot water to your room whenever you decide to leave off this pitiful display. My forehead rested on the paving. Perhaps the pressure of cold stone might ease the pounding in my skull. I thought Kasparian had left the ramparts, for the night felt empty, as if the wind and the darkness had devoured every soul in the universe. But as I wrapped my arms about my belly, words spilled onto my back, scarcely distinguishable from the freezing rain. I would recommend you seek advice before you refuse him the last step. Seek advice. Would that I could. Would that there was someone who might listen and understand and tell me what to do. But the only advice I heard was my dead father's gentle remonstrance. Unfair, Seon. Unjust to raise your hand against one who cannot fight back on your terms. Did you even think? Even with such poignant memory, tears would not come. When a pale sun rose in a winter blue sky, I was still huddled in the corner of the ramparts, sure of nothing but that I would throw myself wingless from the tower of Tirad Nor before I would accept another gift from Niel. No more game-playing. Oh, I did not blame him. If he had told me from the beginning that my participation in his enchantments was the mechanism for my change, I would have chosen no differently. Unjust. Unfair. To thrust the power of a Madonai into a human conflict? That was the sin of my arrogance. To believe that strength and honorable intentions justified such violation of the world's ordering. Your strength will be your downfall, my demon had said. And so it had been. Niel had warned me that the entangling of human emotions and Madonai power was dangerous. Now I had seen the consequences of detachment, and could not stomach them. So, as I gathered the cloak about my clammy flesh and descended from the ramparts of my prison, I told myself I'd best prepare for a lengthy stay in Tirad Nor. If the only possibility of escaping this prison was to follow my current path to its end, abandoning what scraps of my human self remained, then I would never leave. Clean clothes and a tub of steaming water were waiting in my room, as Kasparian had promised. I soaked for an hour and then fell onto my bed, forcing my body into a sleep it no longer needed. A full day passed before I allowed myself to wake. After bathing and donning the clothes that were laid out for me, I paced the castle corridors. I needed to get my blood moving. The day was uninviting, windy, dull. I did not avoid Niel, but neither did I seek him out. Confrontation would come soon enough. He knew all that had happened at Parasa, and how I felt about it. His attempts at comfort, when I had first emerged from the disastrous venture, had been quite sincere, voiced in his kindest and most reasonable tones. But I had desired no consolation, especially that which told me such mistakes were the result of my improper fawning over a race of liars, that by caring too much for those who were not worthy, I corrupted my own judgment. Innocent people had died at my hand. Curse the devil's soul forever, I had murdered my friend. I wrenched my thoughts to present and future. What did it mean to be neither human, nor recanare, nor folle madonai? I tried a few enchantments as I walked through a courtyard of hissing fountains, summoning a wind, casting a light, shaping a minor illusion in the way I had always done it. But the words and spells I had learned in Azaria had withered away. Like dry riverbeds, their familiar courses were devoid of that which gave them life. The failure left me dry and incomplete, as I had been in my slave years. The gift of sorcery that I had carried with me since my birth had been transformed into something new, a furnace laid with glowing embers that pulsed with the beating of my heart and roared into life whenever I shaped wings. Knowing full well the likely outcome, I breathed upon the embers and tried the spells again. And in moments I was clutching a fluted column, trying to stay upright until invisible bludgeons and axes stopped shattering my bones. The Madonai core existed, but was inaccessible. Niel had insisted that I would wield my own power when I was wholly changed, but had promised nothing if I stopped short of that. And so what of my third part, the human part? I returned to my room, picked up the knife that had been laid out for me at every waking, and dragged the blade across my left arm. I scarcely felt it. Blood welled from the thumb-length gash, but slowed to a trickle in only moments. By the time I grabbed a discarded towel to blot it, the wound was already half closed. It appeared that if I remained as I was, I could live a very long time with frustrated desire and limited occupation. The most dangerous combination. Where did Casparian think I was to get advice? Certainly not from Niel, who did nothing but confuse me, nor from the bitter Casparian himself or his silent servants. If I could not cross the wall, I could not question the Rei Kira, themselves victims of this perverse power, or make my way to the Gamarand Wood, where, so visions and the dying Credan had told me, enlightenment awaited. What of history, then? Was there some writing that might tell me what I was or how to reverse what had been done? My restless feet took me to the fortress library, a warren of rooms housing thousands of books and scrolls, maps and drawings. But a few hours flipping through brittle pages and unrolling fragile manuscripts only to find more spells I could not use and adventures I could not share, left me with such craving for Melita I could scarcely breathe. I was so cold, so empty, and the embers within me pulsed, waiting to fill me with warmth and light. Only a few hours into my rebellion, and I was on the verge of capitulation. Weak-willed murderer! I threw an armful of ribbon-tied rolls to the flagstones. Before the dust and fragments of shattered parchment had settled, I was striding down the broad stairway and out of the front doors, inhaling deeply, trying to gauge the best path to set off running. Perhaps exercise would dull the hunger for today. Would it suffice for 1,000 years or more? I started jogging toward the wall, thinking to take the longest path around the edge of the garden and up the track that ascended the mountain. The closer I got to the wall, the more unsettled my stomach became. Now I understood the sickness I had experienced on the night after the battle at Gan-Hifir, just as I understood why Niel never walked near the wall. The prisoning spells, as Kasparian called them, would be designed to keep a Madonai away from it. But I continued on and ran the circuit of the wall and the mountain path 3 times before deliberately dropping to the damp turf at the base of the wall. "Go ahead," I said, settling my back against the cracked stone. "Do your worst." I expected to feel the full impact of the binding enchantments when I touched my back and head to the wall. Indeed, a dull ache crept into my muscles, and streaks of red light pierced my eye sockets, distorting the weak daylight. When I closed my eyes to will away the discomfort, however, I was distracted by more visions of the 12 friends, those who existed somehow within the enchanted barrier. The images left me wondering again how they had crafted this prison, and why. I ought to know. All of them had been my friends in that distant life. Had I helped design these very enchantments that threatened to tear me apart? A fitting irony that I had destroyed the part of me that might have remembered how to break through them. These considerations led me to think of Fiona and her discovery. The tower in the Gamarand Wood, where the 12 had planned this fortress. How had Fiona described it? The tower without a door. Smooth and warm, stone that was alive. This wall could be described just the same. I pushed gently, she had said, eased myself through, using words of opening and passage. I leaped to my feet and faced the wall. Laying the flats of my hands against the warm stone, I pressed gently, and as before, the stone seemed to swell about my fingers. But when I tried to weave words of opening and passage, my throbbing discomfort exploded into agony. I held as long as I could, convincing myself that I felt some softening beneath my fingers, some movement, some release. But I soon fell to my knees, retching. Empty and sick, I gripped the edge of a deep crack to push away from the wall, mumbling, "I'm sorry, lady. All of you forgive me." And the stone swelled up around my hands and drew me in. Eternal grayness. Daylight filtering through the pores of the black stone. Chill, airless solidity, as when you walk into a tomb. The warmth of the wall was a sign of those who existed here. What they themselves experienced was unyielding cold. I reached out my hands like a blind man and felt the fluttering softness of their touch, like moth wings propelling me on my way through the grayness. "Tell me who you are," I said as I moved through them. "I can't remember. Can you show yourselves? Tell me what to do." I reached out to touch their minds, but discovered only living stone. So many years. So grim a duty. Voices long faded. Yet even in their cold and silent grayness I felt no hatred. Not for me, not for the prisoner they were there to confine, not for the world that had forgotten their sacrifice. A last firm shove on my back.
I would have sworn I heard the faintest echo of Vix's laughter. He who had come late to his post. And I opened my eyes to a small, neat room. The curved walls were undecorated, save for a single window that looked out upon a woodland of yellow trees, alive with the twitters and whistles of wrens and robins and orioles. The Gamarand Wood, and beyond it the mountain of Tir Nor. This was Fiona's tower. "Hello?" My call was only for form's sake. The still air had already told me that no one was there. A table of pale wood stood in the center of the room, 15 backless stools drawn up around it. Laid out on the table were pens and ink, a pewter pitcher half filled with fragrant red wine, 15 wine cups, and the scrolls Fiona had transcribed, the drawing of the fortress and the manuscript. Language was no longer a barrier. A quick perusal of the manuscript told me nothing that I did not already know about Tir Nor, its size and shape and accoutrements, its barricade of spells. The black stone was slightly more mysterious. I opened the wooden case and read the words scribed on the stone. Kerouan. Unlike Fiona's experience, closing my eyes or looking away from the stone did not erase what I had just read. I traced a finger over the word, wondering, then dropped the stone in my pocket. If I found someone to ask questions of, I could ask this one too. I descended the curving staircase. What would I do if I found no one in the wood? Though I had spent a frenzied night attempting to leave Tir Nor, now I was beyond the wall. I had no idea where to go. Find my way to the gateway, I supposed, or see if any of the Rei Kera survived. My body's change might prevent me living in the human world again. As I opened the lower door, I laid my hand on the tower wall and closed my eyes. The warm stone softened at my touch. A lonely vigil, I thought, as I envisioned a sour old woman's ruddy face. You don't even have the comfort that there are others beside you. But the birds are here at least. Whoever she was, she had loved birds better than men or women. I greeted her and thanked her, and then stepped out into the forest of gold. Marveling, I touched a pair of the twining yellow trunks, one rough, one smooth, a single tree at root and spreading crown, yet always a duality. The smooth trunk birthed the dark green leaves that turned to yellow fire in autumn, as well as the white blooms of spring. The rough trunk curved about the first, protecting it, producing the liquor of life from water, sunlight, and its own nature to feed the crown and root. The branches were bare, the fading brilliance of leaves and blossoms a carpet beneath my feet. Through the tangle overhead loomed the mountain's granite knee, and high above me sat the thin girdle of black stone that was the wall. The steep angle and lowering clouds prevented any view of the fortress behind it. Good. I didn't want to see it ever again. The forest had fallen still when I stepped out of the tower. No sound of bird or insect marred the palpable silence. The air was cool on my cheek, and the scent of old leaves and damp earth filled my nostrils. And more. Traces of intelligence pervaded the woodland, the unmistakable residue of sentience. The vibrant threads were so distinctive, I could name them neither human nor Madonai, but I could surely name them. "He loved you, didn't he?" My voice jarred the quiet. "You're the one, the mortal maiden chosen by a god." No one answered, and I walked on, the trees shaping my path. Though my instincts bade me flee,
Only one way was open to me, every other blocked by drooping branches or fallen trees. I would clamber around them only to find myself trudging uphill again, back toward the fortress and its cruel temptations. "Let me go, lady," I said to the wood, "or give me answers." The breeze riffled my hair and fingered my cheek softly. "I cannot grieve. I don't know how anymore." Somehow I believed that she was listening. Is it because I'm neither one nor the other? He is Madonai, yet he still feels. He loves me, and he grieves for me as the sun mourns for the earth that it can never touch. Why? I've let him blind me, cripple me, make me everything I despise, and yet I cannot hate him for it. If I don't understand, how can I know what to do? Silence. I turned downhill again, swearing under my breath. Faced with yet another blockage, I raised my hand and summoned Melida, but was instantly on my back with a stinging bruise on my face. The blast of power had been breathtaking and from no source that I could see. I mumbled an oath, making sure my hand was still attached to my arm. All right. I stumbled to my feet and followed the path chosen for me. Now, with every step, the sweet woodland smell became more tainted with the acrid scent of ash, of freshly charred wood and burned grass. A few more steps and I emerged from the trees. The lady was seated on a rock overlooking a scorched vale, stark black skeletons of gamarand trunks. The steep rock face across the burned vale was stained dark red, as if some horrific carnage had taken place nearby, splattering it with blood. Wisps of smoke still curled from a few thick stands of trees, while the breeze stirred the hot ash and scattered it on the lady's green gown and dark hair like gray snowflakes. When her luminous gaze came to rest on me, I sank to one knee and bowed my head. "My Lady Verdun," I whispered. Why had it taken me so long to understand who she was? The one who stood between the god and the human world. The forest maiden who had been made immortal. Not a goddess, but a woodland, a boundary between light and darkness, trying to shield both humans and Reconare. My day within the oak had taught me of the immortality of a forest. Unless it burned so hot that its seeds and roots were destroyed, unless its home ground was made sterile by flames. Forgive my blindness, lady. Help me see my path. Can I command you to be other than you are? Her chin rested in her hand, and her voice was as much a part of that woodland as the rustling leaves. Perhaps then this business would be easier, for I would not care what became of you. Her sigh was the breeze that shifted the layers of ash. For so long I've believed that if you could but find your way here again, we could devise a way to hold him. But never did I think your journey would be so filled with pain. How can I ask more? She rose and came to me. Her hand touched my shoulder and drew me up, and another on my cheek lifted my head to look on her. Her bronze skin was shaped by fine bones, and her spare features, the burnished glow of her hair, and the faint lines about her eyes spoke more of mature wisdom than blooming girlhood. She reminded me of Eleanor. Only the immensity of her presence named her far, far older than my son's foster mother. Ah, beloved, what am I to say to you? I'll stay here a prisoner if need be, I said, or I'll walk back through the gateway and into the desert to live a powerless hermit.
I'll take my place in the wall if that is necessary. But I cannot take another step along his path, though I go mad with it. And I would go mad. I knew I would. Just help me understand, lady. Command me. For so long I had tried to control my own future. Whatever life and fate had put before me, no matter what pain my choices cost me, I had insisted on shaping the event to my own design. Now I was tired of choosing. No more of it. She put her arm through mine, and we strolled along the edge of the burned forest. We've so little time. It's enough to make one shake the world's tree until its roots break loose. Jerking me to a halt almost immediately, she bent over to brush the choking ash from a young gamarand. As she wiped her gray, smudged fingers on her green mantle and propelled me forward once more, she shouted in the direction of Tir Adnor, "May its fruits bruise your balls, Madonai, and its trunk bash your hard head." She punctuated her outburst with a bone-bruising squeeze of my arm. I jumped a little and gaped at her. She crinkled her lovely face into a rueful smile. "What is it? Do our people no longer swear by the world's tree?" Swear. In that crystalline moment, the name that I had bandied about for 38 years assumed the shape of a human woman instead of a goddess. A human woman who, after more than 1,000 years of guardianship, could still rail in good-humored ferocity at what fate had brought her. I could not help but grin. "My lady, our people swear by your name." Amused resignation danced on her face. "I suppose that makes as much sense as a tree. The powers who truly shape the world must be accustomed to odd guises." So small an exchange. So trivial to ease a man's awe and desperation. Yet it drew me back to our business, too, for Azarians also swore by the name of her son, the jailer. But it was with rational need, and no longer with panicked frenzy, that I phrased my request. "Tell me the story, lady." "First, look up there." She pointed to the wall. "Look closely." For the first time in a long while, I called upon my warden's senses, the human skills of far-seeing and sharpened hearing that were nothing of enchantment, only long training and practice. The entire outer surface of the wall was crumbling, as if someone had taken a battering ram to it. "3 days ago the wall was almost whole," she said. "It was an astonishing sight, for our enchantments have been on the verge of failure for many years. Even when Vixagalanchi took his place a year ago, his gift, the last of the 12, was quickly used up. But in the last few months the damage has been reversed, the cracks sealing themselves, the wall reabsorbing its broken pieces." She paused and fixed me with her gaze. "Do you know why?" I shook my head. "Because of you. Because of his love for you. And perhaps because of yours for him." The day shifted, as if the sun's great eye had blinked. "But now it's broken again," I said, swallowing hard to keep my nervous stomach in place. "What's causing it to fall apart?" "You know the exact events more than I," she said, resuming her pace, drawing me along in her wake as a ship guides a floating leaf. "On the day of our wedding, my husband gifted me with the heart bond of the Madonai, and so I am one with his joys and sorrows, though I rarely know their cause. I know he travels in dreams, and I know what he's learned to do with them. My fault, I'm afraid, for it was my suggestion to leave the breach in his bonds that has caused the world such distress.
I can see the visions he creates. And so I learned of you, the cause of his great joy. I tried to reach you, to warn you, but I've nothing like his power, of course, even contained as he is. And I would not listen either to you or to this Rei Kera that's joined with me. I shut him out, silenced him before he could remember. I had destroyed him with weapons forged of my lifelong fears, of the need to control my own destiny, of my reluctance to allow anyone, my wife, my friends, and especially a powerful and angry Rei Kera, access to my soul. Her red gold cheeks deepened in color, and a wind of sadness wafted through the woodland, shifting the fallen leaves. You must not blame yourself. Never, never do that. There is too much weight in these matters to think they hinge upon a single pivot. Every deed we do, every happenstance, even our own sense about what we've done and seen, all have their places in the great puzzle of the world. Just tell me what's happened in these few days, and then I'll explain more. To understand what must be done, you need to see the past more clearly. If it cannot be from your own remembrance, then it must come from me. And so we walked the forest paths, through the trees and out again into another desolation of ash and smoke, while I poured out the story of my bargain with Niel and its terrible consequences. I told her of my inexplicable reliance on his good intentions and my foolish belief that if I could not save him, I would at least be able to kill him. But I know now that such a deed is inconceivable, I said. He has me in such thrall that my hand could never raise a weapon against him, even if I knew what one to use. I fear for my soul, lady, and if I lose it, the world will suffer. Astonishing how the very act of speaking such perilous truth can soothe its mortal dread. Or perhaps it was only the lady and my belief that she could forgive me anything, even to the destruction of the human race. We had come to a slow-flowing stream, a ribbon of floating gold, and we sat on the leaf-strewn earth beside it. She drew up her knees and hugged them. He believes you will refuse him. That's what's happened to the wall. All his hopes, both for good and evil, for he is truly mad and cannot see the difference, are bound up in you. And without hope, he is lost again, and we are all in danger. The wall will fail. I have been a naive fool, I said, to let him do this to me. She laid her hand on my knee and leaned forward. No, no. Do not doubt your own mind, dear one. Everything you've seen of him, everything you've felt of his goodness is absolutely true. When I waked beside my father's fire to see the one from my dream sitting beside me, those glorious eyes gazing at me in wonder and curiosity, and no small portion of lusty interest, I first learned the meaning of beauty and love and kindness. For 20 years I learned nothing other from him. Oh, we argued. Everyone would tell you of it. He was strong-willed and proud and used to having his way. And I was my father's only daughter and very like. But our disputes were always rooted in good humor, and our delight in each other, both body and mind, soon mended them. Everyone who knew him, Mad and I, human and Recanare, felt the same. No one in any world has been better loved than he who dwells in Tir Adnor, or more deserving of it. She withdrew her hand and laid it in her lap, staring at it as if it were a part of someone else, not quite belonging to her own body. Even when his people began to die, things did not change between us for a long while. He would come to me and lay his head in my lap as I sat beside our fire, telling me who had sickened that day and who had died, and of his endless investigations to discover the cause of their decline. I would wipe his tears and tell him news of the children. 17 of the Recanati dwelt within a day's walk of my hearth-fire. Though he came always in the night, he would often linger into the day, so that he could spend time with our own son. Son. The word was like a spark of lightning over distant hills, a portent of the coming storm. The children were the joy to balance out his grieving, she went on. Imagine the horror of this early death for the Madonai. Think of how we feel when a youth or maiden dies. Far worse than for an infant death, because a youth or maid of 12 or 15 summers has begun the journey, brought joy to her family or strength to his village, but has yet to realize the full promise of life. So many things undone, untried, unknown. Such was this for his people. For a Madonai who has lived only a few 100 years is but a youth. Now think of a plague that takes our young people one by one, the most generous and most joyful first, for those are the Madonai who first mated with humans. When the younger ones were dead, the elder tried to make children too, and then the elders too began to die, all in the matter of a heartbeat in the span of their long life. Why did my love not die with them? He didn't know. Was it because he was the first? Because he was the strongest? Because he loved to travel through my dreams and had never stepped through the gateways in the flesh? More and more he remained in his world, pushing himself to find the reasons and the remedies, giving everything he had to make things right again. When he stopped coming to me, I tried to send messages, and I tried to go to him. But he would neither see me nor would he see our son, for he had found his answer, and could not bear it. I dislodged a snag in the stream where a charred limb had stuck in the earthen bank and caught the drifting leaves, holding them until the mass had turned black and clogged the flow. The rotting mess swirled and broke apart, moving away slowly until the golden stream ran free. He told me he planned to destroy the gateways, I said, and because it would have prevented the Recanati from spending time in both worlds, thus dooming them to madness, he was called a child slayer. Casparian told him that story when his mind was still quite fragile. To know the whole of it would have destroyed him again, when he was only just recovering. I've no way to know how much he remembers now. Verdon clasped her hands in her lap. My husband was going to destroy the gates, that's true. But the danger to his people still existed. He could not destroy the enchantment, the Vieto that had brought the Madonai to our world in the first place, could he? And so the storm broke. He came to me in the night, said the lady, lay with me as he had not done in a year, weeping every moment even as he pleasured me beyond mortal imagining. When we lay sated beside my hearth-fire, he reached for his tunic and pulled out a jewel, a diamond that could have been a star brought down to earth in his hand. His body would take fire with golden light when his power was flowing. On that night the jewel grew golden too, so that his tears reflected its light. And I asked what was this working that grieved him so sorely. It is the answer, he said, as wailing rose from the forest. first from one direction and then another. The sky darkened with the sound, as if clouds had covered the stars. The night bled, and he lay in my arms with his jewel and his tears, as the wailing rose from ever more distant settlements. "What terror is abroad this night?" I said. "Why do you lie here weeping and do nothing?" Never had he failed to answer our distress, giving everything of his heart, of his labor, and of his power to ease our human travails. But on that night he just gathered me in his arms, and stroked my hair, and sobbed that no one suffered or was afraid. He'd seen to that, he said. I felt him quivering, cold sweat on his forehead and his breast. Soon he rolled to the side, groaning, still clutching the jewel, and I saw he was in terrible pain. "Love, what is it?" I said. "Make it stop." "I cannot," he said. "I tried to find some other way. Truly, my darling one, I tried, but it is my people. Unless I do this, I'll have killed them all." But of course that's exactly what he was doing to the humans and the Reconare, killing them all and taking their pain and fear into himself, to ease their way into the realm of death. "And who stopped him?" I said, knowing the answer even before she spoke it. "You did, my darling. The son he cherished beyond all telling. When you woke from your sleep at my call and challenged him to end the slaughter, he could not bring himself to slay you. For love of you, he shattered his jewel before it was spent. And once he broke the spell to stop the killing, the guilt of his race's ruin and the pain and fear of 10,000 dead tore his mind apart." Chapter 41. Niel, the nameless God. My father. Mine and not mine. For even when my flesh and spirit knew and believed and witnessed to my mind that Verdun did not lie, my soul clung to the gentle man of books and earth who had sired me in Azaria. Gareth of the line of Ezrael was my soul's father, not a proud, tormented Madonai who had tried to exterminate the human race. No matter that he had sought to ease their way into death. The Madonai had chosen slaughter to remedy a grievous tragedy, and because he had been a good and honorable man, he had gone mad from it. His son had become his jailer, and lived on until the split that had sent the Rei Kira into exile and the human sorcerers back to Azaria. And though his physical body had died 1,000 years in the past, that son still lived, an inseparable part of me. "So what are we to do?" I said. The day's false warmth had fled, and I hunched my cloak about my shoulders, turning away from the rising north wind so I would not have to look upon the fortress and the wall and a future that terrified me. Give him back his hope. Such a simple, pleasant phrase to describe a nightmare. I turned on the lady, such fear and anger rising up in me that my body quivered. Let him make me a monster to follow him. I cannot do it. For I could see his strategy now. Yes, he wanted his son strong and powerful, a true Madonai, a god. But he also wanted me ruthless, free of the weakness that had caused him to fail. No wonder he hated Alexander. No wonder, holy stars of night, no wonder he wanted to know more of my own son. You're telling me to give up my human soul. Don't you understand? I've seen what I'll become. I can't do it." The lady's calm reason was terrifying. "You tried to contain his power with your enchantments, and for a very long time you succeeded. But the 12 are tired, fading, and no Madonai are left to give themselves to the wall. Our friends paid a terrible price to allow him to live, hoping that someday his madness would heal, and that he would again bless both worlds with his love." Verdun laid her hand on my arm, trying to soothe my agitation, strolling through the yellow trees, as if we were discussing the weather or the price of flour in the market. She told me how I, Valdis, had no more been able to slay my father for his crime than he had been able to hurt me, and so I had designed a way to contain his power. 12 Madonai, out of so many who loved him, I'd had to choose, had allowed me to weave their essence into a wall, for pure Madonai power was all that could hold him. A 13th had become the tower guardian to provide the way in and out of the fortress. Verdun had paid the price as well, bound to this forest forever, giving it her strength and living with its pain. And then I had woven enchantment that stripped my father of his name. I had led him into the fortress and soothed his raving terrors, for it was to be a very long while until his mind regained any semblance of balance. Before many years had passed, the Recanare began to forget the prisoner, just as you intended when you took his name, she said. The Madonai were long dead, save for Vixer Galanchi. Verdun and Valdis and the nameless god became the stuff of myth. But every day you saw the fortress was a knife in your heart, and as your father regained this show of reason, you were afraid the love you bore him would weaken your resolve. That's when you and Vix decided to destroy your own memories of him. You came here and told me what you planned, knowing that you would forget me too. Time slowed to a crawl as my fingers wrapped around the black stone in my pocket. But I recorded his name, didn't I? So that if he were ever to recover, Vix wrote it. He put it under an enchantment so that no one but you could read it. Vix had not been one of the Recanare, but my tutor, my protector, my mentor. A young Madonai devoted to me, his half-human atelier. Vix had remained with me through the long years of forgetting, through the frightening time of the prophecy when I had been persuaded that if we didn't take drastic precautions, a winged shapeshifter was going to set the nameless god free to destroy the world, not remembering that the one we feared was my own father. After we who remained, the Recanare, the builders, had worked the enchantment that split our souls, Vix lived with me through the exile in Kir Vaganoth, remembering only that someday he would have to return to a black wall in Kir Navarin to complete his life. Truth and awe had sapped my fury. If we cannot rebuild the wall, then what? The time has come for him to die, beloved. Let his devotion to you be our last remembrance of him. You could try to slay him now as you are, challenge him in some honorable combat or destroy him in his sleep. But we have no way to gauge his true strength save by the wall, which says he is stronger than we would wish. With Kasparian to aid him in taking power from these poor shadows that inhabit Kir Navarin, the risk of his victory is too great. But the only way he can make you fully Madonai is to gift you with his own power, weaving it with that which was born in you. He cannot create Madonai sorcery anew, only transfer it. and at the moment of his yielding, he will be at his most vulnerable.
Niel was not my true father. I did not owe him a son's loyalty. But Dinas, Valdis, was a part of me. And if I was to live with myself, I needed to tread carefully in these matters.
What if I don't kill him, lady?
What then? Our path had led us back to the tower. Verdone pulled aside a vine and laid her hands on the stone, smiling sadly and murmuring something that was beyond my hearing. A greeting to the tower guardian, I thought. Then she lifted her gaze to mine.
Perhaps nothing. He may yield you his power and fade away in his fortress, content that he has done everything possible to redeem his sins. Perhaps with the strength you bring to this completion, you will then be able to leave the fortress and do as you will. But he has had a very long time to consider his plan, and my husband was the most intelligent, most powerful of his kind, which is saying a great deal. It is possible that he could revoke his gift if you failed to live up to his expectations and complete his dreadful work.
She took my hands in hers.
Fix this duty in your mind, so that you will not forget your purpose amid the magnitude of your change. You must finish what you've begun. Accept his gift, and take his life while he feels the joy of the giving.
Truth weighs heavier than other words. My soul's father had once told me. It bears a substance of its own, like an ingot that comes from the forge glowing yet unmalleable. It rings clear like crystal when tapped, shines like silver beside lead.
And if I do this, I said, scarcely able to form words for the constriction in my chest, who will contain me? You will find your way. You are a man with two noble spirits, one that I know as I know my own heart, and one that I have only glimpsed. What my son could not do alone, you, the stranger, will enable him to accomplish. The true powers of earth and sky have brought you to this place, forged you, shaped you, owned you. I trust them, and I trust you, my son and my friend.
There was no more to be said. In only a matter of moments I had passed through the tower wall and climbed the stairs to the quiet room. I carefully placed the black stone back in its wooden box. Kerouan, the nameless god. I looked out through the window at the bright woodland, and then stepped across the fathomless gulf. "You confound me!" Niel's hand was poised above his game board, halted in mid-motion at my declaration. "After your unhappiness of these past days, I assumed. I would be grateful if you would stop assuming. I am not a child. You can allow me to make my own decisions, and you needn't hide the difficult bits. I understand the consequences of my choices, have accepted them freely, and will do so until the end. I was unhappy because I killed innocent men, forced into it because my friend Alexander refused to trust me fully. And then I discovered that I cannot walk through these walls because you have already begun my change. Clearly you don't trust me either. What man, Madonai or human, would not be unhappy to discover that the two souls he trusted above any in the world could not reciprocate? I have been, perhaps, overeager in my gifting. An understatement of the case, to be sure, but as near to an apology as I was likely to hear. "So will you do as I ask?" I said. Niel carefully replaced the game piece, the white warrior king, onto the black and gray board. He rose and walked briskly to the windows, clasping his slender hands behind his back. "As you wish." I will send you to a new dreamer with the same conditions as before. But now to satisfy your need for truth, this venture, whatever your purpose, will be the last step of my working, save for the full gifting of power. When you return, you will be Madonai, body and mind. Your human frailties will be eliminated, but not without cost. Certain portions of your past, memories, feelings, will have faded, as my scars have done. Kasparian says that even these two that remain may vanish in time. I helped myself to a glass of wine, marveling that my hand was steady. Perhaps you've allowed them to stay to remind me of human perfidy. Let him make what he would of my bitterness. I was interested only in his answer. Ah, you are indeed perceptive. These two blemishes, rascally difficult to erase. Their roots delve so deep. We've scarcely begun your education. So many, many lessons to be learned. But we've no need to rush, and reminders will be valuable. He whirled about, his face alight, as if the moon had risen in the southern sky beyond his garden windows. Everything of your human past will be altered in the moment of your change. Not lost, but made remote, as if it belonged to someone else, like a story told you in your youth. Without some mitigation, such a drastic shift of mind would be frightening, I think, and I would not have you feel that I've stolen your life. So I've allowed these last physical anchors to remain until you can release them yourself, along with the painful memories they represent. Gods have mercy, he was proud of his plan. He was doing me a kindness. I breathed a little easier and, behind my folded arms, kneaded the ache buried deep in my side beneath the blemish. A flimsy plan had come to me in the hour since I had returned from the Gamarans. A dreadful gamble with incalculable stakes, and I would not be able to depend upon myself to make the proper moves. The very thought made me queasy. Good enough, I said. I just want to be done with the business. Leave me the reminders. I'd rather not be drawn into stupid plans like this last one. Gods, they're ignorant, foolish schemes. All it would have taken to prevent this disaster was for Alexander to entrust his plan to the intermediary I had chosen. What arrogant stupidity! I thought he had learned better. You are a tool they use for their own purposes, said Niel. What friend forces his comrade into violating his conscience? Night settled on the mountain. The day's clouds scattered with the north wind. The clearing weather left the air cold, and the stars that popped out of the blackening sky were hard-edged like glass. As Niel summoned Kasparian to send us into the world of dreams, I paced and fidgeted, grateful at the Madonai's occupation that allowed my thoughts to focus on my dreamer and what I was going to say. Before I had composed half the words I needed, Niel returned with Kasparian in tow. The bullish Madonai's dislike burned steady as he arranged the chairs about the game table. Verdon's revelations had explained Kasparian's hatred and jealousy. How bitter to see your master bestow his gifts upon your jailer, upon one who was not born Madonai, upon the son who had not loved his father as well as the Attalay, who had given up everything to share his master's exile. How unjust must fate appear to such a one. Kasparian lit a candle as we settled around the table. A spider crawled up the pillar of wax.
Niel, his lean face eager, had the enchantment poised on his tongue, and before the first drip of wax had slumped down the candle, engulfing the struggling spider, I was floating above the sea of dreams. She was only dozing. The trail of her dream was so faint and so quickly past that I came near missing it. But explosive enchantment had possessed me from the moment of Niel's touch, and I would not have failed to take the path of my desire had her dream been the length of a snowflake's life in desert noonday. "Seon!" Eleanor pressed her back against the lemon tree, sleep startled from her dark eyes. "What are you doing here?" Her aspect was wary, but not cowering, which spoke everything necessary about her courage. To wake from an afternoon drowse and see a man standing over you clothed in naught but a sword belt and garish light could be nothing but disconcerting, especially when the last you'd heard of him was that he had brought down a building to crush your foster brother's head. Unfortunately, I was not going to ease her mind on that afternoon. "I've come for my son. It's time for him to live with me." I might well have struck her. She leaped to her feet, face flushed, all uncertainty dismissed. "You gave me your word." "Things change," I said. "You said you would suffer anything to keep Ivan safe and loved and happy," she said. "I believed you." "And so I will do. Where is he?" "Look at yourself, Seon. You'll frighten him. You frighten all of us now." "Do you doubt me too, mistress? What more must I do to prove myself?" We stood face to face on the steep, dry slope, overlooking the crude tent settlement where I had last visited my child. The sun angle was low, the world streaked and splashed with red-gold light that no one would mistake for darkness. "I will not discuss this. It's time Ivan learned of me and of his rightful place in the world." Her graceful jaw grew hard. "And what would he learn? We don't even know what you are anymore. Even the prince fears you've changed into something other. How can I hand over my child to one who—" "Ivan is my child. He should be with me, not running about the desert with a band of miserable outlaws in the middle of a human war. With your stupidities and your ignorance, you'll all be dead within the year." I gathered a wind to fill my wings and took a step toward the tall woman. "Do not doubt my intent, and do not test me. Remember Parasa." Her bold flush had faded, but she neither backed away nor withered under my glare. "None of us will forget Parasa. Was it not Parasa where your blind bloodthirst killed my brother Farrell, a man who you called friend, and crippled Gorid, a man of honor and faith who has sacrificed his personal vengeance to serve your prince? Where 7 of Lord Kirill's men fell at your hand because you would not lower yourself to speak to the Avedi? What makes you think you are fit to care for a child?" True. All true. Her accusations stung like the tail of a whip. And now I was to violate the one vow I had thought inviolable. I was to put my child in danger. But I knew my friends, and nothing else would make them believe. "Tell me where he is, or I'll burn every tent in this camp to find him." My voice thundered through the dusty air, threatening to crack the rocks and split the trees. "I'll wring the necks of your people one by one if you try to keep him from me." Fires of heaven! At last she began to believe. I swept my wings and took flight, circling about her like a vulture over carrion, shouting so that all in the settlement below would hear me. "Where is my son?" "All right, I'll show you." She picked her way down the slope, stumbling a few times in her hurry.
However, she did not stop thinking.
"You'll take him to Kir Navarin," she said, calling up to me.
"It is his home, his right."
"You'll need someone to care for him. He's so small."
"I can conjure servants to see to his needs." I swept my wings again, swirling the dust around her.
"Conjure servants?"
She squinted up at me as if trying to see through my skin, and then she shook her head.
"Don't you understand? He's afraid of strangers. It's usual for children of his age. You can't—"
"He'll learn." She slipped on a patch of loose rock and almost lost her balance. Her breathing ragged, she stopped for a moment to test her footing and scan the slope for a safer route. The people of the encampment had started to gather, shading their eyes against the last sunbeams and staring up at us.
"No matter what you've become, you cannot be cruel enough to take a child away from everyone and everything he's ever known."
"Do not tell me what I can and cannot do. Am I still a slave? Everyone tries to set my course, telling me do this, do that, hold back, take care, you must not. But things will be different now. I have found my true home, my true form. I have inherited such power as you cannot imagine, and will have scarcely come into my prime long after you and these human creatures are dust. I wish my son to inherit my father's legacy, and I will have the boy out of danger." "Damn your insolent—"
"And are there no dangers in your new realm?"
she interrupted my bellowing, her gaze unwavering. An arrow of fear pierced my wits, as if shot straight from Eleanor's eyes. Careful. Careful. I had planned to say these things, to make her fear me, but power was swelling my shoulders and my chest and my loins, was stretching my wings, threatening to distract me from my purpose. I was ready to lash out at her in ways I never intended. Brutally, I forced myself to concentrate. I would be changed only when I returned to Niel, when my dreamer slept again. Keep to the plan. Niel is watching. I am not unreasonable. You may send one person with him. Unless I could make this plan work, my child was safe nowhere. I soared upward before she could answer and flew toward the settlement. As Eleanor ran the last steep descent, I furled my wings and touched my feet to the dusty road a few hundred paces from the gathering crowd. I folded my arms and turned my back to them. Behind me, shuffling steps and low murmurs gave way to a firm tread and familiar voice. "Speak with me, Seon." Alexander's footsteps stopped at a considerable distance. I fixed my eyes on Eleanor and said nothing. Only a few moments later, when the woman ran breathlessly down the road to join him, did I turn to the prince. The crowd had parted to let him pass, and he bore himself as a king confronting a messenger from an unknown realm. Faid stood behind, his head bowed where I could not see his face. Was the Suzani youth shamed that I had come to someone else? Or was he hiding his relief? Beside the prince stood a stone-faced Blaze, holding my son. Ivan was looking at me, curiously, a finger stuck in his mouth as he clung to the bony Azarian. I forced my attention to Eleanor. "Who will accompany the child?" I said, taking up as if there were not 100 new witnesses to our conversation. Eleanor looked from me to the others and back, beads of sweat glistening on her forehead.
"Seon has come for Ivan," she said to the others. "He wants to take the boy to safety in Kir Navarin."
Her words spilled out quickly, shutting off the protests that Alexander and Blaze had ready.
"He is adamant, so there's no use arguing. Please don't fuss." and someone must go with them so Ivan won't be afraid. I'm going to go."
"Linny, you can't," said Blaze, biting back his fury.
"You heard Fiona tell us of her sickness. You wouldn't survive for more than a few months." "We'll face that when it comes," she said.
"I'll go," said Blaze.
"The boy is comfortable with me, and I can—"
Eleanor shook her head.
"You're needed here. The Avedi depends on you, and the future of this empire is more important than any one of us. Besides, Seon charged me with Ivan's care. I will not abandon my child."
"As you wish." I nodded to Eleanor as if the others had not spoken. "Make what preparations you need. I will require your brother to escort you through the gateway of Daziet Homol to the tower in the Gamarand Wood. Once there, he will open the way as Fiona described it, but only you and the child will proceed to the room at the top of the tower. Be warned that I will permit no deviations from my commands. In the tower room you have but to request entrance to the fortress, and you will pass through. Is all clear?" Eleanor nodded, and I continued. "This is for the child's safety, for his future. Fathers must do what is necessary for their sons, and sons must know their fathers and remember them."
"Linny?"
Blaze's plea was to no avail. Eleanor kissed him and said he needed to see to horses and water while she gathered up Ivan's things. I walked away from the crowd to wait, deliberately ignoring them again. Their hostility was like a bitter wind, and I felt the furtive movements of hands to knives and swords. When the first boot moved in my direction, I whirled about and snarled, filling my wings and shooting fire from my fingers. "Off with you," said a quiet command. "You've not skills enough to face him." When the crowd withdrew, I turned away again, watching the moon climb off the eastern flank of the valley. Soon only Alexander stood behind me. I felt his eyes hot on my back. "Talk to me, Seon. Or must I call you some other name? Where is my friend? My brother? The man who saved my life and my soul and taught me how to use them? There are things I would tell him. News he would be glad to share. I made myself stone, or as near to it as a shapeshifter dares go. I need to know if my friend intends to return, for I sorely need his help and his wisdom. But only his. Steps brought him closer. I understand what happened at Parasa. Everyone understands. Even Blaze. Holy Athos, Seon, I hold no blame to you that I don't hold to myself. More live because of you than died because of you. But it can't happen again. Please let me know that you hear me." But I did not turn, and I did not speak, and after a while he walked away. Within half an hour, Blaze brought the horses. While others loaded bundles and waterskins on the saddles, Alexander stood to the side. Soon Eleanor came to me, carrying my wide-eyed son in her arms.
"Is there nothing I can do to persuade you to wait a while," she said, "until he is a little older and can understand what's happening?"
"Only if you can assure me that this war ends today." I paused for a moment, glaring at her. I thought not. I made sure my voice could be heard by all. "You may inform any who are interested that since he cannot trust my judgment, I no longer serve your Avedi, but only my own purposes. You are correct that I am not as I was, but I'll not abandon this world to chaos and confusion. I will continue to aid in this conflict as I promised, and I will expect all agreements and compacts with me to be similarly upheld. Humans are renowned for breaking faith.
I still wear 2 scars that remind me of it every hour. I pointed to the 2 that remained. I believed I felt a change in Alexander, a caught breath, a stiffening back, a grave surety. But I was not looking at him, so I could not be certain. Faith. I flew high, watching as Eleanor and Blaze held a last, hurried conference with Alexander, made hasty farewells to the rest of the assembly, and set out riding through the moonlit desert, their forms blurring on occasion as Blaze worked his magic. Eleanor leaned forward in the saddle as if riding into battle, the wind catching tendrils of her long hair and whipping them across her face. Ivan rode in front of Blaze, the man's body a shield around the sleepy child. Near moonset the weary horses plodded up the hill to the place of the pillars, the twin ranks of white stone that stretched moon shadows across the grass. Blaze built a small fire. As her brother began the work to open the gateway, Eleanor wrapped Ivan in a blanket and held him in her lap, rocking him slowly. I sat atop a distant pillar and watched them, weaving an enchantment of drowsiness and casting it over the woman. My choice was made for Ivan's safety. For all of them, so I told myself, though the cold sweat that trickled down my spine spoke of doubt. For Ivan to be secure, I must put him in danger, trusting Eleanor to shield and comfort him through whatever was to come. But I had been wrong so many times, had misjudged so sorely, and my craving was so great that it could be clouding my judgment. These seeds I sowed could be the very kernels of destruction. The prophecies that had shaped my people's history had described a dreadful ending. A square of stone from a mosaic portrayed one possible future of my deeds as unrelieved blackness, and to touch that palm-sized square was to feel the despair of the world. But I clung to Gaspar's words. You must walk the path you've chosen. For the light to triumph there must be darkness. An old man's rambling was my hope, not my sword arm, not my senses, not my insights or intelligence or experience. Only a desert-born vision, a woman's courage and a prince's strength and faithfulness. Eleanor's head began to droop. I inhaled the clean, sweet air of the human world, and as the woman settled beside her child to sleep, I turned away and embraced the darkness of my dreaming. What must it feel like for the shore when the ocean's tide rolls out? Teeming life withdrawn, ceaseless activity stilled, the land's edge washed clean, only flotsam and jetsam remaining to be withered by sun or picked at by birds. Ponderous weight removed, and the essence of sand and rock left exposed to bask in the day's warmth. Glorious simplicity. So I felt when I stood up from Niel's game table, no longer human. I stretched out my arms and examined them, both hands present, forearms ridged with sinew, elbows, broad shoulders. Nothing to disturb the eye, nor anything to restrict further examination, for I stood halfway between the fire and the garden window, unclothed save for my sword belt. Outdoors it was snowing, legs whole and well-formed. I did not glow golden in this realm. Chest, little hair. I'd never had much. The knotted white line just below the ribs on my right side speaks of unfaithfulness, mistrust, betrayal, ignorance. Belly, loins, yes, still male too, all parts intact. Wings. A thrill in my gut when I felt them tightly furled against my back. Was I to be winged forever? Everything accounted for. My hand touched the left side of my face. Brutality, cruelty, despair. These scars were like drips of acid touching pleasured skin. I would be rid of them as soon as I knew how. And I knew. By all the world's wisdom, I knew so much already. Now the tide of pain and ugliness had receded and left me Madonai. Other eyes were examining me. Young, old eyes alive with exultation. The old man stood beside the frosted window, his face reflecting the hearth fire. Not smiling yet, for there was still the final gifting to accomplish once he was sure of me. His hair seemed grayer, and his lean face dry and soft, as though the robust flesh beneath his skin had already turned to dust. I spread my arms wide and bent my knee. My Lord Father, I am as you have made me. Teach me as you will. You know my hunger. No longer could we maintain secrets of the heart. His joy and triumph were as exposed to my viewing as my own desires were bared to him. Yet I was in the more vulnerable state. I was an artwork, newly created from a malformed original, and the artist yet maintained his control over my shaping. Indeed, as he walked across the patterned carpets of dark green and red, his midnight eyes locked to my own, I felt his breath blowing on the fire within me, nurturing the white-hot flame that was scouring my soul and memory, cleansing me of the impurities of my hybrid birth. I was starving for fuel that only he could give, the power that would transform this flame into a holocaust. I gave no consideration to what was being destroyed, only to the magnificence that would remain. From behind me came a loud crack. Kasparian had snapped a stick as thick as my wrist and thrown it on the hearth fire. He snatched another stick from the basket and then drew his knife and began to shave long slivers of wood from the dry stick with the ease of slicing cake. The splinters fell onto a pile on the clay-colored hearth tiles at his feet. My father's eyes never left me, nor did my own stray from his face for long, though the image of Kasparian's hungry knife now lay atop my mind like a thin coverlet, a distraction. My own dagger, sheathed in finely tooled leather, lay heavy against my bare flank. Ironic that Kasparian's interruption should remind me of it. The devoted Madonai would be appalled. So, at last you have answered your own question, said my father. When I first discovered you among the shadows in such bitter exile, I wanted to tell you then of your true identity. But you were so full of anger. Rightly so. And you had so little memory of your heritage. Not enough to build on. And I refused to dream in Kir Vaganoth, I said, gasping for air enough to speak beneath his smothering attention. I hated taking on flesh, and so you had no way to speak to me. No matter. I was so proud of your strength and grace. And then you found the other, your human partner, your match in every way. How the powers of the universe have blessed us, my son, after so long an agony to send this good warden to save us both. When I learned how you planned to join with him, I decided to do whatever I could to bring you here, giving you some hint of your rightful place in the world. You needed to understand that I bore you no ill will. Far from it. I wanted to give you everything. My father laid his hand on my cheek, leaving every nerve, every muscle, every fiber of my body awake and quivering, as if a knife blade had traced their shape. Still,
I could not let myself believe you would forgive me, and so I laid these petty traps and snares. You've seen more clearly than I, and now I am humbled by your trust. To bring this child of your body to live here."
He withdrew his hand, and I leaned forward trying to hold the connection, but he folded his arms across his green-shirted chest and did not seem to notice.
And so we come to the culmination. You are a vessel prepared to receive a gift unlike any given since. Please, Father." I could scarcely hear his words for my raging hunger. Without his power to complete my own, I was little more than a withered husk, incomplete, unviable, an aberration born not of nature but of enchantment. He laughed and opened his arms, spreading his cloak wide, as if he had wings of his own, transformed in that instant to the young god who had sired me. "Open your hearts, Valdis, my son, and receive what you need of me."
The sight of his broad chest, exposed and vulnerable, led my hand to my knife hilt. Somewhere beyond the tumultuous madness of my desire lay the certainty that this was a moment that would never come again, a moment of safety, of necessity, of duty. But I could not kill him. The being named Kerouan had once been beautiful and holy, and even now he wished me only good. He was my father. I loved him and could consider no demand of duty that would do him harm. A fading voice within me affirmed this resolution, insisting that violating this conviction would be my own surest road to corruption and madness. "Faith," said the voice. "It all comes down to faith." And so I let the moment pass and fell into a blue-black sea. The nameless God embraced me, and I was filled. Chapter 42. "There's 3 persons come to the garden," said the conjured servant, a plain-faced woman who looked as though she might dissolve in the storm wind that raked the castle ramparts. "They say they're here at your command, Lord Valdis, though they do not address you by your proper name." I stopped in mid-stretch. My shoulders were tight after 3 days of nasty winter weather, and though I had no intention of flying off into the howling wind and sleet, I had come to the open heights where I could extend my wings and flex them properly. I could shape the wings at will, and thus had no reason to retain them all the time. But I felt unsettled, cramped, incomplete when I went too many hours without. Wings were the outward expression of my power, the first enchantment that I could initiate on my own. 3, that wasn't right. I commanded that a woman and a boy pass through the tower portal. "Indeed, my lord, they are a woman, a male child, and a man who claims to be their protector. Master Kasparian says that the man, like the child, carries a true being within him." Blaze. The name came instantly. One of the Recanati. A good man, but disobedient. I had no use for him here. He did not think my child belonged with me. "Take the woman and the boy to the quarters I've had prepared. Make them comfortable with food and dry clothing and bring them to my father's study an hour from now. The man may stay in the garden and freeze or return the way he came as he chooses. He is forbidden to shape-shift here or to proceed beyond the garden. Have Kasparian see to it." Kasparian knew my orders. He was to prevent interference by any human acquaintances, but he was not to harm them. Once I could command my own power in this world, I would rethink the prison and its barriers and its occupants. And that time would come very soon. Only 3 days since my father had transferred his power to me, and already I could feel it swollen like a snow-fed torrent in spring. For the moment, the binding spells I had created so long in the past left me unable to initiate any Madonai enchantment, save my own body shaping. I, too, was dependent on Casparian. But unlike my father, I could do very much as I pleased once the first spark was struck, even by so dull an edge as my father's atelier. Only crossing the wall was impossible. Any enchantment that my father could teach me I could shape and wield, once Casparian had given it life, and I had confidence that I would control the wall itself once my strength had grown enough. I had plenty of time. I would be released from this confinement. As for my father, I wasn't sure what I was going to do about him. He was still mad. Humans and Recanari had rightly feared him all these years. I understood his power, his deeds, and his reasoning, and the flaw that had torn him apart. He had done his best to cure me of that weakness, not so that I could carry out his slaughter as I had so foolishly feared, but to enable me to make reasoned judgments without going mad. Free of human sympathies and confusions, I would be able to sort out problems that only a Madonai had the power to address. Time would tell how well he had done. I finished my stretching, watching the ice crystals form on the leading edges of my wings, pleased to note that even the sensitive membranes were not bothered by the cold. Just as I started down the tower stairs to my apartments, a loud screeching broke out beyond the battlements. Retracing my steps and peering over the wall, I saw a large brown and white bird struggling to fly toward the fortress from the direction of the garden. Its valiant efforts were doomed to failure. Besides the constant buffeting of the wind, the bird was caught by a rope of light tossed from Casparian's hand. The harder the bird fought, the tighter drew the noose about its neck. "I told you that you are forbidden to approach the castle in any shape whatsoever," shouted Casparian above the bluster of wind and the indignant squawks of the bird. With a few snaps of the rope, he had the bird back on the ground, where it quickly reshaped itself to a bedraggled man who knelt clutching his neck and gasping harshly. I jumped up and onto the Merlon. "Perhaps we need to illustrate the penalties for disobedience," I called down to Casparian as my wings filled and my cloak flapped and billowed. "Stake him out in the garden until tomorrow midnight." The man Blaze gawked stupidly as I stepped off the ramparts and spiraled downward on the storm wind to stand over him. "I've no wish to harm you," I said to the kneeling man, touching Casparian's hand and casting the spell that would prevent the captive Recanari from shape-shifting throughout the coming day. The man groaned a little as his bones felt the binding of my enchantment. "But I am not to be trifled with. You will tell your fellows when you return to your world." Blaze tried to speak, but Casparian jerked on the rope and left him choking. I caught the air and soared upward. The man seemed very small as Casparian dragged him away. I returned to the tower stair and my own business, shaking off the damp while unshaping my wings. Once in my apartments, I donned gray breeches, boots, and a loose shirt of black silk, and I tied back my hair with a silk ribbon. A short time later, I joined my father in his study. "So, your boy has come," said my father, using one finger to move a piece on his game board. He had scarcely stirred from his chair by the fire since my change, claiming that the years weighed heavy on him now that his essence was so diminished. Not wishing to seem greedy or presumptuous, I had not pressed for a clearer estimate of his condition. An undeniable peace had soothed his edgy humor, though indeed the transfer of power seemed to have left him vulnerable to his declining body. But the threads he cast into the world and into my soul even now were no weakling wisps. Any who discounted my father from the game of power before he breathed his last would rue the miscalculation.
"Does the child know you at all?" he asked.
"No more than I knew you when I first came here," I said. "But that will change. By the time he is grown, he will remember nothing but his true home and family. Unusual as we are." I bowed slightly and smiled.
"You need to find some way to placate Kasparian," he said, chuckling. "He threatens to step on the mite without remorse if the boy gets in his way.
I've already spoken with Kasparian. We've come to an understanding. In exchange for his tolerance, I had promised the Madonai that he could stay with my father, no matter how I chose to control Niel in the future." From the hallway sounded footsteps and a quiet whispering. A servant held the door, and through the opening we could see the boy hanging back, clinging to the woman's dark blue skirt. She stooped down to speak to the child for a moment, and then straightened, took him by the hand, and led him into the study. Neither showed any sign of fear as they crossed the room. I nodded my approval to the woman. The child gaped about the spacious room with its shining lamps and ornaments, his dark eyes growing wide at the sight of the black and white game pieces that glittered in the lamplight. "May I present my son, Ivan Diarg," I said, bowing first to my father and then to my son. "A proper introduction will have to wait until I know him better myself." The child, paying no mind to either of us, pulled loose from the woman's hand and wandered forward, stopping halfway between the woman's position in the center of the room and the alluring game table. He eyed my father, judging, I supposed, whether to risk proximity to the stranger in order to gain access to the intriguing shapes so near the old man.
"Here, lad," said Niel,
taking one of the small, rounded warriors from the game board and rolling it across the carpet to the boy's feet. The child snatched it from the floor, smiled shyly, and stepped a bit closer to the table. "Ivan," said the woman softly, and the boy quickly retreated to her side, poking one finger in his mouth while clutching the ivory warrior. "And this is Mistress Eleanor," I continued, "who has cared for my son since his birth."
"One of the Reconade," said my father, "but lacking her true being. Pity."
"And who or what are you who presumes to pity my birth, sir?" said the woman. She spoke quite boldly for one whose hands were clenched into bloodless knots at her side.
"In this place I am called Niel for lack of anything better," said my father with a great sigh. "The names given to me in the human world you know better than I. As for what I am, a tired old man is the most accurate description. One who has seen his fondest wish fulfilled, and is deciding what lesser pleasures to enjoy for his waning days. You have clearly done good service in the nurture of this child, and so have no need to fear me, or my son."
Niel laid his hand on my arm. "Your son?" The woman glanced sharply from Niel to me. "The matter is too complicated to explain," I said, clasping my hands behind my back, "and is none of your business. Are your quarters adequate?" "For a prison," she said, emboldened, no doubt, by my father's gentle air. The more fool she if she underestimated him. "You are not confined to your rooms," I said. "My son may roam where he pleases in the castle and grounds, excepting only the private apartments of my father and his companion Kasparian. Kasparian also has a sparring arena just below this center part of the fortress."
The arena is a dangerous place for a child. I have commanded Kasparian to keep it locked. But it is your responsibility to keep the boy away from it. You will accompany the child as is necessary to teach and care for him. You will find no dangers here beyond those of any house with stairs, towers, and windows. Far fewer than where you were. Fewer than in any human dwelling of my experience. She would not be cowed.
Yet you cannot deny that we are confined.
You may leave Kier Navarin at any time, mistress. That silenced her impudence for the moment. She knew very well that she would leave alone.
The boy was tugging at the woman's skirts, whispering, "Ma'am, ma'am, can we go home now?"
The woman laid a hand on his head, quieting him.
"I beg you excuse us, good sir, but I should put Ivan to bed. We've travelled a long way. If you will accompany us, Seon, I'll show you how he likes to be put to bed. If you're to care for him in the future, you'd best learn."
My father chortled in delight and rocked back in his chair. "Indeed, my son, I believe you've brought a determined spirit into this house. And I thought the child would be the most interesting visitor we've seen in a millennium."
He waved his hand at the three of us.
Go on, indeed, lad, you should learn what she has to teach. When she sickens or dies or decides that her loyalties are to her own kind instead of this boy, we'll not wish the child's habits disrupted."
Irritated by the woman's presumption and my father's encouragement of it, I bowed curtly to my father and gestured the woman toward the door. The woman murmured quietly to the child as we climbed the curved stair, pointing out the bird-shaped carvings on the staircase, telling him not to scrape the game piece on the polished wood, and dragging him away from the fountain on the landing before he tumbled into it. Her words and actions were directed to the boy, but her eyes kept flicking to me until I was tempted to see if some unsightly growth had appeared on my forehead. When she hesitated at the convergence of 4 corridors, I indicated the way, and we soon arrived at my son's apartments. The main room was large and would command a fine view of the gardens. Shelves lined one wall, filled with toy ships and balls, books and paper, and sticks of coal to draw with. Under the wide casements stood a clothes chest stocked with new shirts, breeches, undergarments, and boots of the proper size. A conjured servant was just laying out a supper of cold meat, apples, and toasted bread on a small, low table. While I stood in the doorway watching, Mistress Eleanor sat on the rug beside the bedroom fire and helped the boy change into a well-worn nightshirt pulled from a traveling bundle. I considered leaving. I had no interest in bedroom rituals. Servants could learn such things and carry them out when the nursemaid was dead or gone. Yet I stayed, listening and watching. "But this is your new house," said the woman when the child popped up from her lap and tried, with pokes and shoves, to stand her up, demanding to go home. "And it is a very nice house, with many new things to see. Here, have some supper. You've not eaten in ever so long." She pulled the boy onto her lap, coaxing him to try a bit of cold fowl. He shook his head, but accepted a square of toast, watching the servant make up the small bed that stood against one wall. The bed prepared, the plain-faced serving woman picked up several cloth-wrapped bundles that lay by the outer door and pointed to a smaller doorway off to one side. "I'll put your things in your room," she said to Eleanor. "Leave them, please. I'll be staying in here. Your room is next to this. Not so large, but sufficient." The servant was of Kasparian's creation and bidding, and so, of course, quite expressionless and unintelligent. "As I said, I'll be sleeping in here with my son." "But you've no bed here for sleeping, and I'll not be moving any furniture without I'm told by Master Kasparian." The human woman shrugged and shifted her attention back to the child. picking up the dropped toast. Clearly the argument was concluded, though the simple-minded servant who disappeared through the door with the traveling bags did not understand who had won. I admired strength in a woman, though I knew better than to trust the one who possessed it. As I crossed the room to join the woman and boy by the fire, my hand rubbed the nagging reminder on my side. This woman must be taught to bend. She claimed my child as her own. "Hello, Ivan. May I join your supper?" I said, bowing to him slightly. The child buried his face in the woman's breast. Of course, any child was fearful of new circumstances and unfamiliar faces. I seated myself in an armchair a few steps away from the two, thinking that perhaps he would be less shy if I were not so tall. Taking an apple and a knife from the table, I cut off a thin wedge and offered it to the boy. "I'm pleased you've come to live with me, Ivan. I've been waiting a very long time for us to be together. A very long time." I looked into the past to review the course of our separation, and was appalled at what I could remember of it. A legacy of rampant ignorance and fear, injustice and cruelty. I recalled an image of this woman staring down at a crippled man who had been dreadfully mutilated, and other humans hacked into bloody refuse, and her face as she blamed me for the carnage. The boy snatched the piece of apple from my hand. "Say thank you to—" The woman looked over at me. "What should he call you? He still thinks of Gordain as his da." Gordain? A human man, not even Reconare. You will speak no more of Gordain to my son. I would not have him mourn a human. In a Madonai house, the male parent is addressed as Fioth. The closest human word would be Papa. The woman nodded, burying any retort, as well as the questions that came so clearly to her tongue. She would not even know the term Madonai. "Ivan, say, 'Thank you, Papa.'" The boy squirmed and murmured something like, then buried his face again while beginning to nibble at the bit of apple. I cut off another wedge. "I will not tolerate your teaching him to fear me." I made sure my tone was nothing that would frighten the boy. "Sehon," the woman lowered her voice, glancing sideways at the doorway to the adjoining room. "We need to talk privately." "With regard to?" She examined my face carefully, perplexed and hesitant, all her bravado fallen away. "Give me a sign, Sehon," she whispered, pleading in a most pitifully human way. "We thought the prince was sure, after what you said about promises and faith." The servant returned and began to bank the fire for the night. The woman glanced at the servant's back and spoke in a normal tone again, though her face had not lost the probing worry. "Your somber manner surprises me. Prince Alexander says you are prone to telling bad jokes at awkward times such as these." I could not understand her strange manner. "I find little humor in anything human, Mistress Eleanor. My experiences in your world belie any inclination toward it." The servant left again. I jumped up from my chair, unable to sit still. The woman's comments unsettled me, as if a spark had shot from a too-close fire and stung my forehead between my eyes. I hated the sensation. "And do not presume. As I've told you before, I am not the man this human prince knows. I have discarded that part of my existence. You are a servant, remaining here by my forbearance, and I would advise you to remember it. You should address me as Master Valdis." A certain brightness deserted the woman's face, as when the last vestige of the sun's disk slips below the horizon, leaving the actual daylight little changed, but its quality irrevocably altered. She began to rock the boy slowly, laying her cheek on his dark head as his heavy eyelids sagged. "Valdis," she said, "the name of the Azarian god. I thought you disdained the role of god." "Azarians have no concept of what or whom they speak." "Then tell me, Master Valdis, why is it so important that Ivan should be moved here now, and so quickly? We've tended him well, kept him from harm, loved him as is a child's right. The war has moved farther from our settlement, and so there is no immediate threat to his safety. You've had little time to spend with him in the past, and if you continue your participation in the Avedi's war, that will likely not change. What do you think is going to happen in the human world that you no longer trust us to protect the boy?" I tossed the knife and the remains of the apple onto the table. "I wish my son safe. I don't remember exactly why I felt it necessary to move so quickly." "You don't remember?" Her head popped upright. 4 days ago you threatened to kill 200 people if I didn't get him here immediately." "But that was before." "Before what?" The woman was a morass of impertinent questions. But I knew that daily life would be easier if we remained on reasonable, if proper terms. So I answered her. Before my change. Before I became Holy Madonai. Explaining would have been easier, of course, if I had known the information she wanted. But as with so many pieces of my discarded existence, the logic behind my actions was hazy. I believed quite urgently that my son should be here with me, but I don't recall the entire chain of reasoning that led up to that belief. I was still human then. Human reasoning is inextricably entangled with human emotions, and such convoluted paths are difficult to recapture, now that my body that generated and supported those emotions has changed so radically. "Your body has changed. Not human." Her bewildered expression was but another annoying question. "I am now Madonai, as are my father and Casparian, although they were born and I was gifted, transformed. The Reconare, you and the rest of your race, are the product of human and Madonai mating 1,200 years ago. A grievous mistake that has corrupted the world. In me, my father has remedied that mistake. Do you see now?" "I'm beginning to understand. And now you are changed. In this way you remember only facts from the past. Events, decisions, names. Not how you felt about them, or why." "Whatever else was involved in my decision, I will likely remember it later. Not that it matters. My son's proper place is with me, not in some human war camp at risk of slavery or mutilation, or cruel, wasteful, useless death. These damnable human plagues. He will be raised as Madonai, and when the time comes I will give him the gift that my father has given me." The woman pressed her lips together, stroked the child's hair, and shifted him onto her shoulder. Her gaze did not leave my face. Now that her questions were mercifully silenced, I took my leave. The child sleeps. I'll see him in the morning. I felt her eyes still fixed on me as I walked out of the door. Disliking the murky confusions the woman raised, I returned to the ramparts, shaped my wings, and leaped into the air. Unfortunately, battling the storm wind and the annoying limits of the cursed wall did not silence the fool woman's question. Why had I brought the boy here so soon and so fast? Indeed, I had told her one part of the answer. My soul revolted at the thought that my son might someday wear scars like those on my face and my side. And the boy was Reconare, thus would need to spend time in both worlds, but not yet. So why was his presence so urgent? A second part of the answer was surely that bringing Ivan here would convince my father of my intent to complete my change. And so it had done. But a fortress prison housing a mad Madonai and his two companions was not a rational choice for raising a child. Until I could break the wall and decide what to do about my father, having the boy here held its own dangers. Which meant there was a third part to the answer. And that one, to my head-bursting frustration, I could not remember. And so I twisted and dived in the wind over the mountain, letting the storm batter my body and monopolize my attention. When morning came, cold and overcast, I bathed, dressed, and resisted the urge to make my way immediately to my son's chamber. He was still half-human. He would be sleeping or breakfasting. I needed to go dream-traveling, and so I met Kasparian in the library, the room I had chosen for my own study. But no sooner had the sullen Madonai sat down at the work-table and begun his enchantment than I pushed his hand away and dismissed him. "We'll do this tomorrow," I said. "I need to reconsider my objectives in this war." Before a quarter of an hour had passed, I was watching from a tower window as the woman and Ivan walked out into the winter garden, bundled in cloaks and scarves. The child ran from pond to statue to frozen fountain, laughing and teasing, climbing and hiding and running. The woman was always there to pull him away from the frozen ponds, to brush the snow from his clothes before it could melt, to help him down when he had climbed too high, to laugh with him when he bumped a tree trunk and showered the two of them with snow. Soon they wandered deeper into the garden where I could no longer see them. Before I could decide whether to go out and join them, I heard a terrified wailing. I sped through the castle, shaping my wings and taking to the air the moment I was out of doors, following the sound to its source. The woman stood on a snow-covered knoll, clutching the sobbing Ivan. Though I saw no blood, no hurt on the boy, no evidence of broken limbs, the woman's cheeks were also streaked with tears. Only when I touched earth beside them did I grasp what distressed them. Down a short incline, the man Blaze lay on a flat section of the lawn, face up, his limbs bound and stretched between 4 stakes. His garments were stiff with ice, his hair and brows frosted, and he was shivering violently. The rope of light still circled his neck, preventing him from speaking. "He will not die," I said. "His punishment lasts only until midnight. He will be very cold, but perhaps he will remember to obey my commands." Snow drifted from the heavy clouds. Pressing the sobbing child to her shoulder, the woman walked slowly down the slope until she stood only a few paces from the prisoner. "How can you do this? Blaze is your friend. He helped save you from despair. He has loved and cared for your child." "And I have saved Blaze from madness and preserved his life countless times. But does that give him leave to violate my home? Does appreciation for past deeds oblige me to allow him opportunity to steal my child away?" Why was reason so alien to human thought? "Seon is truly dead, then," she said, shifting her gaze from the shivering man to me. "This change that has transformed your body has also destroyed your heart." "Indeed," I said, looking down at the man and feeling nothing. I believe that was the point. The weather worsened all through that day. I had Kasparian watch to ensure the man did not die or lose a limb to frostbite, and at midnight I went myself to set him free. What pain he suffered was likely the result of restored circulation and cramping muscles, but the discomfort was evidently considerable, as his eyes glistened with tears as he watched me unbind him. Unfortunate, but necessary. I gave him my hand, and he stumbled to standing. "Tell your fellows," I said. He nodded, pressed his bony hands to the black wall, and vanished. Evidently the incident served warning enough to still the woman's combative nature. Her fount of questions dried up, and her attempts at familiarity ceased. Only her unrelenting observation was left to irritate me. Unfortunately, the child was bothered enough by the memory of Blaze's punishment that he would neither leave his room nor engage with anyone but Eleanor. In order to confront this distancing before it festered into fear, and to ensure the woman did not encourage it, I spent most of Ivan's waking hours with the two of them, delaying yet again my return to the human war. For a day after Blaze's release, the boy would pursue no activity, no matter that I had a set of gaming pieces made for him, and some magical toys, a small wooden horse that galloped about his chambers, and a palm-sized sailing ship that flew upon the air. I had the woman stay back while I gave him his food, but he would not eat. By evening I deserted their company, exasperated. But after a glass of wine and an hour's running, I regained my perspective. God's teeth, the boy was not yet 3 years old and had witnessed a close acquaintance in considerable discomfort. He was not afraid of me, only of the harm that had come to his friend. I climbed the stairs again, thinking to bid him good night. A quiet voice came from the room, and I paused in the doorway to watch and listen. He would carry his boy on his shoulders in the bright mornings, and they would walk through the green forests and over the green hills and into the fields. The woman was sitting on the edge of the small bed, and the child was curled up in his blankets listening. And there the man would dig in the soil and teach the boy of plants and roots and growing things, of worms and mice and— what else? "Rabbits," said the child. "Rabbits indeed. And as they worked the soil and planted seeds, the man would tell his boy stories of rabbits and their life in their burrows." "What tale is this you tell?" I blurted out, feeling a sudden pain like a knife's point behind my eyes. The woman tucked the blanket around the child, not taking her eyes from the small, worried face. Her answer was spoken in the soothing rhythm of the storyteller. "It is the story of Ivan's family, of his grandfather, I believe, but perhaps I am incorrect about that. I learned it from my brother, who learned it from one who knew it well. It has been Ivan's favorite since he was a babe, the only tale sure to quiet him when he's upset." I could not stay. I was near blinded by the pain in my head, and it was all I could do to keep my voice steady. "Tomorrow. I'll come back again tomorrow." Once back in my own chambers, the pain receded quickly. After all, I was Madonai. The morrow was a little different. The woman watching, Ivan skittish, myself playing the fool to gain the favor of a child. Ludicrous. On the next day I returned to my studies in the library. My father taught me enchantments to control the movements of water. Much more satisfactory. I looked in on the boy in the evening, and he bowed quite properly when I entered his room. I returned his small courtesy, and then sat with him while he ate a reasonable portion of broth and bread. I sailed his wooden ships on the air, but he did not try to play with them. None of the three of us said much of anything. When the woman began preparing the boy for bed, I bade him a good night and left. On the next day I went traveling in dreams and found the human war quiet. Forces were mustering in northern Azerbaijan, near Kaparna, the empire's summer capital in the mountains. Capturing Kaparna was a logical step for the prince to take, but a massive one, requiring considerable preparation. Disappointing. I had been hoping for a fight. For the remainder of that day and through the next, I could find no occupation to settle me. Was I already going mad from my confinement? The air felt brittle, the shivering world on the verge of crumbling. I could neither sleep nor concentrate on studies or enchantments or exercise. My father's concerned inquiries were constant irritation. "Is it not enough that you made me?" I snapped. "Must you think and feel for me, too?" I screamed at the woman to stop staring at me or I would strangle her, and then cursed myself for losing my temper at a nursemaid. What was I waiting for? On the afternoon of the 5th day from Blaze's departure, I learned the answer. As I paced an inner courtyard, Kasparian brought the news that a human man was waiting in the garden, demanding to speak with me. As if the key had been fitted into its proper lock, all the jarring edges within me settled into place. The red fire of sunset shot through the lowering clouds like a crack in the sky as I took wing and settled upon the ramparts of my fortress. Of course he would come. The wheels of inevitability had turned, shifting us all into position. "My lord," I said, "what can I do for you this evening?" He looked up, the amber of his eyes visible even from my high perch, his red hair taking fire with the dying sunlight. "I've come to keep my promise, Seon. Shall I come up there to kill you, or do we finish it down here?" Chapter 43. "Tell me who you are." He leaned against a barren ash tree in the snowy garden, appearing as easy as a Shengar settled under a tarbush in desert noonday. I was not deceived. His hand rested on his sword hilt. "Can you not use your vaunted skill to judge me, Prince?" I had flown down from the tower, unshaping my wings once I stood on the steps that overlooked the garden. I did not wear a weapon as yet. My visitor hardly frightened me. His vest and breeches of thick padded leather, and the boots that reached to his thigh spoke of serious caution on his part. He hated such protective garb. I knew a great deal about this man. He shook his head. "For this matter I cannot trust instinct, nor even Blaze's word. Not when it is Seon's life in the balance." I laughed and swept a broad bow. "I thank you for your caution, my lord. But you can put your mind at ease. I have Seon's knowledge, memory, and form. But his body is now Madonai, not human, and I am no longer subject to his emotional confusion. The part of him that served you," I touched my left cheek, "that scrubbed your floors of vomit, wrote your letters, and guarded your back, is no more." I drew my cloak about my shoulders. Without the wings, I felt the cold. "Tell me, what is Seon's crime that you, who purport to be his friend, would slay me? Has he mislaid your crown or failed to wipe your feet? Perhaps he has shed too little blood for you that you thirst for his. What kind of fool is so beguiled by strength and charm and leadership? Truly Alexander had those in abundance, that he translates them into the kind of bondage I had served. How stupid I had been to think this prince could bring reason and order to the human world. "Why are you here?" I said. Kasparian appeared at my side, my sword belt laid across his arms. The prince did not move, but I felt the subtle shift in readiness ripple through him. "I made Seon a promise, and I never break faith with a friend. Do you not remember? From the time I had run to Zagad to warn Alexander of assassins, my thinking had been clouded. I owned all of Seon's memories, just as I remembered my 1,000 years in Kir Vaganoth and the pitiful smatterings of my life before the split that sent me there. Yet I could not remember half of my dealings with Alexander for the murk of human sympathies that surrounded them. But enough was clear. I recall a number of promises. A promise to disembowel me if I failed to deliver a message to your guard captain. A promise to slaughter every Azarian should I attempt to return to my home. And once I think you swore to cut off my hand if I did not drop my eyes from your face. I'll not drop my eyes, Prince. He cocked his head. So tell me, who was it came to my camp 8 nights ago and stole away my counselor and her fostered child? Ah! Is that my offense? I took my sword belt from Kasparian and leaned toward him in mock severity. Summon the woman immediately, Kasparian. We need her sharp eyes to bear witness to my good heart. The Madonai bowed and disappeared inside the fortress doors as I buckled on the wide belt of soft leather and strapped the scabbard to my thigh. Ask her who I am, I said to Alexander. She can vouchsafe that I have maltreated neither her nor the boy, and then you can explain why you would kill me for claiming my own child. I recall you mentioning a number of times that I should leave you to your own fate and spend more time with him. Was there some promise involved with that? Though I quipped and cutted him, I searched my mind for reasons. Yes, on my visit to retrieve the boy, I had reminded the prince of promises and faithfulness, but as a warning against this very kind of perfidy. Alexander had called me his friend and brother, and now he was here to kill me. Humans knew nothing of faith. This vow is of longer standing, he said. Kasparian soon reappeared on the fortress steps with the woman. The boy was not with them, a wise choice on Kasparian's part. I would commend him for it later. At the woman's arrival, the prince sloughed off all pretense of ease. He moved toward the steps, his eyes fixed on the woman's grave face. How fare you, mistress? And the boy? Master Valdis and his father are all courtesy, she said, dipping her head to me. Ivan and I are well provided for. No further words were exchanged, but she shook her head slightly, and for one fleeting moment, the prince's ruddy complexion lost color. So be it, he said softly, and shifted his gaze to me. If you plan to use your sorcery to prevent me, Master Valdis, then do so now, for I do swear that I will take your life this day. Watching him and listening, one might almost believe he could do it. Your time and place are well chosen, I said. At present, unless I carry Kasparian here in my scabbard, sorcery profits me little in this realm. But I do not fear to face you on mundane terms, Madonai to human. As you've brought no war steed, I will even forego my wings. Whatever the mystery of this determined bloodlust, how did he think to benefit by slaying the one who had brought him to the brink of a new kingdom? I relished the prospect of a fight. Too much concern with children and women threatened to sap my developing strength. So where shall we test ourselves, my lord prince? We can duel here in my garden and my fortress, but my knowledge of the terrain would give me unfair advantage. Kasparian can create us any venue we choose in his sparring arena. Desert, forest, wilderness, familiar to us both or strange, much like the portal landscapes I've described for you. And you needn't fear that he will build me an advantage. I am the only being he despises more than human princes. I don't care where we fight, only that I fulfill my bond. I considered the problem. Perhaps we should start where all this began. I drew Kasparian aside and described what I wanted, allowing him full access to my memory of the place. He departed, and I motioned to the prince and the woman. "Come along, then. By my child's head, you have nothing to fear until I draw my sword. And you too, mistress. I would have you witness that I fought him fair." As I led them into the heart of the fortress, they followed at a distance, talking quietly. I did not eavesdrop. Their concerns were none of mine. To begin a duel cold is an awkward thing. In my warden's days, I had entered combat in a state of studied calm, but always imbued with the fire of righteousness and duty. Of late, my arm had swung with vengeance and anger and other feelings that my mind could name but no longer comprehend. Remote sensations, like an unpleasant taste lingering in my mouth. Blood should be shed for reason, not passion. And yet when I jumped lightly onto the square wooden platform in the barren courtyard of Kasparian's devising, reason was not enough to draw my hand to my blade. Kasparian had done well. Even conjuring the bitter wind that had broached the grey walls of Caparna's slave market courtyard, on the day I had stood naked and chained on display for my new master. The ground was pitted and puddled with frozen slush, and the iron loops set into the walls for attaching slave chains still spoke of degradation. I could see neither Mistress Eleanor nor Kasparian. Somewhere in the fortress they would be watching, as would my father, too, I guessed. All his feelings about humans had coalesced in his hatred for this prince. He would not wish to miss my triumph. The prince's demeanor was admirable. He wasted no time and lost no focus at walking from a buried passage in Tirad Nor into the replica of a long-ago winter's day in his empire's summer capital. His face was as stark and barren as the walls, and his gaze was only for me. He drew his sword and dagger and attacked. Reluctantly, I drew my weapon. "You must explain this vow you service," I said, countering his first blow and shoving him away after a brief closure. "My father has freed me of human weakness, which means that even this despicable venue gives me no lust for personal vengeance." Another brief, violent exchange. Every sinew of Alexander's body was prepared. Every part and portion of his being was intent on his movements and mine, but he was not yet fully committed. His strokes were quick and light and precise. He was feeling me out. Was he not yet sure of his purpose? In the center of the wooden platform was a post and crossbars, to which the living merchandise at auction was bound for inspection. I danced backward, using the structure to separate myself from the prince. A matter of honor, is it not, to tell a man why you plan to kill him? But then what do human princes know of honor? Alexander moved slowly to his left, leaving the post out of the way again. "I promised Seon that if ever he became the dread being of his visions, the monster he believed would destroy our world, I would slay him. I hoped the changes we saw in you were but for show, some tactic in a war we could not see. I prayed that you knew what you were doing, and that at any moment you would tell me a bad joke and show me how you had saved us all yet again. But then you took your son, brought him to this place you feared, into this danger, and I knew." He circled slowly to his left, and his fingers shifted slightly on his sword grip. "The curse of Athos be upon this fortress, and whatever power dwells here who has done this to my friend." And with a savage cry he fell on me with a blow that could sever 1,000-year oak. Madunai though I was, the bones of my right arm came near shattering at the meeting of our blades, and I dropped backward off the auction block to give myself a moment to recover. but I had scarce swiveled into position and yanked my dagger from its sheath to join my sword when he leaped across the wooden platform and unleashed his steel on me again. One blow and then another and another, not a heart's pulse between them. Around the wooden block, up and over, from wall to wall we fought, or rather he attacked and I defended, until I was backed against the rusty iron gate. To my salvation the gate swung open, and our battle moved into the cobbled slave market, surrounded by cheerless walls, low roofs, and guard towers that mimicked those of the Dersey mountain city, in all save living inhabitants. The afternoon was gray, the heavy clouds pregnant with winter. A dirty blanket of melting snow lay over the deserted stocks and pillories, and long icicles hung like frozen daggers on the ragged awnings and stone facades. The prince drew me into a high counter, then spun about and aimed to take vicious advantage of my vulnerability, but I retreated once again, saving myself from a blow that could have sliced through my rib cage. I stumbled backward through a blacksmith's shed, tripping over a pile of leg irons and chain. Reluctance and curiosity fell victim to necessity as I countered Alexander's ferocious assault again and again. Through the slave market gates and into the city streets we circled and scrambled, and only when we reached a wide bridge over a half-frozen river did I have an instant to consider strategy. The prince's thickly padded vest was restricting his movements, a flaw that I had already exploited. A scratch on his neck was bleeding, and another on his forearm, and so he yielded the advantage of his relentless fury by pausing at the bridge gate to remove the vest. He should never have done it. When he came after me again, I was ready. Alexander was strong, and his skill, speed, and endurance were legendary among his warrior people. Our fighting skills were well matched. Either one of us could prevail. But my Madonai body would not tire, nor would minor woundings deter me. Alexander was young and fit, but he was human. And so I would let him continue to attack for as long as he could stand up. But I would lead him and tease him and bleed him. And when he was half dead from it, I would kill him. I turned and ran across the bridge, taunting him, shouting to be heard over the ice-clogged torrent of the river. "Come, human! Take me if you can!" He gave chase, splashing through the ankle-deep slush of ice and filth in the narrow streets of the poor quarter. Every few hundred steps I would halt and allow him to engage me. Not too close, but yielding him 5 hits for every scratch I put on him. Then I would duck and dodge his next blow and run away, up and down the refuse-strewn alleyways. By the time I stopped again, my nicks and scrapes had faded, while the prince looked as though he'd run through steel brambles. I laughed and let him come at me again. At one stop, as we circled like 2 dogs eyeing the same piece of meat, he started talking. "Eleanor says you answer to the name of your god Valdis. Is it so?" I spun to meet his lunging step, left a dainty blood streak on his cheek, then stepped back. "I am everything that remains of Valdis and his memories, and I possess the power that has been waiting for him since his birth. If humans view Madonai power as the sign of a god, then that is their own limited vision." Circling. "And this prisoner you feared, this sorcerer, you call him father, the nameless god." He feinted left, then swept another powerful blow to my right. My counter drove him backward. His back slammed into a tenement wall, loosing a small avalanche of ash-grayed snow upon his head. "My father was once the greatest of the Madonai," I said. "He has made me Madonai too, gifted me with his power. And his hatred of humans, you told me of that." He brushed his face with his sleeve, and spit the snow from his mouth, never lowering his guard. I do not hate humans. Neither do I care for them. I have been freed of such weaknesses so I can make reasoned judgments. I lunged forward and pressed him with a series of intricate moves that left him bleeding in 10 places. But he did not lose focus. He beat off my attack until we both stepped back. Yet your care, your compassion, was always more effective than your sword. Don't you see that? Fiona could tell you. Blaze, too. He waved his sword to the scene around us. Here in this very place you once stopped me from razing the poor quarter of Caparna. You were always watching me, and on that day I began to see things through your slave's eyes. I hated you for forcing me to see. I glanced at the ramshackle warehouses and mean dwellings on every side of us. Indeed, I recognized the place. A Derzi Heged had wanted to burn out the quarter and all its poor inhabitants to build a palace. Alexander had refused them. On that same day in this street, the prince had commanded a servant to give me a cloak and shoes against the freezing wind. For one brief moment, I thought I had missed a move, and his dagger had caught me behind the eye. But I had no wounding. Why did my head keep hurting so these past few days? Was some spell carried by the woman and the prince? Nonsense. They have no power. I tried to concentrate. Do you think to distract me with sentiment, Prince? Remember, I have none. Dismissing the piercing discomfort, I lunged, staved off his dagger with my right foot, and ripped my knife point across his chest. His quickly muted oath punctuated our conversation, and blood stained the ragged tear in his shirt. I smiled and danced away. He resumed his attack. I dodged a ferocious strike and took off running. We had been fighting for 2 hours, but I felt as fresh as if I had just stepped onto the field. Through the streets and back across the great bridge I led him, up the causeway toward the palace where I had been his slave, and then back toward the city marketplace. Our clashing steel and grunting efforts were the only sounds in the ghost city, save the river and the wind gusting weakly from the heavy clouds. I began to question his tactics. He would feint a blow at my legs, his favorite target when dueling, but strike at my neck and shoulders. A reasonable ploy, but becoming predictable. He was tiring, perhaps not thinking clearly. I led him and teased another bloody hole in his sleeve. He looked like a juggler in his tattered garments, striped with red. Blood flowed freely from the shallow chest wound, a deep cut in one leg, and another gash in his left forearm. A flurry of blows and another chase through the gloomy afternoon. The prince drove me backward into Caparna's vast central marketplace, through abandoned stalls and into a potter's booth, knocking over tables stacked with bowls and cups and painted jars that shattered on the ice-slicked paving. I backed away into the center of the square, beckoning him as a drover calls his mule, only to be brought up short by some obstacle, a pedestal of stone. I tried to slip left around the shoulder-high block of marble, but a wood vendor's wagon was in the way, piled high with sticks and logs and staves. Before I could go the other way around, Alexander attacked again. "Why do you bring me to this place of all of them?" he said, panting with his efforts. Yes, he was tiring at last, but still foolishly confident. He closed the gap between us, sweeping my sword aside, closing in and aiming his dagger at my heart. For one moment we grappled, a knot of straining muscle and damp skin and edged steel. Even tired and bleeding, he was as strong as a Makara bear. Oh, gods! Where are you, Seon? I don't want this. He was too close. His left hand was pressing my right arm up over my head, exposing my side. Feeling suddenly vulnerable, I gathered my strength and shoved him away. I was Madonai. No human could best me. As he stumbled backward, crashing into the wood wagon, I kicked his sword out of his hand. It skittered under the wagon. I dodged about the pedestal and backed away yet again, taunting him to charge me, daring him to turn his back on me and crawl under the wagon to pick up his sword. He held back for one moment, bent over, his fists on his knees, and breathing harshly. My shirt and hands were sticky with his blood. Soon I would take him. Soon. I gave him a moment to recover. No need to run too far ahead now. No need to rush. While he caught his breath, I glanced up to the bronze statue that topped the pedestal. A dying Durzi warrior slumped beside the corpse of a mythical creature called a gear beast. In the counterpart of this very statue, back in true Caparna, had my people hidden an enchantment that had led the two of us to their place of exile. At the feet of this dying warrior, Alexander and I had begun a journey. My eyes fell to his blood on my hands. Like the glowing iron that had seared the slave mark on my face, so came the white-hot pain behind my eyes once more. The wounds of my flesh were already closing, but this one? Oh, gods of night. This one? A journey through a frozen forest. A steaming pool and a white-haired man with a staff. A lion shape streaking through the woodland, bloodied. Torchlights flaming in the night. 4 slave rings broken, lying in the grass. A fortress of strength in the midst of desolation. The life-giving waters from a fountain of joy and light. Like the gasping prince, I could not breathe, could not speak. What weakness had been left beneath my skin? For that moment I felt powerless, and I staggered backward, trying to focus my vision through the glaring ferocity of pain. Powerless when I needed strength. Powerless. As if one ray of dying sunlight pierced the lowering clouds. As if the knife blade behind my eyes ripped open a pall of darkness to reveal one spark of life. So came a shattering truth. "Tell me who you are," the prince had said. And for that single moment, I knew the answer. "I am my father!" The cry burst from me as the prince snatched a thick branch from the wood wagon, heaved a ragged, sobbing breath, and charged. "And his father before him!" My sword was high, ready to slash through the human warrior that rushed toward me, bearing death in his hand. But my weapon did not fall. Not for the moment's breath that made it too late, when the wooden club smashed into the scar on my right side, and I could no longer move. Nerveless cold radiated from the fiery explosion in my side until half of my body was numb. My arm fell limp. My sword clattered to the paving. My right leg folded underneath me, and even had I the strength to do it, there was nothing to catch hold of. When my left elbow struck the ground, my knife went flying, and then my executioner was kneeling at my side. Through the haze of shock and pain and flying snow, I could see his dagger poised above me in the white blur of his face, anguished, as if he were preparing to cut off his own flesh. "No!" The mountain's root beneath us shook with Niel's wrath. If I could have sharpened my blurring eyesight, I would not have been surprised to see the earth crack and molten rock spew forth in that moment. But as it was, I saw only the nauseating result as the stones and structures of Caparna sagged, shifted, and reshaped themselves into the stone floor and columned vault of Kasparian's torch-lit arena. 3 forms took uncertain shape, a few tens of paces away: Niel, Kasparian, and the woman. Only Alexander was held motionless, a solid center to the blurring universe, as unmoving as the bronze statue, though his eyes were living, and tears rolled down his blood-smeared cheeks. I lay crumpled in the dirt below his abruptly halted knife, fighting for breath, not sure my heart was still beating.
No human will touch this misbegotten weakling, this sniveling creature I have called my son.
Niel's face appeared in the spinning maelstrom, his skin flushed, his mouth contorted, and his eyes— the gods save us all— his eyes wearing the hard glitter of madness.
What are you?
He was near spitting with disgust and loathing as he stood leaning on Kasparian's arm, looking down at me.
You, a Madonai, have allowed a human to defeat you. Whether from intent or your own incapability, it is all the same. The shame, all my hopes, our history. I gave you everything. You were to bear the glory of the Madonai upon your shoulders. And now you lie here groveling before this human worm. You have ever been his slave, groveler, and only an old man's foolish desire saw you else.
The clouds had gathered again. The pall had sealed itself. I could not say what I had done or why, but I tried to assert control of my body so that perhaps I could still determine my own fate.
Wait. Feoth. Father.
But one half of me was dead. The other lost to weakness for the moment. I could not yet move, and Niel would not listen.
You are unworthy of my gifts, vile, human-tainted flesh.
I knew what was coming. Niel had only one answer to raging disappointment, and it had ever been death. Fear had no power over me, and so it did not much matter which of them, human or Madonai, did the deed. Regrets without shape flitted through my head as Niel's quivering hand snatched Alexander's knife. I closed my eyes, reached for clarity, and awaited the cold steel. But the harsh cry that echoed from the vaulted ceiling, that pierced the shadows behind the ranked columns to either side of us, that shook the foundations of the world, was not mine. I blinked open my eyes to discover a stone-faced Kasparian, lowering Niel gently to the earth.
"What have you done, Atale?" whispered Niel.
"You were going to kill your son in anger, Master.
The deed would have destroyed you."
Necessity overcoming incapacity, I struggled to my knees and saw the knife hilt protruding from Niel's chest, and Kasparian rising to his feet.
"Kill Valdis? Never. Never could I do such a thing."
Niel's voice was weak, but did not quaver.
"How could you think it? I gave everything to spare him. My freedom, my life. All the others. Every Madonai dead. I have made him a god."
Never before that hour had I seen such clear evidence of Niel's madness, or the subtlety of it. How he could shift from virulent loathing to reasoned hurt with no deception, no contrivance of manner. Far, far more dangerous than a monster is the honest madman. And I had once thought to set him free. His hand reached out weakly.
"Valdis? Where are you, lad? Remove this traitor's knife. It pains me." "I'm here," I said, dragging the weight of my half-dead body to his side. I knelt over him and considered the weapon. The knife had been carefully positioned. Once the blade was removed, even Madonai healing would not be fast enough to stanch the flow of blood. The nameless god would die. I laid my hand on the dagger hilt and looked into his old, young eyes. No longer wild and dangerous, but bleak, resigned. He knew the consequences of his death. He had no name. No one in any world would remember him beyond this day. "I wanted to teach you more, my son. So much for you to learn." He laid his hand on my arm, searching my face. "I have loved you beyond all others in the world. You will remember me." But what he asked, I could not give. Even those who had lived with him and talked with him would forget. I would forget. "As I am, I can neither love you nor grieve for you," I said. "You have cured me of it. I will leave you behind as I have forgotten my human loves and griefs." My head was clear again. I was as Niel had made me. Niel's hand gripped my blood-stained shirt. "But you will be strong. Free. You can do as you wish. Force Kasparian the traitor to help you remember. Surely he'll not forget me. He is Madonai, my Atole. Command him." Kasparian was standing behind me, like one of the stone columns. At this he walked away. He kicked Alexander's knife, fallen from Niel's hand, all the way to the wall, and, with a ferocious snap of sorcery, he freed the prince of his paralyzing enchantment. Alexander sat back on his heels, coughing and shaking his head. The woman hurried to his side, knelt beside him, and began to bind his injured arm with her cloth belt. His blood still smeared my hands. I watched the two of them, and felt nothing. No pain behind my eyes, no gaping wound, no comprehension of the determination that racked the prince's face or the hand the woman laid softly upon his shoulder. Only reason served me any more. Only reason. Forever. I turned back to the dying Madonai. Perhaps I can offer something that will serve us both. I have a bargaining chip you cannot imagine. I bent down to his ear and spoke my terms. "No." His weak protest was almost unhearable. Dark blood welled from around the knife. We did not have long. "I will not." I had no passion with which to beg. Only reason. "As you have loved me, Madonai, love me now," I said. "Each of us will get what he desires. I will be as I am meant to be. You will not be forgotten." "My good and glorious Valdis, do not ask me." But I did not relent, even to this pleading, and at last, as the death rattle robbed him of speech, he gave in. "Kasparian," I said, "if you please, one last service for your master." It seemed at first as if the old sorcerer might refuse, but he was incapable of denying Niel for long. So he knelt on the dirt beside us, and when I told him what was required, he showed the first sign of astonishment I had ever seen from him. "When it is done, you will set the prince free," I said. "He may take the woman and the child and go about his business." Kasparian nodded, laid one wide hand on Niel's head and one on mine, and then struck the spark of Madonai enchantment, as only he could do within the precinct of Tir Adnor.
When the deed was done, I imagined that he leaned toward the dying Madonai and spoke softly, saying, "My good master, Kerouan, rest well and know you will be remembered and honored until the end of my days." But I could not claim truthfully that I heard him say it, for I was screaming with such pain as I had never known. As my power was stripped away, my mind turned inside out, and my body forced to remember what it was like to be human. Chapter 44. I longed for the flame. It was so tiny, a wisp of gold flecked with blue, so distant from the dark and lonely place where I existed. But I had such hope that it might warm me. Sometimes it grew larger, and I would hear hissing, sputtering whispers that tickled and teased at my hearing, but refused to shape themselves into words. Patience, patience. Listen long enough, and you will hear. If they are truly words and not just the echoes of dying dreams. A fearsome thing, that flame. What might its light expose? Perhaps darkness, cold, and silence were better. Sometimes it winked like a cat's eye, and though I dreaded the revelations of its light, each time it flicked out, I cried out in despair that it might never shine again. My cries made no sound, of course. My voice had been used up long ago, screaming. For a very long while I had known nothing but chaos, profound darkness, rootless terror, agony without form or focus. But at some time I had crawled onto this desolate shore, and here I sat, shivering, hoping, afraid, bereft of sense and memory, watching the distant lights. Patience. If we could just take him home, where there's sun and life, and food with substance that is not enchantment. I can get so little down him, he's wasting away. We daren't take him out of here, Linny. He could die from it, or worse. Stars of night, it's only your word that prevents the Avedi killing him. If we only knew what really happened, what he was, what he is. Will this Kasparian tell you nothing? I think he grieves. He sits by that game board day and night, never sleeping. At least he sustains us. I believe that if he chose, the servants, the food, everything would disappear. I could not open my eyes for the brightness, and though the whispers had at last taken form, their shapes were drawn with such pain I could not bear listening. Nor could I decipher the meanings as yet, only that I did not want to know. I turned and fled back to the darkness. Why won't he wake up, ma'am? My ship won't fly any more. He'll make it fly. I don't know, child. Perhaps he needs to sleep for a while yet. He's very ill. He said he would teach me to make it fly when I was bigger. Will you teach me? I wish I could. But I need more teaching myself. Here, come sit with me beside him. No, it's all right. He would never hurt you. He loves you very much. More than you will ever know, I think. Swear he's better. Closer. His left hand moved yesterday when Ivan started climbing on the bed. Linny, you've got to go back. Your cough is worse and I can see no change in him at all. I'll stay. Oh, Gorid. He's offered to take your place. We've discussed this before. I won't leave without Ivan, and I'm not taking Seon's son away from him. I stood at the brink of the light again, undecided, shivering. I could come now of my own will to the place where the veil of fire filled my vision and the darkness was behind me. Patience, the heat is still too intense. But as I turned to leave, something small and soft reached through the veil of fire and touched my cheek, smearing a spot of dampness.
Don't cry, came the whisper. Mem will take care of you. Go back to sleep.
I went, but not quite so far as I had thought to. My lord, you must persuade her to go back. I don't know where in the name of the stars she came by this infernal stubbornness. Perhaps it runs in the family. You've got your own measure of it. You say she's well? Kasparian's concoction has helped her a great deal, but I don't trust it. Or him. He still refuses to speak with us, and she won't leave without Seon. I had learned to recognize the difference in the voices, to think of them as different minds expressing themselves. A very basic concept, but the best I could do. Athos's balls. He's naught but bones. The newcomer stood very close, smelling of sweat and horse and leather. It surprised me that I could picture horses and leather and know what they were used for. I could almost visualize the speaker himself. His every word was packed with images, as if he were an entire world all unto himself. You've seen no sign of change? I'm no good at looking. I see what I hope to see. A twitch of an eye. Something I think is a smile, especially when the boy is close. Linny's worse than me about it. That's why I dragged you here. You're the one to say if we dare take him out. This speaker came often. Kind. Worried always. He loved. I was waiting for the other voices, the two that were with me all the time, the ones who spoke to me, sometimes with words, sometimes with touch, strong and sure or soft and teasing, prodding me to move, beckoning me to venture farther into the flame. Avedi, it's been too long. There. Better. Just the sound of her made me warmer. And he would be nearby. The small one who told me stories, who whispered secrets that made even less sense than the other talk, who bounced and jostled until the woman told him to settle or she would send him away, but in a tone that told me and him that she would never send him away. The small hand slipped into mine. It's Uncle Blaise has come, he said, tickling my ear. He was so close. And he's brought the Vedi Xander. Do you want some milk? Ma'am said not until she's talked to Uncle Blaise and Xander. It's very important. Milk was good. Cheese would be better. But I was happy to listen, too. Perhaps this time something would make sense. Mistress, I'm glad to see you well, said the horseman. Every day for 2 months I've wanted to come, but Capana would not lie down for us. But now you've won it, all gods be praised, and Blaise tells me that your cousin has taken Viapol. I want to hear everything. And I would guess Seon does too. Seon? Has he? He's not spoken, no. And he's not yet opened his eyes. I felt her move close. A scent of winter air and wood smoke. A cool hand on my brow for one brief moment. Sweet breath feathering my skin as she spoke. But I watch him as we talk, and I believe there's sense in him. And if he's here with us, then he cares about what you have to tell. The one who smelled of horse and leather came closer too. A massive presence. And you truly believe he is Seon, and not the other? My lord, did you not feel him with you on that day? I hoped for it until the end. Of course I did. But what I felt was his sword. I've got the scars to prove it. There was no mistaking his intent, mistress. It was no friend I fought. Certainly you're right. The change I saw was only for a moment, but for that moment, it was so clear. If you'd not been half dead yourself, you would have noticed. Secrets were bursting from this woman. I clung to her voice, believing she held the key to my future. He'll let you take him, Avedi. I'm sure of it. The child began tugging at my hair. Damn! A painful, scraping yank indicated an inexpertly wielded comb.
"Sorry,"
he whispered, and began again. No one seemed to be paying him any mind. "He gave himself the name of the Azarian god," said the horseman. "But Blaze saw him. I saw him. As the very image Seon described to me from his dream. The sorcerer who despised humans and would see us all in torment. The one he feared."
"And he was that sorcerer, no mistaking it. But he was Seon, too, no matter what he claimed or believed. Remember what he said just before you struck him down. Think of the words, the exact words.
'I am my father, and my father before him.'" The horseman's voice trailed away. I wanted to retreat into the darkness, to run from the wounding. But the child had taken my hand again, and I had not the strength to pull away. The woman broke the silence.
He was staggering as he said it, and holding his head. I had seen him do that once before on the night he heard me telling Ivan his father's stories. And then what did he do? He raised his sword against you, and every law of combat, every evidence of that day, your condition, his strength, his skill, tells me that you should be dead, Davide. Only you're not. Which father was he invoking in that moment?
"I need to think on it, mistress." I swore to him. The child bounced and jerked away.
Ma'am, we're hungry. We want cheese and milk."
The talk changed after that. First to food and drink, and then to tales of war. The horseman, the Avedi, was preparing for a dangerous battle, and I found myself drawn into the complexities of the plan he laid out. The names of places and people appeared as small grey voids as his voice led me through the map of his tale. But as the time passed, I saw them take shape in the landscape unfolding in my mind. Kirill, Gorid, Bek, Nadasine, Mardek, Kaparna, Viapol, Karnhageth, Parnafor, Zagad, Alexander. But even if I can take Edic alive and put him on trial, as Blaze suggests, who can I get to sit as judge? Who has the strength, the power, and the neutrality to make it honest? I won't see this new world birthed in vengeance, but everyone is caught up in the war. The new world. Someone was needed to mete out justice to end the old order so the new could take its place. Such a one would need to be fearless, stubborn, above reproach, uninterested in the spoils of power and able to convince the weary thousands of it. I knew someone like that, if I could but remember the name. The talk went on around me, the easy talk of friends in hard times, the subdued laughter that makes no attempt to mask the sorrow and worry that exist alongside it, but only to balance and soothe and witness to ongoing life. The woman spooned milk into my mouth and shooed the child away, lest he bounce it all out again. But my mind was off racing, hunting for the name and considering the consequences. Yes, that was it. The answer he needed. I was bathed in fire. "Come on out," I imagined the boy just behind me, shoving me forward. "It won't hurt. I promise. Ma'am will take care of you."
"Ivan, what are you dreaming, child? Eat your supper."
The talk went on, the clatter of dishes, a soft laugh. The small hand nudged me again.
"Come on, Papa."
"Fiona!" The room fell silent, and I had to force my eyes open to make sure anyone was still there to hear. The effort to speak was so great that I saw no use in wasting it. But they were there, the four of them sitting at a round table lit by candles. I was propped up in a chair by the hearth, a red blanket laid over my lap. "What was that?" The three adults spoke as one.
"Did you say something, Blaze?"
"Linny?"
"Avedi?"
The child was intent on carving a block of cheese into giblets with his small knife.
"You need Fiona to judge."
My voice was little more than a whisper, but it might have been a lightning bolt, for it loosed such a storm of words and questions and solicitations that no hurricane could rival it. Alexander reached me first, leaping over a chair and then kneeling on the floor in front of me, the better to examine my face.
"Seon,"
he said. His gaze was raw, bleeding.
"My father is Gareth, of the line of Ezrael," I said, reaching deep for the right words, able to push them out only slowly with long gaps in between. "And if you don't stop mooning about, my lord, these people will start to think you have a heart."
A very bad joke. One might have thought the sun had taken up residence in that cold room. I was infernally weak, and no wonder to it. Niel's changes to my body and mine had taken almost 4 months of enchantment to accomplish, and all had been undone in a single instant. So devastating was this reversal that for more than 8 weeks I had lain in unmoving stupor, losing almost 1/4 of my weight. Alexander's blow to my side had taken its toll as well. My right arm remained almost useless, only a slight prickling in my fingertips hinting that the limb was still alive. I had to hold it close to my belly with my left hand to prevent it dangling at my side or flopping on the bedclothes like a dead fish. It would take some getting used to. As for my mind, both knowledge and memory seemed intact, though distant, which left my speech slow and hesitant, and my thinking easily confused. From that first night of my awakening, Eleanor seemed to understand what I needed, shushing Blaze and Alexander every time they began to question me, and insisting that they allow me some breathing time.
"Come back in 7 days," she said. "I'll have him ready to go home."
After much argument to which I was not privy, the 2 men returned to their war, and Eleanor went about her own business. In the next day she spoke to me only of mundane things. Was I comfortable? Was I hungry? Did I wish her to continue exercising my arm as she had done when I was insensible? She had seen such weakness mended, but only if the limb was not allowed to wither. Now that I was awake, she said, I could move everything else myself. Somewhere I found the words to say that I would appreciate her help very much.
"I've not been truly asleep," I said, unable to look beyond her scuffed boots. "I know all you've done for me." She would not let me continue. Rather, she straightened my blankets and went off to call the servants to bring supper, dismissing my verbal fumbling. "Time enough for such talk later." And so, other than feeding me, exercising my arm several times a day, and providing me the means to wash and relieve myself, she left me very much alone with my thoughts. I needed that. But I looked forward to the hour of our exercise. I had grown accustomed to her touch. Ivan, whether warned by Eleanor or following his own intuition, played quietly with his ships on the floor at my feet, making noises of ocean, birds, and sailing men. I never tired of watching him. I spent a great deal of time in a chair by the window, looking out on the snow-covered garden and the ring of black surrounding it, not thinking so much as gathering thoughts for future consideration, letting the events of the past months and years ebb and flow around me. Outside of this room, this small island of vibrant life that Eleanor and Ivan made for me,
The fortress was silent and empty. I could grieve for Karawan now, and for the universe, which had lost such beauty and grace and power as he had once been. On one winter afternoon, a great slab of the wall gave way and collapsed into the snow. So the 12, too, knew their long vigil was ended. I wept on that day, though unable to articulate the sorrows that welled from me. I would not suppress or discount them. They were mine as surely as was my grief for Isan and Farrell and all the others. By the day Alexander and Blaze returned, I could stand up without immediately toppling over, and even take a few shuffling steps when supported. "You're not going to carry me," I said, fumbling with the fastening on my cloak, wishing they would look away and not see how awkward I was left-handed. "I will walk out of this place on my own feet, and if we should find you in a heap on the path, will we be allowed to scrape you up?" said Alexander, slipping his shoulder under my dead arm, just as my weak right leg wobbled, threatening to give way. Blaze hefted one of Eleanor's green cloth bags and scooped up Ivan, who had managed to escape Eleanor's hand and climb onto a table. Eleanor took the other bag and led us out of the room and down the stairs, past the two expressionless servants who had brought us food, drink, and whatever was needed for more than 2 months. When I looked back over my shoulder, the man and woman were fading out, like morning haze. Alexander was all for heading straight out the front door, but I shook my head. "He saved my life and has seen to our care. I can't leave without a word." The prince waited at the door while I stepped into the sitting room, supporting myself with a table edge. As Eleanor had said, Kasparian sat at the game table by the hearth fire, his elbows propped on the table beside the gleaming black and white game pieces, his head resting on his hands. His long brown hair, threaded with gray, hid his face, while the carved figures supporting the mantel gazed down at the room in solemn unconcern. "I'll not thank you for my life," I said, concentrating to find the words I wanted and get them out in a reasonable time span. "I don't deceive myself that you did any of this for me." He did not acknowledge my presence. I didn't expect it. "I do thank you for sustaining my child and his mother. That was driven by your own goodness of heart, not by your love of Karawan. Even so, I know you would rather not hear anything from my lips." No disagreement from the still figure. "But I wanted to ask you one more boon. Someday, when I can get about again, and I've had time to think about what's happened, I'd like to come back here and speak with you. I was foolish and destroyed the memories of this life, Valdis's life, my life. I want to remember, as I promised my father. May I come?" After a long stillness he spoke, still not looking at me. "You've not left, do you? Not a scrap?" Glancing behind me to see no one listening, I answered, "No." "You'll go mad with what you've done?" "Perhaps, but at least I won't be dangerous." "May I come?" "I'll be here." I turned my back on the last of the Madonai and hobbled to the front door, where Alexander waited in a beam of winter sunlight. "Are you all right, Seyon?" he said. Blaze, Ivan, and Eleanor were already halfway to the wall. I nodded toward the black barrier. "As soon as I'm past that, I'll be fine." They took me to one of Blaze's hidden settlements in the thick forests of the Kuvai Hills, an encampment of some 50 war refugees, none of whom knew me. I shared a ramshackle cottage with a deaf mute named Kisa, and I learned how to speak with gestures. As I could use only one hand, it was good he was not talkative. I felt as though a castle tower had fallen on me, scattering the bits and pieces of mind and body across the world's landscape. Every human engagement was a journey to find the proper pieces and fit them together again. Fiona came to visit me in Kuvai as soon as she got word of my return. She wore the gold queen circlet that I had last seen on Isan's brow, though she snatched it off as soon as the cottage door closed behind her, leaving the two of us alone. "Put it back," I said. "It fits you well." "Gaudy thing," she said, twirling it in her fingers. "You don't mind?" I did not speak, but only shook my head, not wishing my voice to betray some lingering sentiment that might put the lie to my true belief. Fiona would be a worthy queen. Sitting beside me on my bed, she told me how they had recovered Dreech and Hywel and poor, lifeless Olweed from Cir Vaganoth, of her acceptance of Alexander's offer to sit in judgment of Edic and the Dursey, and of her belief that it was time for Azarians to reveal ourselves and the history of our demon war to the world. A monumental step, and irreversible. "I think you've infected me with your disease," she said. "Here I am risking everything I know just because I think it right. A number of our countrymen and women think I'm mad to do it." I kissed her hand and told her that Azaria was blessed to have her. Our old charge was not done. The mad Gastai still took souls. But Dreech and Hywel had come back with ideas of joining forces with Valine to control the demons in Cir Vaganoth, making our demon battles a thing of the past. Azaria would need to change. Fiona did not stay long on that visit. I still tired easily, and was not yet ready or able to explain all that had happened to me. But before she left, I asked her to examine me, to look deep with a sorcerer's seeing, so that all might know, and so that I might be reassured that naught was hidden. Though hating to intrude on me in that way, she did not hesitate. She knew her duty. When she was done, she embraced me fiercely. "Welcome back, my friend," she said. "Your demon is still a part of you, and will ever be. But your soul is entirely your own." For the first night in more than 2 years, I slept easy. Eleanor took up residence in a nearby cottage, and Ivan spent most of every day running back and forth between us, hiding, climbing, teasing, an everlasting exasperation and delight. As I grew stronger, Eleanor and I spent a large part of every day together, making shoes and clothes for him and nursing him through scrapes and scratches. Our relationship was awkward. I tried to let Eleanor know that she need not feel obliged to spend further time in my company. If she was worried about leaving me alone with Ivan, I would accept whomever she might select to be with us. She dismissed my offer, saying that she preferred to see to things herself, and then she added that, as long as we were spending time together, she might as well continue to exercise my arm. Over the winter months, the prickling in my fingers spread to the whole limb, and I began to hope that I might regain its use. In truth, I had no greater pleasure than watching Ivan and Eleanor together. Indeed, I took equal pleasure watching the mother as the child. Eleanor's countenance was a subtle canvas, a background of intelligence illuminated by patience and compassion, touched lightly by her moods and humors. The left corner of her mouth twisted upward at a childish folly. Her brow dipped and her eye widened slightly when listening to a small boy's tale of wonder. Her red-gold coloring deepened just a bit when she chased him laughing through the Kuvai woodland. At first I held back, content to watch them, scarcely even speaking, save in answer to a direct question. My speech was halting and awkward. and I would often come across dead spots in my memory, causing me to stop in mid-sentence while I groped for a word or idea. Eleanor noticed this, of course, and after a few weeks she quietly insisted on a new exercise. "I think you should hold an hour's conversation with me every day. How will you ever be able to teach Ivan the things he needs to learn from you if you can't get out 5 words in an hour?" We met every afternoon while Ivan slept. She would work my arm, and we would talk of ordinary things, of food and weather, of people in the village, of the war, of Ivan's needs and behavior, occasionally of our own childhoods. Safe ground. By midwinter I was so much improved she had me teaching Ivan the lore of trees and forest, saying that he should learn from me those things that were of such importance to Azarians. Even then we did not give up our hour, though I wondered where words might take us if our conversations were ever to wander farther afield. I held to the familiar and mundane, refusing to risk her discomfort or displeasure. The imagining was pleasant, though. Very pleasant. Beyond this, I ate and slept and walked when I was strong enough, and ran when I was stronger yet. As soon as I could manage, I helped the villagers haul wood and water and clean the meager kill their hunters brought in, and I listened to their music and their god stories as they sat by the fire on the long winter nights. I shared their hunger for news of the Avedi, and rejoiced with them at the tales of his safety, his valor, and the victories he won. The vicious heart had gone out of Edic and his henchmen, so the fireside gossip said, the turning point having come soon after the victory at Parasa. The despicable emperor was holed up in Zagad. It was only a matter of time until the war was won. Even the gods saw victory at hand, so an old woman told me, for they no longer felt it necessary to send their winged spirit to aid the Avedi Alexander. Alexander came to me as often as he could throughout that winter and spring. Blaise would bring him whenever events allowed the time. While Blaise visited with Eleanor and Ivan and his other friends in the settlement, Alexander would lean back on the rough walls of my house, drink wine, and ask advice or talk about his plans and strategies, his commanders and troops. Once or twice he fell asleep. On one spring midnight, as he applied ground yellow root to his feet that were tormented by boot rot, he spoke of his uncertainty as to his place in the world once the war was won. With the lands of the empire returned to their rightful owners, he believed his day as a ruler was over, and that his best hope to escape vengeance would be to seek the protection of one of the old kings. "I've thought to offer service to Ulai," he said. "Deskaya has said she would have my arm in Thrid, but the jungles would grow mold on me, I think. Look what a wet spring in the northern marches has done to my feet. Mangana has deserts and will likely occupy a good share of Azekstan after the war. And Mangana warriors ride horses while the Thrid fight afoot. My legs don't like marching." "Your destiny still awaits," I said, smiling as I passed him another packet of the powdered roots. "You'll find your way. I have faith in you. More than ever." He knew exactly what I meant by this, and as ever, when he thought of our duel, he grew somber and tried to ask forgiveness. I did my best to reassure him. He had kept faith, as I had counted on him to do. In the end, he had not needed to kill me as I had intended. But if things had fallen out differently, the world would have been glad of his service. As to any further explanations, he knew better than to press. Always he would ask how my healing progressed, and I would say improving. He would look at me and judge, and then make some pointed comment. "You need to drink more Nazril," or
a woman in your bed would be the best exercise for your arm. Or, I'll expect a foot race to that oak and back on my next visit, and this time I'll trounce your sorry bones. We would laugh, and he would go, promising to come again when the war permitted. The light still shone in him, brighter than ever. Chapter 45. On the day of the spring equinox, the Avedi of Azekstan, the firstborn of the desert, rode down the Emperor's road toward Zagad. A white cloak billowed from his shoulders, and his red braid was wound with wooden beads. He wore no adornment that might signify rank, and indeed he claimed no rank, not even on this, the day of his triumph. On his flanks rode Ulai and Magda, the king and queen of the Manganar, and their son Turlak, Maruf, the Palatine of Suzai and his 5 sons, and Waosti, the Thrid chieftain and his war leader, Daskaya. On the Avedi's immediate left rode his cousin Kirill Zahramiel, leading the first lords of more than 50 Durzi families, along with the Ivor Lukash, his face painted black with white daggers, and a tall woman, her face painted likewise. On the Avedi's right rode his wife Lydia, carrying their infant son on her back, as the women of the desert have done since ancient days. The child was yet unnamed, for his father was at war, and Durzi custom forbade naming a child in wartime, lest the child be marked with death. And yes, just behind the Avedi rode a man in a gray cloak, a slender man that few could name, his black hair showing signs of gray. Though he wore no weapon and seemed quite ordinary, many of the Avedi's company watched him warily. I had asked to observe the day's events from the gate tower, pleading lingering illness, but Alexander would not hear of it, saying that any man who was running 3 leagues through the Kuvai hills every morning could not claim weakness. He wanted me with him. Behind this noble vanguard rode 5,000 men and women from every corner of the land. Uncounted thousands more stood along the roadside, hung over the city walls or out of windows or lined the streets within the royal city. No musicians or jugglers or dancers were performing. No hawkers or vendors plied their trades with paltry tokens of celebration. This day was solemn, a day of judgment and witness. Awaiting the Avedi on a hurriedly built dais at the gates of Zagad stood a small figure dressed in a green gown, a circlet of gold banding her forehead and her short dark hair. I smiled as I noted her almost imperceptible fidgeting. Fiona had worn men's clothing for most of her life. She hated skirts. On either side of her stood a man dressed in a dark blue cloak trimmed in silver, each carrying a silver knife sheathed at his side. The 2 young wardens, Dreech and Huil. As the Avedi's party approached the gates, Fiona stepped forward and raised her arms. Slowly, from the sand to either side of her rose twin white poles, and from them banners unfurled, white, sewn with the likeness of a dark green tree, a silver dagger, and a small oval mirror, the Queen's banner of Azaria, which had never flown in view of the world outside our borders. Tears pricked my eyes. "Greetings to this noble assembly from the Queen and the Mentor's Council of Azaria." Her voice could be heard by every man and woman present, striking even deeper awe into the onlookers. "What seek you at the gates of Zagad?" "Tidings of justice, gracious Queen," spoke Alexander, "and our land's peace." "Then hear me, honored petitioners," said Fiona. "The tyrant Edek, whom we have judged guilty of crimes too numerous and too terrible to speak on this fair day,
is dead by our device, as are the first lords of Hamrash, Rizka, Neobozi, and Garush, who have carried out the tyrant's wickedness upon the people of your lands. 47 lower-ranking commanders and nobles we have judged to have deliberately and murderously executed the tyrant's will, and upon these accused we have placed a bane of sorcery. They have been sent forth upon the roads of this land impoverished, forbidden to have contact with their kinsmen, forbidden to settle in any place for more than a day, their magical bonds preventing all speech and hearing until the day they are adjudged repentant for their deeds, or they are dead. Those who wish to see them punished should refrain from a moment's pleasurable vengeance. Rather watch them live, and learn of what they've done. As you have recommended, Avedi, the remaining nobles and common soldiers who have participated in these crimes have been dispersed and given our parole, enjoined to seek the forgiveness of their countrymen by word and deed, lest they too be subject to our penalties. We have marked their names, and will be watching.
Fiona spread her arms and touched the shoulders of her wardens.
Know this, petitioners, she said. For 1,000 years my people have given of themselves to ward human souls from demon ravaging. Yet we neglected the true demons that live here in our world, even those who tormented our own brothers and sisters. Never again, Avedi. We swear to you and to this mighty assembly that from this day forward we will be vigilant.
As the crowd murmured its wonder and approval, Alexander nodded and motioned Ulai and Maruf and Waosti forward. Then my mission is done, lady, and I yield the leadership of these forces to those whose rightful place it is. He held out his hand to his wife, and they withdrew their mounts behind the 3 rulers. But Fiona held up her hand to stay him, and silenced the swelling voices of the crowd.
You have come here today as a war leader, Avedi, forswearing all state beyond victory in the name of these who follow you. You have raised the banners of these rightful rulers as they reclaim sovereignty of their own lands. But what of Azekstan itself? For 500 years the Derzi kingdom of Azekstan has perpetrated crimes against these brother kings and their subjects. And before the sun sets on this day of judgment, the matter of your own history must be considered. You were once the voice and hand of a cruel empire, sharing in the miseries it created, heir to its tyrant's throne, and so you too must submit yourself for sentencing. What say you all, noble kings and princes?
Shouts of agreement rang out from every side. Fiona gave Alexander no opportunity to protest.
If you accept your culpability in these matters and yield your future to the wisdom of this company, then dismount, Avedi, and stand before me as a sign to us that you indeed abjure rank and privilege and right of birth.
Alexander hesitated only long enough to lay his hand on that of his wife and on the head of his sleeping son. Then he slipped gracefully from his steed and walked forward. Only the set of his jaw and a slight flush betrayed any ruffling of composure. The crowd gasped as one as he unsheathed his sword and breathed again when he laid it across Fiona's outstretched hands. Though his head was unbowed and his lean form towered over Fiona, any observer would know which of the two was supplicant. The young queen nodded in satisfaction, and her voice soared through the bright morning. The Azarian Council has considered the matter of Alexander, once heir to the Derzi Empire, and has taken counsel from these assembled lords of Manganar and Suzah, of Thrid and Kuvai and Frith, and all the lands that the Empire once claimed. And we have spoken with these noble Derzi, who have pledged life and honor to right the wrongs of the past. Alexander, Jeniazar, Ivaneshi, Zadanishkar, have you anything to say in your own defense? Alexander shook his head. Fiona nodded and continued. Because the Dursey have broken the ordering of the world, so must the Dursey repair it. Because the Dursey have stolen their neighbours' wealth, so must now the Dursey return their good service to these same neighbours. And as the Dursey have assaulted their neighbours, so must they now stand in their neighbours' defence, to repair and serve and defend. So must Azekstan be strong and capable of bearing such responsibility. Therefore the Council has decided that the Dursey Kingdom of Azekstan will stand, with boundaries as writ in this map from ancient times before the bloat of empire. As repair for past injustice, the Kingdom of Azekstan shall claim no seat of power, no royal capital. Zagad and Kaparna will now be as any other city, with no restriction and no preference in trade or residence. The imperial palaces will be sealed by my hand, their continued existence a reminder of greed and tyranny. And to rule this kingdom, an Azaki king or queen shall be named by the Dursey tribe's good council, and serve with the consent of the neighbouring rulers, the candidate's own strength and wisdom to be his or her only recommendation. Fiona pointed toward Kirill and the Dursey, and so forceful was her query I thought flame might shoot from her fingertip. Noble lords of the Dursey Hageds, who say you all should be the first of Azekstan to lead you in this service of redemption? As one voice, the Dursey lords cried, Alexander! Then Fiona swept her arm across the multitudes and cried out, And you, who are owed this service and defence, would you have this Alexander, the Avedi, firstborn of Azekstan, become your protector? And the eyes rang out in thunderous splendor, echoing across the desert, joined with shouts of Alexander and Avedi. Fiona nodded. So be it. We render this judgment. Alexander Zadenishkar, at dawn tomorrow, if you be willing, you shall be anointed and crowned king of Azekstan and protector of the living kingdoms, charged to spend your remaining days not in aggrandizing your own realm, but in rebuilding and defending these which you have helped rebirth. She offered Alexander his sword. Will you serve, Avedi? Alexander reclaimed his weapon, and in a voice as clear as the desert morning and as strong as a parevo gave his answer. I will. By mighty Athos's head, I will. The cheering could have been heard all the way to Kir Vaganoth. And so came the time for me to look to the future. In the mild evening of the day of judgment and witness, Alexander asked Fiona and me to accompany him to Draffa, where he would keep vigil in the holy city on the eve of his coronation, as had been the custom of the ancient kings of Azekstan. Queb stood waiting by the tamarisk grove, unsurprised as we rode out of the desert, his sightless eyes as brilliant as the starlight. As he led Alexander to his cave, a solemn, wide-eyed girl-child of 6 or 7 years guided his steps. After Saria and Manat had their fill of smiles and weeping at our return, and a quick approving assessment of Fiona, the 2 old women took up a guard beside the cave entrance, and Fiona and I strolled through the ruined city. We talked of Katrin and Hafid and their child, expected any day, of old Talar and her new school of forest lore, of friends and pairings, weather and trees. But Fiona was not one to shy away from more personal conversation. As the hour grew late and we crested the rise, dragging our fingers over the fallen stone lion, she looked up at me expectantly. And now of you, my friend and mentor. How are things with you? Improving overall, I said. In most ways, at least, that was true.
Time and quiet living had done me a world of good.
Having the chance to be with Evan has been the best medicine. And his mother, too.
I glanced quickly at Fiona to see what she was asking. Few things could make my face hot anymore, and I kept telling myself that Eleanor should not be one of them. Despite the pleasantries of the last months, some things were impossible.
I could ask no better loving for Evan, I said, and she has helped me immeasurably. Did you note that I can hold a wine glass now, and speak a whole sentence without forgetting who and where I am? To my relief, Fiona's question was innocent and quickly passed. It's fine to see your arm stronger, and that you've put on enough weight to cast a shadow. But back in Kauai, when I examined you, you said that you might need something from me later, and I had the notion that it might be something important. Is there anything I can do for you before I go home? My steps slowed with a burden I had explained to no one and wasn't sure if or when I could. Only one thing. Someday, I'd like to come back to Azaria. She burst out laughing, but sobered quickly when she looked at my face. Why ever would you need to ask? Last time I heard I was forbidden on pain of death to return. You've seen for yourself that I am demon-joined, and you don't yet fully understand what I was those months in Tir Adnor, or what I could have become. She pulled my head down and kissed the top of it. God's above, foolish man. I trust you beyond anyone I know. Azaria is your home. We will be honored by your coming. I was gratified by Fiona's trust and acceptance, but I came to the conclusion that I could not take advantage of it. Not yet. I yearned for Azaria's green embrace, the peace and healing I believed existed in its hills and forests. But I could not abandon my child and his mother. This decision was not based solely on my desire to remain near Evan, but on hard reality. The world had changed from top to bottom. Alexander was a king without a palace, and would need to learn how to live and work within the bounds of his new role. He would spend a great deal of time outside of his own kingdom, seeing to the borders and the safety of those he served. His wealth was now limited to his personal holdings in Azekstan, and he had already asked the lords of the Mardek to determine how to divest him and other Durzi of the houses and lands they could no longer afford. Kirill was to be the commander of the young king's troops, charged with retraining Durzi warriors to be defenders and not conquerors. And Blaze was no longer the Ivor Lukash, but Alexander's first Denissar, the king's personal representative to the adjoining kingdoms. Blaze's outlaws were returning to their towns and villages. Everyone who had depended on the outlaw band for sustenance was going to have to find a place to live and new means of support. That included Eleanor. Our refugee encampment in Kauai was already half deserted, so I'd heard. On the road from Drafa to Zagad on the morning of his coronation, Alexander had asked me to remain with him as his first counselor. Athos knows I need someone to help me figure out how all this is going to work. It's not exactly the living I offered you 4 years ago, but you'll never want. And as it's all you're doing, it seems only fair that you should haul about with me to see it finished. I told him I would think about it. And so I had. And about Evan and Eleanor and Azaria as well. On a late afternoon, 5 days after Alexander's coronation, I knocked on the door of a modest dwelling in the outer ring of Zagad, with a brace of chickens hanging over my shoulder. Blaze, Evan, Eleanor, and several of Blaze's outlaws were temporarily housed with a dye-maker, the father of one of the outlaws, who still wept with relief every time he saw his daughter walking openly about the city, wearing a badge of valor granted by the new Azaki king. "I've brought dinner," I said when Eleanor opened the door.
courtesy of Ulai and Magda. Eleanor expressed surprise to see me. Blaze staggered in an hour ago, she said, pointing to the body sprawled across one corner of the hot little room, snoring profoundly. But he fell asleep while taking his boots off. He said he's been talking for 5 days straight, and that the king looks to go 5 more without stopping. I assumed you were with him. Gingerly she took my proffered fowl. Shall I cook these, or are you going to join the snoring? Chickens are hard to come by right now, I said. It would be a shame to waste them. But first, I'd like to talk with you a bit about— Ivan barged into the room just then, insisting on showing me a new sling that Roche had made him for his 3rd birthday. Ma'am said that you will show me how to use it properly. I am to use the very smallest stones, and call out before I let one go, and never, ever, ever use it inside a house. His blue-black eyes were wide and solemn as he pronounced the rules. Eleanor's wry expression, along with a pile of broken pottery sitting on the table, told me the source of his solemnity. Those sound like very good rules, I said, and it looks to be a fine sling. When the day cools a bit, we'll go out and try it. While Ivan regaled me with unending chatter about Roche and the sling and his small disaster with Diana's favorite pot, Eleanor shrugged and took the chickens out into the courtyard behind the house to clean them. All through the cooking and eating, as I held Ivan on my lap and showed him how to hold his sling, as I listened to the exuberant conversation of the dye maker and his family, and laughed as they made jokes about Blaze's trumpeting snores, I watched Eleanor move through the noise and heat of the cramped house with quiet humor and grace. When the shadows were long across the city, the dye-maker's family set off for the market to drink Nazril and listen to the day's gossip. I took Ivan into the courtyard and spent an hour laughing and dodging his small leather pouch as it whirled about his head and showered us with pebbles. When the boy and I had collapsed on the paving, spent with our efforts and good humor, I noticed Eleanor standing in the doorway of the house watching us. You wanted to talk, she said. Ivan's head was bent over his pebbles as he began arranging them carefully by color and size in the cracks of the paving. Though he took no notice and concentrated on his private game, I stroked his dark hair. I heard this morning that Alexander had asked you to travel with Blaze, a dinosaur in your own right, but that you had refused him. I assume you understand what it meant for him to offer? The respect he has for you? And that I'm a woman, yes, I understand. And I was honored. But I told him I wished to live quietly for a while. A child should not grow up knowing only war and politics. She said nothing more. Just stood there, waiting. She didn't make things easy. Yes, exactly so. What was it I had come to say? It seemed so feeble, so presumptuous. And so I thought, you'll need some way to live wherever you plan to settle. And I could find work as a scribe, perhaps. Now my hand is working better, so I could be close by. But the Avedi relies on you, his first counselor, I've heard. Will you not roam the deserts with him? Her manner was impassive, curious, while my face was surely as hot as the aforementioned deserts. He can come wherever I happen to be or call on me as he wishes. I'll always answer his need. But I've no more yearning to roam the deserts than you do. And some things are more important even than Alexander and his kingdom. I pushed a pile of black pebbles toward Ivan's hand and watched his small fingers place them in the cracks. Unless you tell me not, I'll go wherever you go. And what if I say I choose Parnafor or Holland or some other place far from Azekstan, far from Azaria? Would you truly go there and do scribe's work to keep us? I will do whatever is necessary.
I told you that before. It has not changed. Aye. So you said. A change in her voice drew my eyes upward to meet her own. And so you have done. So much spoken in those simple words. Faith, trust, understanding, a generous spirit, waiting. Her utterance opened a door in my heart and gave me a glimpse of possibility. I searched her strong and lovely face, and saw nothing to contradict my hearing. Quickly I packed Ivan's fist full of pebbles, hefted him onto my shoulders, and stood up, praying he would stay occupied and quiet for a little while. Mistress Eleanor, would you honor me by walking out this evening, to the market, for a cup of Nasriel? She tilted her head, as if giving the matter due consideration. Then she nodded. Perhaps we need to take up our conversation exercises again. This would be a fine evening for it. Her mouth curled ever so slightly at the left corner. Before I could so much as get across the courtyard and take Eleanor's arm, a barefoot, yawning Blaze walked out of the dim house behind her and, without a single word, snatched a giggling Ivan from my back and disappeared back into the house. One might have thought he was standing there waiting for the opportunity. Our conversation exercise wandered slightly farther afield that night. Eleanor wanted to know all about Azaria and what it might be like as a place to raise a shape-shifting child. We would need to discuss a great deal more as the days passed, but the evening's conversation was pleasant. Exceedingly pleasant. 7 days after the Day of Judgment, and 6 days after Alexander's coronation, I stood in the evening light at the top of a towering dune awaiting the king of Azekstan. He had sent word that he was determined to ride out this evening, to take 1 hour away from advisers, petitioners, stewards, and job-seekers, and that he would appreciate the company of someone who didn't want him to do anything. I was smiling when he rode up the dune, his red hair flying, for I had just spent an afternoon with Lydia and young Sovari Lydiazar Alexandreshi Zadenishkar. Life would never be dull for the royal family of Azekstan. The tiny boy's hair was fiery red, and after giving me a toothless grin, charming enough to melt stone, he took up yelling louder than a Chastawain prodding his balky beast through the desert. Alexander slipped gracefully from his white horse and whispered whatever command ensured the beast would stay patiently where it was left. Part of his own special magic. Holy Athos, I had to threaten everyone with hanging to get them to stay behind. You haven't let anyone slip you a petition just in case you saw me, have you? Not a one. Perhaps I could come up with something, though. He groaned and motioned me to walk with him across the crest of the sand until we were out of sight of the half-eye-clad guards clustered at the base of the dune. The empty desert stretched out before us, splashed with purple and gold, as we slipped and slid our way to a second crest where we could see no one and hear nothing but the quiet stirring of the wind. His shoulders relaxed and he sighed in pleasure. Here, let's sit for a while. I need this. He spread his cloak on the sand and settled there, leaning back on his elbows. He cocked his head as I sat beside him. You're not going to stay with me, are you, Seon? I laughed and shook my head. How can you tell so quickly? We haven't spoken in almost a week, and I only just decided. This time I cheated. Fiona told me you were talking of going to Azaria, and something's been troubling you since you came back. No wonder that. So, will going home remedy it? Of course Alexander would be the one to notice. I scooped up a handful of the warm sand and let it trickle through my fingers. I hope. Tell me, Seon, you owe me that. I came a gnat's eyebrow from killing you, and you insist that you intended it.
though you knew it would be a deed that would haunt me the rest of my life. You took your son to that place, not knowing how things would fall out. That tells me the magnitude of your fear, and that you have accomplished some dreadful task that we ordinary folk will likely never comprehend. Whatever happened between you and the old man before he died brought you back safely, and I thank the everlasting gods for it. But you are my friend and brother, and I would know what grieves you." He was right. I owed him everything. And so, against all intent, I told him everything. As the purple shadows lengthened across the dunes, I spoke of Kerawan and Valdis and Verdun, of traveling in dreams and the bargain that allowed me to participate in his war, of the crumbling wall and my unquenchable craving for sorcery. I told him of my dilemma, how I could neither allow mad Kerawan to keep his power nor risk him recouping it from me in displeasure, how I could not slay the old sorcerer and keep the power myself without ensuring my own corruption, certain that if I violated my demon's warnings while I possessed the unfettered Melita of Amadonai, I would become the tyrant to end all tyrants. So I had to take the power and die with it. Your promise was my only hope, and dragging Ivan into danger and trusting Blaze and Eleanor to witness to my change were the only ways I could think of to convince you. Thanks to Kasparian, we were given another choice. And in the end, seeing you and Eleanor there, thinking of Ivan, I had enough memory of my true life and enough reason to know that I did not want to continue without feeling. I could see no point to such an existence, no matter how long. Unlike Kerawan's expectation, I would have felt no satisfaction in killing you or any human, so I told him I would give him back his name if he would take back what he had given, and die with it. My voice trailed away, much as the sunlight was fading from the sky. And you were left. Oh, mighty God, Seon. You have no Melita. I brushed the sand from my hands and from my boots. Not a scrap. I tried to smile it away. It feels a bit more final than before when I was a slave. But you never know. The loss itself was bearable. I had lived powerless for many years, but it was very hard that I would never be able to show my son how to enchant a light with his fingers, or to fly with him through the heavens, and catch him if he fell. I appreciate your concern, but you mustn't worry. My father lived a blessed life without Melita. I'll not spend the rest of mine mourning a gift that most people never dream of. Like lost empires? I grinned. But you'll not rot in some Thrid jungle either. Indeed. He sighed and twisted his face into a rueful grimace, still laced with worry about me. Only one sure path to get him off this morbid sympathy. I had told him so much. I might as well tell him the other thing. As long as you are dredging up my deepest secrets, I have one more to confess. Which is? I walked out with a woman last night. Just walked, talked a bit, nothing else. But last summer you made me promise to tell you whenever the great day came. Alexander stared at me in wonderment, and then exploded into laughter, flopping onto his back and clapping his hands to his head. I didn't think it was all that unlikely, I said, a bit miffed at the level of his hilarity. Athos be praised, he said when he finally regained control of his humor. She finally got you to look at her and not just the boy. Gods, you didn't take him along with you when you walked out. Blaze watched him, I said, wondering if I would ever be able to surprise Alexander with anything short of the destruction of the world. And what do you mean, got me to look at her? She's despised me for a year. We talked into the midnight hours, Alexander shooing his worried guards away with a message for his wife and another for his aides, saying that business could wait until sunrise. At last, as the moon settled onto the silvered desert, our conversation slowed, and knowing our hour had long passed, we stood to go. I watched from the crest of the dune as he sprang onto his horse and started down toward his kingdom. He looked back once and raised his hand. "Be healed, my guardian, and happy." And I called after him, "Be wise, my king, and glorious." Before another week had passed, Eleanor, Evan, and I set out for Azaria. Blaze left us at the border, the rocky cleft that would lead us over the mountains and down into the green and sheltering forests. He would have led us all the way to my destination, the nameless settlement where my mother, the weaver, and my father, the farmer, had taught me how to live. But I wanted to savor every step and introduce Eleanor and Evan to every rock and tree along the path. We took a week to travel the rest of the distance, and never had I known days of such peace and delight. Now midsummer has come and gone, and on this starlit night I sit alone beside a steaming pool, deep in the forests of Azaria. The pool is very like the one in Dale Azar, where my old mentor helped me rediscover the Melita I believed lost in my years as a slave. Today I try to step into the scalding water, calling on my senses to protect me long enough to endure immersion, a good first lesson in preparation for true sorcery. For the 50th time I failed, though I think perhaps this failure was slightly less abject than the previous 49 attempts. Faith links the senses to one's power, so Galadon taught me. And so I must have faith that someday the rains will fill the dry watercourses of my soul, allowing that part of me to live again. Tomorrow I'll come back and step into the pool once more, or perhaps the day after. Meanwhile, my days are filled with quiet joys. I've begun to teach my people of our beginnings and to write down the story, so we will always remember. Come autumn, I'll return to Kir Navarin and have Kasparian tell me more. Blaze reports that some of the Rey Kera who remain in Kir Navarin are shaping bodies again, though a number have bade farewell to their comrades and walked into the Gamarand wood. The Rey Kera say that these have unshaped even their light-drawn forms, and returned their true being to the land. The tower has crumbled to dust, and no one has seen anything of the lady. The woodland thrives. Katrin and Hafid's black-haired daughter Chloe was born demon-joined. 2 more Azarian children have been born since Chloe, and they, too, are whole. Eleanor looks to become our newest mentor, telling these parents stories of Blaze's and Farrell's childhood, and preparing them, and me, to manage childish shape-shifting. Eleanor and Evan remind me every day of the richness of life, and I regret no choice that I have made. But after my experiences the past few years, a man cannot but consider, had I given up the chance to be a god, to learn answers that those of us born in the human world have yearned to know since the beginning of time? Was Carowan himself a god in the days before his madness? And if not Verdun, and not Valdis, and not Carowan, then whose hand has shaped us? And if not in Tirad Nor, then where are the gods, and how are we to learn of them? I contemplate these things as I walk these beloved hills and forests, and struggle to learn again from the beginning. I have found no answers as yet. But, of course, in the end, the exact truth of it doesn't matter. My child and his mother hold me fast in their love, and I am set free to think and remember. I think of Blaze, sharing his sublime and passionate wholeness with the hungry world. I remember Sovari and Malvar,
Wasani and Galadon, Farrell and young Kior, and yes, Isan, too, offering life itself to sustain us. I watch Fiona, determined and stubborn, guiding my beloved Azaria into a new service. And I imagine Alexander, riding his desert kingdom, bearing the weight of our lives and safety upon his strong shoulders, sheltering us all under his mantle of light. It is, after all, tales of strength and honor and purpose that reflect the true glory of the gods, no matter who they are and where they may reside. Verdone was a beauteous woodland maid, a mortal, who caught the eye and heart of the god who ruled the forest lands of earth. The lord of the forest took Verdone to wife, and she bore him a child, a fair and healthy son named Valdis. And the mortals who lived in the lands of trees rejoiced at the alliance between their own kind and the gods. The forest god grew jealous of the love the woodland people bore for Valdis, angry at the thought that this boy, half mortal, might someday steal his throne. And the god plotted to kill the child and all the mortals who loved him so. The grieving Verdone, unable to persuade her husband of Valdis's guileless nature, sent the boy into the sheltering trees to save him, and she herself took up a sword and set herself between the god and the world of mortal men. Verdone battled with the god all the years as their son grew to manhood. The cruel god stripped his wife of her clothes to shame her, melted her sword to taunt her weakness, and burned the fields and forests around her so that she would have no sustenance. "Yield," bellowed the forest god. "I will not sully my sword with mortal blood." But Verdone would not yield. The elemental spirits, who ordinarily care nothing for the affair of gods or mortals, either one, watched as the mortal woman challenged the mighty god. They marveled at her courage and took pity on Verdone. They gave her sunlight as her cloak when the god took her clothes, and thunder and lightning for her weapons when he melted her sword. They gave her rain to wash her wounds, wind to bear her up, and fire to sustain her. "Yield," bellowed the forest god. "You are mortal, and when you die I will have my way. You have no hope." But Verdone would not yield. Then came the day when Valdis reached his manhood and laid his strong hand upon his mother's shoulder. Verdone smiled and stepped aside, and Valdis wrenched his father's sword away and stripped his father of his power. But instead of keeping these things for his own, he laid them at his mother's feet. "You have shown your people the selfless strength and faithfulness of a true sovereign ruler. These are rightly yours." Verdone ruled the sweet forest lands until she grew tired, for her body was mortal. But Valdis honored her and made her immortal, and even unto this day she rules the forests of the earth, and he remains her strong right arm. Valdis built a magic fortress, a prison furnished with beauty and comfort, and because Valdis would not be a father-slayer, he locked his immortal father away in that fortress. And the young god took his father's name from him and destroyed it, so that no man or woman could invoke it ever again. But woe to the man who unlocks the prison of the nameless god, for there will be such a wrath of fire and destruction laid upon the earth as no mortal being can imagine. And it will be called the Day of Ending, the last day of the world.